Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the co-chairwoman of Move America Forward, the largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country. Thank you and welcome to Troopathon 10. It is an exciting broadcast for us. So many guests coming out. But first, let me introduce my co-host. Here's Rita Cosby of Inside Edition. She's a multi-award-winning journalist and a special friend of mine. And I'm so proud that she has joined us again for the 5th year. Thank you, Rita Cosby.
I am so excited. I look forward to this event every year. And most importantly, how beautiful for all of us to be able to honor the troops. This is Troopathon 10, Yay! And it's going to be the best one ever. We have so many great folks, and we are partnering with Newsmax again. And John Bachman, we're thrilled to be with you guys.
It's our honor. It's the 2nd year in a row that we're previewing or featuring Troopathon here on Newsmax TV, and we're honored to do so. Last year, I had so much fun coming out and spending the time with you guys in Sacramento, California. And we are honored to bring this broadcast to everyone at home for the next 7 hours. Hopefully, we'll raise a lot of money. Yep. We're going to be on Verizon Fios, 615 HD, NewsmaxTV.com, and you can download your app and watch us basically anywhere you want to go. So we're happy to have you guys here with us today.
And it's going to be amazing. We've got Rush Limbaugh, we have Charlie Daniels, Bill O'Reilly.
Special guest, a late edition. Thank you so much, Rita.
It's going to be an unbelievable show, but we start out like we do all the time with the national anthem, and we have one of the biggest stars in Branson, Missouri, Kay Rivoli with the Rivoli Review. She's an award-winning singer and songwriter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Oh,
that was beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Rivoli Review, and a great patriot, too. Thank you so much, Kay. That was a beautiful way to start it.
It always brings tears to my eyes.
It does.
I'm not kidding. It really does. Troopathon, you know what, is all about sending a little bit of home to our troops overseas. And so far, we've raised $4.8 million for the troops in the past 9 years. Our goal today, in the next few hours, is to raise $300,000.
Which would be so beautiful. We have to remember, we have troops everywhere stationed around the world. We've got them in Iraq, Kuwait, Africa, Afghanistan, Niger, Guantanamo Bay, you name it, South Korea. And you think about all the flashpoints taking place in the world right now with North Korea, Syria. There's so many different concerns. It's a volatile time. And that's why this is the way to let troops know that you love them, that you care, bring them a little bit of home. And we have some amazing things also in our care packages. We've got, of course, some of the big hits. We've got the cup of noodles, like we always do. We've got the beef jerky and sunscreen. And what I think is so special is sometimes these are the only packages and the only messages with a letter too, personalized letter from you to the troops saying, we love you and we care. This is a way that you can help our troops.
You know what? Coming up is a very special guest. We have many special guests.
We do.
Coming up closest to this hour is going to be my old friend and yours as well, Rush Limbaugh, who has been one of the single largest donors to Move America Forward. He doesn't talk about it on the air. He's a very generous and gracious generous person, and he has been donating to us over and over, almost, well, over $1 million so far. So we're going to find out what he's going to be donating this year.
How exciting.
It is. It's very exciting. So
definitely want to stay tuned for that. And we have a full lineup today, as we talked about. So many great guests. And our first guest, which we're so thrilled, somebody who also is a huge Patriot, Mel. Of course, you know him as a great talk show host. He is a great blogger. He's also a radio host. He's got a great podcast. He is everything. Chuck Woolery. Chuck, so wonderful to have you here, my friend. And you are our first guest on Troopathon 10.
Well, I'm honored. Thank you very much. I'm coming from the Blunt Force Truth Studios at an undisclosed location in Texas.
In the bunker, huh?
I have to say that, Chuck, I am really one of your biggest admirers, and I've been tweeting and retweeting some of the stuff that you put out there because you have a very interesting take on the world, and one of them, of course, is your patriotism, which is on display all the time. So thank you for being on Troopathon 10.
I'm happy to be here. I was in the Navy back in the old days. I served.
How long ago, Chuck? How long ago? Come on, let us know.
No, Rita.
He's a guy. It's easier.
My first year of college, I went ahead to get rid of my regular duties in the Navy for on the USS Enterprise with that first nuclear aircraft carrier in Newport Beach, and I was on it for about 3 weeks, and I was supposed to be there for a year at the dock, and 3 weeks later we got a call and said, we're all going to Guantanamo. And we went to Guantanamo and sat off of Cuba for about 75 days during the Cuban crisis, and were the largest target in the ocean. We had literally nothing to defend ourselves with except our air groups.
I got to tell you something.
We weren't finished yet.
I've actually been to Guantanamo Bay as well. I wasn't on a U.S. Navy destroyer.
By the way, I have to. And we applaud you.
Yes, we do. You know, some of the prisoners at Gitmo actually get better treatments than our own United States soldiers. Can you believe that, Chuck?
Sadly true. Yeah, that's sadly true. You know, the funny thing about it is I know being in the Navy when I was there, a lot of guys, there were like 75 of us in this one compartment. If you can imagine, this ship was just enormous. And we were all in three-sided little bunks that were kind of like coffins, actually, with an opening in the side. And guys would get packages from home or packages from somebody, and everybody was always really envious when you got that special package or that special thing that came to you. And so I really applaud you for this, because it's really meaningful to troops when you're alone out there on the line or alone wherever you're stationed. And it's just nice to be remembered, and nice to know that people think about you. And if you like Snickers and Reese's peanut butter cups like I do, it's always good to get those.
You know what's important too, Chuck? You are such a patriot, and you and I have talked quite a bit. I feel like it's also so important right now, and Mel and I were talking about just how difficult it is around the world. There's so many flashpoints, and you know, we see North Korea in the headlines, of course, Iraq, Syria. How important it is to remember that our troops, many of them, as you know, are on multiple deployments, and how the stress on them and their families, and how much it means just that America hasn't forgotten them. That's what this is really so much about, Chuck.
Oh, there's no question about that. And that personal touch that you put into each package is so important that, you know, it's sent from someone who's thinking about them. They may not know who it is, but they know that there's someone out there that's thinking about them and appreciating what they're doing for us individually and for our country, and defending our country and looking out for our safety. So, yeah, I think it's very, very important and a real morale booster.
So what you have to do, Chuck, because as Mel pointed out, you are feverish online on your social media. As soon as you have to get the word out, tell them to donate to Troopathon, because this is such a great cause and so important to remember our troops. And the fans love you, Chuck.
I absolutely will, and I thank you so much. And by the way, when you have Charlie
Daniels.
Charlie Daniels, yeah.
I knew you were thinking that.
I've only known Charlie since 1965.
Oh, my.
When you have Charlie on, remind him that he was my guitar player at one time.
Oh, are you serious?
I hate it. We don't have time for this story.
True. He was one of the great studio musicians, great guitar players.
Gosh.
He played on a lot of songs that I recorded in Nashville.
You got to put the video up. We got to see that. Put the video up. We'll retweet it on Troopathon.
Thank you, Chuck, so much.
Thank you, Chuck, and thank you for your service.
We have got a very special giveaway this year coming up right in just a few minutes. Coach K from Duke University has donated a signed basketball.
Yes, right here.
For the next 3 hours. Anyone who donates $200 or more will be entered to win.
Look at this. I love this. How cool, with the signature.
Look, the real deal there.
And by the way, what I love about him, too, is he also was a graduate of West Point. I mean, this is a guy who is walking the walk, of course, Olympic champion, multiple Olympic champion, one of the greatest basketball coach ever. And he is a huge supporter of Troopathon, always has. And you can get actually a basketball that he signed. I might outbid you.
Oh,
let's see, that's I love this. I might steal it or outbid you, one of the two.
All right, if you donate $100 and get one of these car magnets, here it is, car magnets, get one of them right now. You can show your patriotism everywhere you go, right on the back of your car. And I love these. I always keep one on my car, and I hope that you will as well. $100 gets you the car magnet.
And also, by the way, we want to show you because, Chuck was just talking about how much it meant when he was over there overseas and receiving these packages. And we want to show you a little bit more about some of the different packages because what this is all about. And this is the biggest telethon in the country to send care packages to our troops overseas. And literally what I think is so beautiful about what you and your organization does, you have all these folks who help in these packing parties. And they put together these incredible care packages with a letter from you. Think about that. How many times can you actually personalize a message saying, soldier, warrior, Navy man, whoever you are, thank you for your service. And they will get it. And it actually sets up often pen pal relationships too. And sometimes
there's been a romance.
Oh, there has?
Yes,
oh, wow. Did they ask you to come to the wedding?
Well, I was angling for the invitation. And
I was going to say, you should have gotten it.
I should have, yeah. I mean, it's just really a personal relationship. It's a way for us to connect to all the men and women who are overseas. And with these care packages, they are also tailored for some of our female troops, as well as our canine troops.
I love that. They have the doggles, remember? The doggles for the dogs, because we've got our military dogs that are out there on the front lines, and also beef jerky, all these great things. And we were talking about all the stars. We also have some stars, also some of you at home, because we want to show some of the folks who have been extraordinarily generous to Troopathon. And right here, we've got Lucia Yu. First of all, I just want to say this is our first star of Troopathon 10. God bless you. Longboat Key, Florida. $10,000.
Oh my gosh, do you think, remember when I talked about visualization yesterday when we were live on Newsmax TV?
Yep.
And I said, sometimes if you just say out loud what you're really hoping for, it happens.
How beautiful.
Lucia is from Longboat Key, where we're located.
You came through. We love you, Lucia. And everybody, follow suit. Follow Lucia. Don't let her be alone. And you can see right here, Susan C. from Baldwinville, New York. $3,000. Thank you. How wonderful and how generous of you. And there's another one, Freddie M. from City by the Sea, Texas. $2,500 for our troops. Thank you, Freddie.
Well, thank you so much to all these big dollar donors, including the $1,000 that came from Susan M. at Newport Beach, California. Well, I'm in San Francisco, so we share the same, well, approximately the same zip code. So thank you. We love all of our California donors.
And also Roy and Nancy T., Indio, California. Bill and Diane C. from Huntington Beach, a lot of California, $1,000. Gail L. I know who Gail L. is. Thank you. You are such a saint. You are amazing.
Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
How beautiful is that? $1,000, Gail. We love you. Also, Lois O. from Newport Beach, $1,000.
This is amazing. I just have to
Thank you,
say,
everybody.
Thank you to Bud L. from Murals Inlet, South Carolina,
Love
for $1,000. This is amazing.
Beautiful. And you know what? Thank you so much, all of you. For me, also, it's deeply personal, and I know it is for you, too. My father, as many of you know, my father was a prisoner of war in World War II. And my father was rescued by American troops. And my father was a Polish resistance fighter who was a young citizen soldier and literally was fighting the Nazis with everything he had. He was in Warsaw, Poland. He was taken prisoner. He was in Stalag 4B in Mollberg, Germany. My father escaped. And a plane came by. And here he was, starving prisoners of war, 60 of them about, must have looked like walking skeletons. A plane came by. And my father and his men dove for the ditches. And then the plane came by again. They thought, okay, this is a German plane. It's the end of the line. We're escaped prisoners of war. And the plane came by again, and they looked up, and they saw a star. And they realized what was thrown out of the plane. They first thought it was a grenade or something, and that's why they dove for the ditches. They realized that it was a gift from God, basically. It was a chocolate bar with a note wrapped around it, tied with a red ribbon, sent from the American pilot, who said, "Go west, you have 15 miles to walk, and you are free." And my father came to a riverbed and literally was saved by American troops. He was a teenager. He was a starving prisoner of war. And I think about that, and that's why it's such an honor to be here today, because we represent freedom, not just for America, but for the world and for my father and for so many countries around the world. And I just want to say thank you, because for me it's a real privilege to be here and to share in this and to honor our troops. Thank you. God bless all of you.
You are so lucky to have such a heroic father. So many of us honor the heroism of our troops.
And also your brother, too.
My brother actually passed away 2 years ago, and so I dedicate every year that since to our family. It's been very difficult because unfortunately he passed away as part of the Veterans Administration scandal, and it was very hard for us. But I want to remember them, and I want to also let everybody know really why I started this 10 years ago. 10 years ago, it was a very difficult war in Iraq, and there were protests, hundreds of thousands of people in the street, and we had a United States Senator by the name of Richard Durbin, a Democrat from Illinois, who was on the floor of the Senate saying, comparing our troops to Nazis and to Stalinists and to Pol Pot, saying that they were responsible for hundreds of thousands, millions of deaths, calling our troops baby rapers and killers. And Rita, I said at that time, when I glanced up at the monitor to see this shameful, shameful talk taking place, that I was never going to let our troops feel unappreciated and abandoned again. And that's exactly why we started Move America Forward, and that's why we start right here, one care package at a time, just a personal note, some love. You can donate. This year we're trying to raise $300,000. I hope it's going to be more. But we need your help, and we need your help right now. So you can go online and donate, or you can call 1-844-TROOPS, 1-844-TROOPS. It's really easy.
You know what's so beautiful, too, is that you can also sign up. You can go to troopathon.org if you're watching us online. If you're watching us on Newsmax TV, you can go also onto the site. If there's a loved one, if you want to do it in honor of somebody, you know, I may go on in honor of my dad, also on honor of your brother, you know, you think about that. And also, if you are also in the service or know someone who is, and someone who would love to receive these care packages, you can also go online and put their name in to make sure that they get one of these, to let them know we care.
All right, so we've told you why we're doing this, and you know why you're watching us, but let's find out what you're actually doing about it.
We love that. Thank you.
With the help of John Bachman of Newsmax TV, who is looking at the tote board.
Yeah, and actually, here we've got the tote board.
We got the tote board right here.
The money comes up.
The money.
John's coming soon, but here's the money already. So
all right, let's do a little drum roll here.
Yeah, come on, there it is.
All right, you read it.
All right, $16,000. 331, 16,331, everybody. $16,000, a little bit over it, everybody. We want to get to 300,000. We are just starting out, and I hope that you will be with us for the next 7 hours, because this is an extraordinary program, and I hope that you will stay with us, because this is just the beginning, and there's a lot more to come. And now I understand we have John Bachman from Newsmax. John, go ahead.
All right, I'm in the shot here. We're just trying to get some things worked out, but it's good to have everybody with us here. I'm standing out here in the Newsmax newsroom right now, and what we're going to do throughout the broadcast is we're going to read some letters from the troops when they receive these care packages. One of the things that really struck me last year, my first time doing this, was reading these letters. And one thing that we'll hear from Rush Limbaugh coming up is that there are so many troops deployed to the front lines that this care package is going to be the only piece of mail they receive the entire year. So I want to tell you about what goes inside one of these care packages when you donate, what's going to be in the care package. All right, well, we're going to start with coffee. If you know anybody in the military, you know they love coffee. It's hard to get fresh coffee, good coffee, when they're deployed overseas. So we give them coffee. That's a big thing, too. Also, we know the guys and girls overseas, they love beef jerky. So thanks to the folks at Oberto, when you donate to Troopathon, you get to include great products like Oberto inside the care package. That's a lot of good protein for the guys and women overseas. Also, you know, something that I've come to love, I've got a young kid, a young boy at home, and dude wipes, you know, good for grown children like myself and for little kids, but it's good for the troops overseas. A lot of times they don't have access to showers and things like that. So those are just a few of the items that go in here. We'll talk about more stuff, earbuds, candy, M&Ms, a classic for the troops, great chapstick. But I want to read a couple of these letters now. For some of the guys, we have 2 guys who received our care packages in the past. The first one is Cullen K. He serves in the Air Force. Right now, he's in Niger. It's truly a great experience to receive a care package on a deployment. It helps tremendously to know that there is someone back home thinking about you and cares enough to send you something to make your life a little easier out there. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Also, one more from Alex C. in the Navy in Guam. We don't have time to read his whole letter, but you can see the gift with so much kindness. Kindness, that's the key. Stick around. We got much more to come here on Troopathon. We'll be right back. Here's a special message from our sponsors.
You're watching Troopathon 10, brought to you by these fine sponsors: American Red Cross, Coach K and Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council. Guideposts: Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed, Kong, Motel 6, Overstock.com, Paradise Logodere, Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West, San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee, Teledirect, 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
By mid-1944, German military occupation engulfed the continent of Europe, while across the English Channel, an armada of men and equipment was preparing to take it back. On the 5th of June, Allied armies from the United States, Great Britain, and Canada joined those from Australia, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, France, Greece, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, and the Netherlands, and set sail for the Normandy coast. But they weren't all soldiers. At morning's first light, London Bureau Chief for the future NBC radio network, George Hicks, broadcasting live from the deck of an American ship, provided Americans back home with a front row seat.
Here we go again, another plane come over. Right over our port side. Rangers are making an arc right over our bow now.
Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower also used that same venue, radio, to inspire both his troops and the nations they were being sent to set free.
The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory.
The date was D-Day, June 6th, 1944. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Hi, Hi, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan. Welcome back to Troopathon 10. I am the chairman of Move America Forward, largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country. And this is the 10th year that we've had this program to raise money for care packages for our troops. Joining me is the very special Rita Cosby of Inside Edition, and she has her own syndicated radio talk show that's heard all across the country on Cumulus stations. Thanks for coming back again this year. We are so thrilled to have you.
Thank you. I love doing this. This is my favorite event of all the different TV things. This is by far my favorite event every year. And what a great cause to be able to raise money that you can raise. All of you watching on Newsmax or online, wherever you are, please make sure you help to this great organization. There are a lot of different charities. This one is very special. This is the best. It is amazing, and it helps our troops, and we love it. And this is the 10th year. Our goal is $300,000, and you can make a difference. Think about being able to write a personal note to the troops saying you love them, you care. And when you think about it too, Mel, there are so many, you and I were talking before this, we have 200,000 troops all over the world, and many of them on multiple deployments away from their families. And getting a package, something beautiful like this, lets them know that you care and you have not forgotten them.
We want to let you know that not only can you donate online, but you can go to 844-2-TROOPS. 844-2-TROOPS. You can call, you can make the donation that way, or you can go online to troopathon.org. If you're watching us right there, there's a donate button. Use it. Use it very liberally.
Make sure smoke is coming up. Keep hitting that donate button, please, everybody. Also, if you know of someone who would like to receive a package like this too, you can go online onto troopathon.org and sign up. Put their name in, or if it's you or a family member or just somebody you know, maybe it's a neighbor, this is a great way to let them know that you care.
Rita, now we want to toss it over to John Bachman, who has a very special interview right now. John.
Hey guys, well, I'm joined now by Lieutenant Colonel Jack Miller. Jack is from the Air Force. He's also the outreach specialist for the Wounded Warrior Project, Jack, and we're honored to have you here. I should call you Colonel. Tell us a little bit about Wounded Warrior Project and how you guys work with Troopathon to support our troops.
Right. Well, first, thank you very much for having me here. As veteran service organizations, I think it's really important that we work together, and that's one of the things with Wounded Warrior Project. We try to work together with this organization that is fantastic to be able to get items out to veterans out there or to service members. And I will tell you, it really means a lot for us to be able to reach out to the veterans at home here. However, this is an opportunity to reach the veterans while they're actually in theater. And that's what's so wonderful about this organization.
And we were talking before this particular segment about, as a commander, as a lieutenant colonel, when you have to worry about morale of your troops, like what does this do, and how does it lift their spirits and make the mission more successful? Just through candy and nuts and coffee and things like that.
Absolutely, it can't be understated how amazing this is for the veterans out there. For the military members out there, I mean, I myself, over the years, throughout my deployments, I've probably received 4, maybe 5 of these. And it means a lot when you get it. But more for myself, to see the troops out there, when they are not getting mail, when you see their morale is down, they get these boxes, and it means so much to them. They literally go through every item one by one, and it just turns them around. And I think that's what's so special about this, is it's like some organizations, you don't know how much gets to them. Here, every bit of it gets to them, and you get to see their faces light up when they get this. And what's neat about the people at home that are donating for this, they know that it's going to go straight into the box and straight to the military members out there, and it means so much to them. It's unless you're actually there and you can see it, it's hard to imagine what it means to them.
Well, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And one thing I would encourage folks to stay tuned, because throughout the broadcast, we're going to bring you clips of these packing parties where folks get together and they've actually packed these boxes. And, as we look in the box here, what do you think is maybe one of the most favorite items out of here?
Well, I was watching you in the back, and I even commented to somebody, you picked out the 2 most important items. Coffee. Everybody loves the coffee, and the beef jerky. Those are number 1 and number 2.
And maybe right up there with those 2 are the personal letters that get included in these care packages. You actually have an opportunity to write a handwritten or specialized note that can go to the service man or woman who actually receives the package. So that's another aspect of all this.
Personal touch. Yeah, I think the personal touch really says a lot as well.
All right. Well, morale is everything. We've got a lot going on with our troops. We see, we've got Cullen, who's in Niger. We've got Alex, who's in Guam. Troops all over the world. You can send them one of these care packages as little as $25. Go to troopathon.org right now and donate. Lieutenant Colonel Jack, we'll have you back real soon.
Thank you much.
All right.
Have a good day.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. Well, we were talking about, of course, everything's about these care packages, and all of you at Move America Forward have these great packing parties. Joan, of course, is one of the great volunteers.
She's the
I
best
love Joan.
volunteer in the world.
By the way, she's the greatest volunteer in the world. You have so many wonderful ones. Also, the Wounded Warrior Project helping this year, Boy Scouts, and we want to show you a little bit from some of the packing parties because there's so much work and so much love that goes into the gifts that you give to the troops.
When it comes to assembling the thousands of care packages that'll go out these doors this year alone, it takes an army. An army of Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, companies looking for a heartfelt team-building activity, school kids, church groups, or in this case, friends, families, and veterans from the Wounded Warrior Project to come together in support of our troops.
I was a soldier in the Army back in 2003, and these care packages mean everything to the troops that are out there.
Around 200 care packages will be assembled and mailed today by these volunteers, and like Maya, most agree this packing party is a labor of love and a whole lot more.
Being out here with all these people, it's very emotional for me, and I can't express the gratitude that I'm just overtaken with emotion.
It's a wonderful feeling, and I know that it makes them feel like, hey, a little bit of home when they're so far away.
Here's what a little bit of home looks like. Toiletries, candies, cookies, phone cards, and these packages have evolved since 2004 when Move America Forward began sending goodies to the troops. By listening to continuous feedback, they now send the best, most sought-after care packages overseas to the brave men and women of the United States military.
I remember my husband saying baby wipes were so nice to have, and I remember that.
Hand sanitizer is huge. I mean, sometimes there isn't available water.
That beef jerky.
Baby wipes, baby wipes, baby wipes. I mean, I can't stress enough about how they are just like gold.
In addition to premium coffee, Gatorade, jerky, dude wipes, and sunscreen, in each care package is sent, thanks to your Troopathon dollars, seasonal goodies are added. Hot chocolate, wool socks in the winter, Peeps at Easter time, turkey jerky at Thanksgiving, and See's candy over the Christmas holidays. But holiday or not, the boxes show the troops that the work done on the front lines matters.
I think it really just shows how much love we have for our troops, and every care package is, you know, it's like I look at this stuff like, oh, I would love this stuff.
Once the cookies are eaten, the chapstick applied, the socks washed and dried, the items the troops say they hang on to for years to come is the message in the box that's written by you, the person donating the care package.
To know that somebody back home, you know, is supporting you and is caring about you enough to send that to you, you know, it's amazing.
All right, so there you go. You can see what goes into these care packages here. And I want to introduce you a very special guest right now. I'm standing with Lisa Barron. And Lisa Barron's with Move America Forward and Troopathon. And she's going to talk about a couple of different things here. First, the monthly Smiles program. For folks who think one care package might not be enough, talk to us about a monthly Smiles program and how they can donate and help the troops out with that.
Sure. Hi, John. Well, a lot of people say, how can I help? And they really, really want to help our troops, and they'll send out one package and that's it. But our troops are there for months and months and multiple deployments, and so some people choose to do our monthly Smiles program, and that's where they sign up once. When they order their package, they can check the box that says, make my order recurring, and every month a package goes out for them, and they can, you know, cancel if they need to, but it's an ongoing process, and that way they know they've reached so many troops. And every day we hear from people that are over there asking us, could you please help us? I have 68 people with me. You know, our soldiers haven't gotten any support at all, you know, and it really makes a huge difference for them to know that every month there's a package going out to somebody who's waiting.
There's one thing that I was really shocked last year when I heard how many of these folks, this is the only mail they receive the entire year. You know, you think that there's a lot of this types of support, but there's really not. This might be the only mail that one of these servicemen and women get the entire time they're deployed.
That's absolutely true. I've heard from so many soldiers over there saying, thank you. Your package really made my day. It was such a gift to me. It was like getting a long distance hug because, maybe they're a young guy or a young girl out there on their own. They've been there for months and months and months, and their morale can get a little low, thinking nobody at home is thinking about them. And then they get this package, brings a huge smile to their face and makes a great impact on them, and it really helps. It helps them with their mission.
All right, well, Lisa, stick around. Much more to talk about with you, but for now, I'm going to send it back to Rita and Melanie, who are standing by in the studio. Guys, back to you.
All right, John,
Thank
thank you. And we have a great guest, someone who is definitely a huge patriot. You know him as the Milwaukee County Sheriff. He's also always on Fox News and on The Blaze. And also Sheriff Clark, his father served in the military. Sheriff David Clark, we love you. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks a lot. I love you back. You guys are great. What I like to tell people, Rita, is I say I'm always on Rita Cosby Show.
And I say, hey, I know a Sheriff David Clark. You know what? When we were talking about the Troopathon, Melanie and I were both saying, who would we want on? And part of the reason we love you, Sheriff, is that you are such a patriot. You love this country. You care so much about border security, about freedom, about our troops. Tell us how you got so patriotic and what you want to tell to the folks at home as well.
Well, it's from my upbringing. Patriotism, as you know, is a virtue. A virtue is a redeeming quality, and it's something that has to be instilled in people. And from a very early age, my father did that with us, with me specifically. Took us to 4th of July events, other parades, waving the flag. He insisted on that. That was a big deal. And so I grew up with that sense of patriotism. And then you couple that with the fact, as you said, and I appreciate that, my father's a Korean War veteran, U.S. Army Airborne Ranger, several jumps under fire, did some combat duty. And so he gave me my stake in America, and that's why I bleed red, white, and blue. I love this country, even with all its warts. There's no doubt when you go back in time, you look some of the things that have gone on in this country. I mean, look at my father's service, for example. He served when the Army was still segregated. He, more than anybody else, would have a reason to have come out with a chip on his shoulder that he served his country, sacrificed potentially, his life in doing so for an army that was segregated. But he was never bitter about it. He never allowed us, never allowed me to wallow in the some of the bad things that went on in the country. It was always about the promise of the future. And so when I think about the troops serving today, I think about that same sort of thing, the sacrifice that they're making, the being away from home. I mean, anybody who's gone away to college, when you get things like care packages, that's a big deal. It lets people know that people back home are thinking about them, and that, we pray for them on a daily basis, and I do, because freedom, as you know, has to be protected. Somebody has to do it. I do it on a local level at home for nearly 40 years, put on the uniform that I have to go and protect my community, put my life in harm's way so that others don't have to. And so that's kind of how I look at our active duty members that are out there, and God love them.
Sheriff, one of the things that so many people know is that law enforcement, many of whom are former military themselves. So I'd just like to throw this out to you. Why don't we challenge all law enforcement out there watching us right now to make a donation? Doesn't have to be big, because we know that you guys aren't making zillions of dollars.
You should be making more.
Yes, from us to God's layers. But we'd love to see if law enforcement could throw in a couple of bucks into the kitty here so that care packages can go overseas to Iraq, Afghanistan, and every hot spot across the globe.
Yeah, and Sheriff, what do you want to say to the military folks and other folks who are listening, especially, how important it is to not forget our troops? You talked about these sort of remote places. It's so important.
Yeah, we can. And for them, it seems like a faraway land almost, that they go to, these remote areas, as you said. Keep up the fight. Thank you for your service. To all active members of the military, active people who are in harm's way. Thank you for protecting freedom for us. But I'll do you one better. I will donate $100. You tell me how I got to get it in, who to send it to, whatever, and then I will challenge every law enforcement person listening or knows about this Troopathon. You don't have to do 100. You don't have to match it, but give something because I did, and I always put my money where my mouth is. So
well, you know what you have to do,
$100
Sheriff. Also tweet about it too. You have so many Twitter followers who love you.
You have an army of Twitter followers.
Get the army going.
Fire up the army. Thank you for your $100 donation, and thank you for the challenge to all the other law enforcement out there. But mostly, thank you so much for what you do each and every day, keeping all of us safe, watching our backs for us. There's no way we could ever express our appreciation to you.
Yeah, Sheriff, we love you, and thank you for your father's service, and thank you to the challenge to all military. Thank you.
Thank you. I love you guys back.
Thank you so much. Sheriff David Clarke, what a great guy. And you heard it out there. You inspired him, and he walked the walk. He did. And everybody, all the military listening out, don't let David Clarke, Sheriff David Clarke, the great sheriff out there, be the only ones. Do whatever you can to try to match that $100 or whatever you can give to help our troops. Thank you.
Okay, and just remember, we've got some special guests coming up, including Rush Limbaugh, Bill O'Reilly, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin. It's just crazy, people, crazy.
And we got a fiddler. We got Charlie Daniels. You heard already from Chuck Woolery, but we also have Don King coming up. We have an amazing, amazing show, and we are ready. The donations are coming in, so we want to give you a little bit of an update. We want to go to our tote board and get a little bit of an update to tell you how much you are doing, how much you are giving, and to be able to say thank you to all of you. Here's our new total. We love this, $27,000. $27,000.
Donate now, Troopathon.org. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated, sued by the criminal, and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine, and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
It's a region of the world that has known little peace since the beginnings of recorded history. But in September of 1978, President Sadat of Egypt, Prime Minister Begin of Israel, and President Carter of the United States set out to change that. Initiated by the Egyptian leader's proclamation that he would be willing to travel anywhere, even Jerusalem, to seek peace, President Carter persuaded the two former enemies to meet with him at Camp David to seek a lasting peace. On the 17th of September, 1978, the Camp David Accords were signed, returning the Sinai to Egypt and creating a framework by which Palestinians could have autonomous and self-governing control over the West Bank and Gaza. During the announcement, President Carter was clear more work needed to be done.
The questions that have brought warfare and bitterness to the Middle East for the last 30 years will not be settled overnight.
In 1978, President Anwar Sadat and Prime Minister Menachem Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter's Nobel Prize would come later in 2002 for his decades of work seeking solutions to international conflicts. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Troopathon 10. This is the 10th year that we've had a live broadcast, and I am so thrilled to be able to report that my friend Rita Cosby is back with me. I'm Melanie Morgan. I'm the chairwoman of Move America Forward. We are the largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country, and you know why? It's because we have never, ever forgotten our troops who are serving in harm's way, and they're all around the world.
And you guys have a terrific credit rating. What is it, 86% of every dollar?
Thank you for mentioning that.
Which is so fantastic.
You know,
one of the highest in the country.
That's right. We are lean and mean here. We have 86% of every dollar goes to direct support for the troops. Our program expenses are very low.
Which is great.
And please don't share this with too many people because somebody's going to be wanting a raise pretty soon.
Don't mention it. Mostly all volunteers. All volunteers.
Well, a couple paid.
A couple paid.
But the rest are volunteers.
But they're eating, you know,
I mean,
Burger King, Wendy's.
They're not getting some of these treats in the boxes. That's for sure.
Everybody, but this is such a great organization, and that's why year after year after year, great ratings. And also, you can, if you want to help, and whatever you can give is obviously the most important, but if you donate a certain amount of money, if you do $200, you will be put into a raffle to get possibly this amazing, amazing gift right here. This is a basketball that was signed by Coach K. It was donated from the legendary Coach K from Duke University to help Troopathon raise funds for the care packages. And he's, of course, a great basketball coach, but he's also a graduate of West Point, officer in the Army, and he personally signed this ball. He's a great supporter of Troopathon. So everybody, if you donate $200, you automatically go into the raffle, and then at the end of one of our hours, we will be doing the raffle and decide who the winner is of this awesome, awesome basketball.
Yeah, we've got so many things going on here. It's really exciting, but I just want to let everybody know that our co-sponsor is Newsmax TV, and we're very grateful. They have turned over their entire studios to us, and it has been such a great experience working, of course, with our co-host from last year, John Bachman.
John Bachman.
Of Newsmax TV. John.
Hey guys, great to be back with you again. You know, we just updated everybody about the total, and I want to let you know how we got to this number, 27,000. We're going to see that go up and up and up. Our goal is over 300,000. We hope to raise that today, but it's going to come from donations of all sizes. And I want to give a shout out to a few folks who have already either called in or sent us donations online at troopathon.org. Thanks to Peggy from Mission Viejo, California, $100 matching David Clark. Peggy's going to get one of these Troopathon car magnets. Anybody who donates $100 will get one of these Troopathon car magnets. That we know you're on the team. Randy from Santa Barbara, California, $50. John from Rochester, Indiana, $50. Karen from Mechanicsburg, PA, $70. And Joseph from Pasadena, California, $140. Lots of donations coming in. We're at $27,000 now. We'll see that number go up and up and up. So don't hesitate. Go ahead, get onto troopathon.org and make your donation now. Rita, Melanie, back to you.
Very much. Well, you talked a lot about our sponsors too as well, and I want to bring in now Tony Meredith. Tony is a spokesperson for Motel 6, and Motel 6 has been a huge sponsor, a big, big supporter. They also hire veterans to support our care package program, so they really walk the walk. And also they've donated lots of products. They've also attended a lot of the packing parties. And Tony, we're so happy to have you here with us. Tell us why you got involved with this great, great Troopathon and also Move America Forward.
Again, thanks for having me on. I just, on behalf of myself, my family, and Motel 6, I want to do a personal thanks to all the servicemen out there right now. You guys do a great thing. Honestly, this Move America Forward program is just such an awesome event. Back in 2014, Motel 6 did an initiative. We wanted to make sure that we were getting the best employees that we could for our company. And one of the ways that we could do that was hiring our veterans coming back from being deployed overseas. So we set ourselves a goal. We wanted to get strong team leaders for our company, and we also wanted to reach 1,000 people or 1,000 veterans, veteran spouses, and also veteran dependents to work for our companies within a 5-year time. The great thing about that is within 4 years, we already reached our goal. So it hasn't stopped. We're still driving. We're still trying to get veterans within our company because we realize the quality of these veterans coming back after being deployed. And we're also ensuring that we're giving them the help they need to make that transfer from service to civilian life. And honestly, with programs like Move America Forward, we're able to give back a little bit more because we're able to give that little sense of home to each and every one of those servicemen that are fighting overseas. And it gives it to them in their hands. It gives them something tangible.
Tony, thank you so much for joining us. But more importantly, thank you for volunteering. Thank you for all of the work that you do on behalf of veterans who are coming back from hot spots across the world like Iraq and Afghanistan. And God bless you. And we'll leave the lights on for you, we promise.
Tony, thank you for all you do in Motel 6. Thank you.
Thanks again. That's Tony Meredith of Motel 6. We are so proud to be broadcasting our 10th year.
I know, how amazing is it, everybody? 10th year, so make this extremely special. Again, the goal is $300,000, and you can be a part of it by raising money and giving these great care packages to our troops. Again, everybody, 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS. Again, you are probably watching us on Newsmax or also streaming wherever it is. Make sure you tell your friends to also tune in as well. This is so important. As you point out, 10 awesome years. Can you believe it when you started?
No, I can't really. It's just the time is speeding by. But you know what? To help us celebrate, Rita, we'll be looking back at some of the folks who have helped to support this worthy cause in a segment that we're going to call the Decade of Support.
I'm John Bolton, and I hope all of you join Troopathon in raising funds for care packages for our soldiers and their families around the world.
Ladies, gentlemen, how are you? I want to thank Move America Forward for asking me to, or allowing me to speak to my heroes and heroines. You know, the care package seems like a superfluous gesture, but I always realize you guys are in the middle of it, and it must feel nice to get stuff from home. And I encourage anybody out there who's watching to sponsor a care package for the troops. God knows I've been in enough moronic award ceremonies in my life and saw care packages that, you know, practically paid off the mortgage on your house. You guys are out there in a rat hole sometimes protecting our asses, and nobody seems to remember. So Move America Forward. God bless you. Listen, I can't even be frivolous or hip, or sometimes I can't even be funny in these sort of circumstances. We have the life of Raleigh here, and we have it for one reason, that there are kids like you and out there facing these morons and croaking bad guys and allowing us to have every single blessing and freedom that we have in America. Indeed, the freedom that would appear in a world gone mad to miss the point as badly as we do. But somebody's got to be out there providing it. And there isn't a day goes by that I don't say my prayers, that I'm not thankful. I've raised my children to, when they meet soldiers, thank them. It is mind-boggling to me that you, complete strangers, have given me as much in my life as anybody outside of my immediate family could. And I'm humbled. And I hope you get, I don't know, I hope you get care packages to pay off your mortgage. I don't know what the hell is going back here. All I know is one of the biggest sins in the world is if we're not taking care of soldiers who risk getting croaked for us back here through the VA, then we're all going to hell, because that's just the worst sin imaginable in my eyes. I hope we can tidy it up by the time you cads get home. I hope you're vouchsafed by God throughout this whole process, because God knows you deserve it. The last noble men and women. And I thank you much.
Gunner Sergeant Arlie Ermey here, so listen up. Now, you know that we still have thousands of brave troops serving in Afghanistan and Iraq to keep us safe, right? Troopathon sends care packages to the front lines. And take the gunny's word for it. These packages are a huge morale boost, and our troops deserve every last one of them. Now head over to Troopathon.org right now and sponsor a care package. You can even sponsor a package for a fearless military working dog. And if any one of you couch commandos out there do not support Troopathon, you will be doing push-ups for me. You got that? Semper Fi! Hoorah!
Hoorah! That's Gunny.
I love Gunny.
I do
Gunny is
too.
the greatest. It's like reporting for duty, sir.
You got it. I'm Melanie Morgan. This is Rita Cosby, and you are watching Troopathon. It is 10 years, a decade, that we have been raising money for care packages for our troops. And you know who's been with us each and every year without fail? Her name is Laura Ingraham. She's one of the most interesting radio talk show hosts, and she's out there today, out on the lines, the front lines. She's working so hard. She actually was one of the original people who made trips to Iraq in the early days when we were going to visit our troops to share these care packages with her. We are delighted to have her on the phone with us right now.
And of course, Laura, the big talk radio host, of course, on Fox News, editor-in-chief and co-founder of LifeZet.com. Laura, great to have you with us, and thank you for always supporting Troopathon.
Oh, you guys, I'm so happy to be here, and it's so awesome that you do this, and it just makes me smile. I wish I was there having an adult beverage with you.
Or two. Here, yes, to enjoy the Florida sunshine. It's really nice here at Newsmax.
How much fun that would be. But I've been listening in and hearing all the great voices, and you know, it's really interesting because one of my first, most poignant memories of my trip to Iraq, and this was in 2006. It was right when things were starting to get really bad. I was there the week after the ABC crew actually got blown up. Remember Bob Woodruff and his team got blown up? And I was actually with his same unit the week after, so they were all not happy that another media person was coming along. But I remember going into camp, I think it was at Balad or maybe at Camp Victory. I can't remember which place I was, but and I remember in the office, as you came into the main makeshift office they had, there were care packages. And there were little things sent from kids back then. I think it was 2006, so it was I think that was right before the Troopathon packages started. And I remember they were starting to hand them out to the soldiers, you know, the gals and the guys. And it was just so much fun. I remember going up to this first lieutenant who had just graduated from West Point. And I said, do you mind giving me some of I think they had Starburst or something. I said, oh my God, I'm dying for a strawberry Starburst. And she looks at me and she says, are you kidding me? I'm not giving you any of this. And it was just a fun little reminder of home and really fun, real handwritten notes inside. And so when you all started this, and I can't believe it's been 10 years. That's scary.
I know.
It's just so needed. And someone had to do it and make it a tradition and make it something that was regularized and normalized and done in a very consistent, loving way. And I'm just so grateful for everybody who makes this possible and for the little part that I can do. And obviously you get my donation this year. Don't worry, it's coming.
And Laura, what do you want to say? Because you are so beloved, Laura. We both have had the pleasure of knowing you for so many years. To so many of your fans, too. We've been challenging. We had David Clark on, by the way, who gave $100, and he challenged all the military folks to do the same. So you're going to do a challenge for your fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm giving $1,000 to Troopathon.
Oh, my gosh, Laura, thank you. Laura, thank you.
If you guys can, open your wallets as much as you can. I know some people have harder times doing that, but give what you can, and people are going off on fancy vacations for the 4th. They can open it up to at least $1,000. Come on.
We love you.
Laura,
I mean, this is how I feel about you, Laura. We do.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate your support each and every year coming. I know that you are so busy. There's a million different demands on your time, but for you to share it with us and our audience here and our troops means so much to us. So thank you.
Oh my gosh. I mean, there's we're hearing about another deployment to Afghanistan and still all the hardships facing families when they come back, and the small gestures, and they're not asking a lot of us. These are small gestures, but important because they're remembrances of home. We just have to step up and do that. And Troopathon is just you guys make me smile. I mean, I'm in hot Washington right now, having to go fight this good fight on TV in a few minutes. So
Well, thank you.
It makes me smile.
You keep up the great fight, and thank you for all your support. We love you, Laura, and thank you for taking time to be here and for your wonderful donation. That was extraordinary. We love you.
Thanks, Laura.
Mel and Rita, thanks so much for everything. Lots of love.
All right. Laura Ingraham, everybody.
Thank you. How
radio talk show
generous.
host. Oh,
Beautiful.
$1,000
Yes.
challenging her listeners to donate.
Come on, everybody.
Yeah,
whatever
come on,
you can.
Come on.
Whether it's $1,000, $10,000, whether it's $100, whatever it is.
And tweet about us, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Get out the word, too, and tell your friends and family to help, because this is an extraordinary, extraordinary cause. And we want to go to the tote board.
Well,
because we got an update, right? Or do we want to go to pledges first?
Now, I think what we're going to do is do a couple of pledges first.
Or here's the tote board first.
I'm
Look.
totally wrong.
See,
Once
look.
again.
Yeah, you got to go right to the mound. Come on.
I got to go to the TV professional here. All right, so what's the number here that we've got for the tote board?
We have $32,951. $32,951. A little over, almost $33,000 there, you guys. Keep the money coming. You just heard $1,000 from Laura Ingraham, which is so incredible. And all of you, whatever you can give to help our troops, again, this is just such an amazing cause. And you heard, from Laura being out in Iraq and all these desolate places. These packages mean the world to our troops.
844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, or Troopathon.org, or go to Newsmax TV. We've got all kinds of ways for you to donate, and we really appreciate your help.
Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
And how wonderful to see that. Welcome back here on Troopathon 10. And you just heard from Laura Ingraham. How fantastic is that, donating? And we've got so many great guests coming up, too. We have Charlie Daniels. We've got Don King.
We've got Rush Limbaugh,
Yes.
Sean Hannity. We have Mark
Patriots
Levin.
keep on coming.
The great one. Mark Levin is always also one of those who has been with us from the very beginning. In fact, and Rita, the very first person that I asked to help contribute to this effort was Mark Levin. And I knew that when Mark said yes to our first televised broadcast for Troopathon, that I would have a show, because I could build it around Mark because of his generosity and kindness.
He is such a great patriot.
And so many.
So many. We have so many folks who are like, time and time again, as you point out, this is Troopathon 10, and our troops are stretched so thin, everybody. There are 200,000 troops literally all over the world, and you think about so many hot spots, and to have folks like Mark Levin and Sean and Rush and Laura and so many others, and all of you at home who are watching on Newsmax TV, thank you for supporting the troops. They so desperately love these messages. They so desperately appreciate it. And some of them, they don't get anything. I have been out there. I've been out in Afghanistan, and I've been out in some very desolate places where it is like no man's land. And to suddenly get a message from home,
yes.
They're pinned up in their barracks saying, thank you, someone cares, someone remembers me, and that's what you can do today.
It's true. I've been to Iraq twice, once with 250,000 Christmas and holiday greeting cards, plus care packages to Iraq. And when we bring these care packages over to our troops, I have actually seen this with my own eyes. I have seen grown men cry, guys in uniform, because they are just so grateful. And you know what? We're grateful for the people who have actually donated to us, and so that we can make these care packages possible. We're grateful to Sue H. from Eagle, Idaho for the $50 that she sent us in. Diana N. from Norman, Oklahoma for $25. Mary H. from your hometown of Stamford, Connecticut.
Yay! From nearby Greenwich and Stamford. And there, by the way, Gerald W. Edmonds, Washington, $550.
Oh my gosh, that's a star bundle.
That's a multiple star bundle. And Bill A. from Malibu, from your state of California, they're $500. Thank you so much. Daniel P. from Long Beach, $500. Daniel, we love you. Thank you.
All right, so one of the things that we do with our care package program, besides thanking Jeffrey G. from Redondo Beach for his $500
Yay, Jeffrey,
donation.
we love you. Big bucks, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I want to get to know Jeffrey so that we, of course, our troops can have care packages.
Absolutely.
That's
and
the only ulterior reason.
Yeah, and we thank you, all of you, too, because, you know, it is so important, as we were just saying, you know, so many of them don't get anything, and to get a message, like you were saying, all of a sudden delivering these cards. And I remember when I was overseas in Afghanistan, I remember going to the barracks and looking at there, and I go to a barracks and I see this young soldier, and literally, you know, there's so many of them sleeping in these tiny little quarters in no man's land, and up there on the wall is a letter sent from a pen pal from someone who just said, I love you, I am thinking about you. And the soldier was beaming, looking at that. So to think that you can make that kind of an impact today, this is your opportunity to tell the troops that we love them and we care. And there are different things. You can get a whole bunch of different packages, whether it's for just our troops, whether it's for the canines. You can do the canine care packages. And again, it's 844-2-TROOPS. Please do what you can.
And that brings us to the canines, who are an
good segue
part,
there. Huh?
yes, of our program here at Move America Forward, because we have soldiers of all variety. We've got our four-legged friends who are out there in the same heat as their human handlers, and they need some help. They need some extra doggles and treats, and so we've got a whole care package program just for them. So if you don't want to do a care package for a human being, we have the dogs who need your help as well. So let's go to John Bachman of Newsmax TV, who is out in the newsroom.
A dog expert.
Yes, he is. So, John, tell us what you got.
All right, well, you guys mentioned those care packages that are especially designed for the dogs, things like balls to play with. You talked about the doggles. You know, a lot of these dogs are in, on the front lines, and it's dusty in Afghanistan and Iraq and the desert in some place, and cold in other places. These dogs are becoming more and more critical to our mission overseas. And I actually have Oscar here, who's with us. He's a dog trainer. He trains dogs for wounded vets and veterans, and we have Zeus here, who's a friend of ours. Zeus is actually a police dog trainer. We're going to have military and police dogs here, but the dogs always seem to bring in a lot of donations, and the police dogs need our love too. But you can see these dogs are serving a critical role on the front lines, also with police here at home too. But you have seen pictures, I'm sure, of special forces operators jumping out of airplanes with dogs strapped to their chest. Those dogs need love too. And if you know anybody who has ever been a trainer for a military or police dog, they treat those dogs just like they are their partner, like a human being. And you should too. Some folks, and we saw this, Rita and Melanie, last year. Every time we had the dogs on, we saw an uptick in donations. People love to support these dogs. They need our love. They need our support too. So you can send the regular care packages to our troops with the coffee and the beef jerky and the socks and all that, but you can also send specialized care packages just for the dogs on the front lines, special paw protectors, protection for their eyes, and treats. And we talked about the morale boosters. Well, I know anybody who has a dog, either it's police or military, if they train those dogs, if they're out there in danger, when their dog is happy, they're doing a better job too. So why not just do 2 care packages, right? Do one for the humans and one for the dogs too. And the thing is, they love to play with the dogs. He can be a little bit more fierce, right? We got his trainer Oscar here, but he's keeping under control. We're having fun with him, and they may put me in a suit at some point and have one of these dogs chase me down just for demonstration. If we can get a certain amount of donations, if somebody wants to donate, we can maybe make that happen. But Oscar and Zeus, thanks so much. We'll have more of these dogs here, and don't forget about the canines who are also serving on the front lines and also serving in our local police departments as well. Donate for them too, guys. Back to you.
So, John, I have one question. Yeah. How much do they have to donate to put you in the suit?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know, because we want to.
I'm going to pay $500.
Yeah, I might even double that. So what do they have to do? I got to see you in the
suit. You guys are getting close. I mean, let's see. Next time I come back, I'll have a different dog, and we can see if you guys are getting closer, if we can get some more donations. Maybe we can get a pool going here in the Newsmax newsroom. There's probably a few people that want to see me.
I think so. I think your boss, Chris Ruddy, will pay like $10,000 for that.
Oh, I don't know. I hope he's not watching.
I hope he is.
Yeah, I hope he is. Exactly. Thanks so much.
Thanks, John. I just also want to mention really quickly that all of our donations are tax deductible. If you didn't know that before, we are a 501c3, and I want to let everybody know that we are platinum rated by GuideStar, the world's largest source of nonprofit organization information. They are used by the Department of Defense to evaluate military charities, which is exactly what we are. Yes. And we have won so many awards for 4 or 5 years. Yes. And we're a small organization, very, very small, but we rely on volunteers and we rely on your help, and especially this once-a-year event that we're doing right now with the help of Newsmax TV. So make a donation right now, and we'll show you right now exactly what you're going to get if you make the donations.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And by the way, you can also put John in the suit, too. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to make a donation.
Yes.
And also, we have Wayne Allen Root, I understand.
We do.
With us here.
We'll get back to these donations or these care packages in just a minute, because I'm really excited about our next
Wayne
guest.
is so great. Wayne, of course, is a brand new host here on Newsmax as of just a few days ago. One of the great radio hosts. He calls himself an SOB, a son of a butcher. And he is a great patriot, a big supporter of the president, and we are so thrilled to have you here. The Capitol evangelist and my dear friend Wayne Allen Root. Wayne, thank you for supporting the troops, and thank you also for supporting Troopathon.
Yes.
Hey, Rita. Hey, Melanie. How are you?
We're awesome because we're seeing you, my friend.
Thank you for all you do. What a wonderful thing you're doing today. Nothing's more important than the troops. Nothing. Or actually, it's a tie. I like to say military, vets, and troops, and the police. Nothing is more important than those groups that are willing to sacrifice their life every day so that we could be safe and we could be on TV giving our opinions. God bless the troops. God bless the police.
Well, we did one better. We had David Clark on soon before you, so we had military and police, so we got it all wrapped up.
That's a tough act to follow. David's great. I really like David.
You know, you've been a big supporter, Wayne. What do you want to say to folks out there and a lot of your fans out there, too? Because this is a tough time as a radio host and as a TV host as you are, that, you know, so many times we sort of forget how lucky we are and how blessed we are that we have a safe country. But our troops are stretched thin, and there's a lot of difficult places right now. A lot of things that you talk about on your show here on Newsmax.
Yeah, I just thank God that we have President Donald Trump at the helm instead of President Hillary Clinton. I don't even like saying those words, right? Hillary Clinton, oh my gosh. You know, look, if you're in the military, sleep safe at night knowing that Donald Trump is in charge, not because Donald's any military genius. Donald's smart enough to know that you put it in the hands of the generals and the admirals, and that's what Trump has done. That's the big change, is the military is being run by the military again, not by politicians and lawyers. And the military leadership knows how to make the right decisions to keep the soldiers safe. So if you're a mom and dad and your kids are in the military, you got to be thrilled that Donald Trump is the president of the United States. The difference is night and day, and I feel safe at night. I have 4 kids. My youngest is 9 years old. My oldest is 25. And so I feel safe knowing my 4 kids live in a country where Donald Trump is the one in charge, and we're going to have control of our borders. We're going to have a wall. We're going to be careful who we let in the country. We're going to extreme vet. We're going to take care of the military. We're going to support the military. Hopefully we'll get raises for the military, for the men and women willing to sacrifice. We have someone in the White House who loves the military and loves the police instead of hates the military and hates the police. God bless America. We're on the right track again.
I just got to ask you a quick personal question. I hope you don't mind, Wayne, but is your...
You can ask him anything. I always ask him anything on my show, so go ahead, fire away.
Is your 25-year-old a boy or a girl?
25-year-old's a girl.
Oh, good. I have a 25-year-old son.
Oh, this is a matchmaking. Wait a minute. Now I see the reason, Wayne.
Oh, he'll kill me, I know, but I want to thank you.
My 25-year-old daughter is so much like me in many ways because she's a great talker, but she's also so much different from me, Melanie and Rita, because she's beautiful. She graduated Harvard, magna cum laude. And unlike me, the all-American kid who loves America and all things American and believes in American exceptionalism, she lives in Paris, France, and loves Europe.
Wow. Well, and also talk about Paris, too, with all the crazy stuff. Before I let you go, Wayne, what do you want to say? You've got so many fans and friends. And by the way, you got to tweet online, too, my friend, too, and get the word out about Troopathon. But what do you want to say to the folks who are watching?
All right.
I did tweet about Troopathon.
Oh, good. Then we'll retweet you. Sorry about that. We've been a little busy.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to the folks who are watching now here on Newsmax?
What I want to say is that these young men and women sacrifice for us in the military, and they're not home with their families at Christmas. They're not home on their birthdays. They're away from their kids. They have to watch their kids on Skype. And so if you can give, I don't care how painful it is, you must give because they sacrifice for us. We have to sacrifice for them. They're on the front lines. And when we open this interview, what did you say? The world's a dangerous place. I say all the time on my radio show and now on my Newsmax TV show, we could be at war tomorrow with so many different groups. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Syria. There are bad players all over the world, and we're on the verge of World War III. So thank God for the military. They're the bravest people in the world. Let's give them all the support in the world. We love them. If you're watching right now, you're in the military. We love you, and we've got your back.
And we've got yours, Wayne Allen.
Wayne, we love you, buddy.
Thank you so much. It is a delight to have you here. We need to go to John Bachman of Newsmax TV, speaking of which, who's in the newsroom, and he's got the very latest from his update desk.
Hey guys, well, we're going to continue to check in with veterans and active duty military throughout this, but one of the things we always want to emphasize, and we can only do this so well, I mean, you guys were so great in your stories and talked about why this is so important to you, but we love to hear from active duty and military veterans about what it's like to receive care packages on the front lines. And I have two of my friends with me right now. John Rourke, who is an Army veteran, served in Iraq in the infantry, and also Mike Durkee. Mike, good to be with you here.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I served 11 years in the Army, and 2005 in Iraq, Baghdad, and then 2012, 2013 over in Kandahar, Afghanistan.
And Mike and I were talking before this segment here. Mike had a one-year-old daughter when he was deployed to Afghanistan. Just think about that, what it's like to do something like that, leave your family behind and go to the front lines. So we appreciate that. Mike is with the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund, one of the many organizations that we get to partner with. And guys, thanks so much for being here with us today. And just tell us real quickly, John, what it's like when you were out there in the infantry in Iraq to get something from home.
So, you know, you get letters from home and that stuff's great, but to get care packages or mail, I've had people write me letters from all over the United States, people that you don't even know that take time out of their day to really, you know, emphasize how much they appreciate what you're doing and the danger that you put yourself in, your family, and let you know that they care by sending you a care package. I tell you, so much of the stuff in the care package I've used. You know, the beef jerky obviously is a hit, the coffee's a hit, but I've been so many times in the middle of nowhere in my MRAP and been so glad that I had, like, you know, 4 or 5 packages of beef jerky to eat instead of an MRE, you know, because you get tired of MREs and when you're in the middle of nowhere. But the baby wipes obviously are great, but it's just, you know, someone took time out of their day, money out of their pocket to send a package to a soldier overseas, and it means a lot to everybody. You know, there's, like, you know, several people have said, a lot of people don't receive anything. And then one day, you know, that mail call comes when you could be in the middle of nowhere, and then, you know, hey, we're getting a delivery today, and you're expecting nothing because you always get nothing, and then one day you get something, and it, you know, makes you smile.
Well, John, thanks so much for sharing that story. Mike, we'll be with you guys back again. Thanks for sharing your stories. We've got more to come here on Troopathon. Melanie and Rita, back to you guys.
Hey, thanks so much, John. Troopathon has a wonderful partnership with the Congressional Prayer Caucus, and here to tell us more about it is Leah Carawan. Leah, thank you so much for joining us live via Skype. We really appreciate the fact that you're here and the thousands of dollars that you've helped generate for us in order for care packages to go overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, it's a privilege to be here on behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, who's our honorary chairman, Congressman Randy Forbes, and myself. We want to thank you, Troopathon, for all that you do for our troops. It is a privilege to partner with you.
Talk to us a little bit about In God We Trust. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure, absolutely. In God We Trust is an initiative that the Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation has begun, initiated with a tremendous partner, United in Purpose. We collaborated with them, and we felt that it's very important that our national motto be known and be displayed across our nation. Those are 4 very powerful and meaningful words. And so what we did is we launched the In God We Trust, Put It Up campaign. And our government leaders around the nation began to put In God We Trust up in their offices and displays, and then began passing legislation to encourage the display of our national motto, including in our public schools. We also have churches putting it on billboards and marquees and city councils and courtyards. We have law enforcement agencies that are putting it on their vehicles across the nation and in dozens of states. And we have partners, coalition partners, who are tweeting about it, social media. And one of the most exciting things is that we have this 3 million window campaign. We'd hope to get 1 million window decals up on homes and cars, windows across the nation. And we have nearly 3 million window decals now that are out there those. And that's what we've been so excited about with Troopathon, because a portion of the sales of those window decals is what we're giving to Troopathon. So we hope to
keep those coming. Love that.
Thank you, Leah, so much. We really appreciate everything that you've done for Troopathon. You've been a consistent supporter. Thank you, Leah.
You're welcome. It's a privilege.
Leah Carawan, via Skype. She's the executive director of the Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation.
And of course, the importance of like faith you think about with the troops, and you know, for them, spirituality, knowing people care, knowing people love them, and that's what this is all about, is remembering our troops, and no matter where they are, because they really are on all different points of the globe, and some very difficult hotspots. I don't have to tell you, as a newscaster, you see it everywhere. There are some very difficult things going on right now. And it's all about the care packages with some very neat little items. You were talking about the coffee before and the cup of noodles.
We have to remind,
you know, these things, we take them for granted.
We do, and they can't.
For them, this is a luxury.
There is no 7-Eleven or a convenience store.
No, there sure isn't, especially where I've been in Afghanistan.
No,
I would have prayed for that.
Yes. 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS. Donate right now. We need your help because we've got a long ways to go here, folks. So speaking of money,
let's go to tote board. Let's go to the tote board and see. This is the latest total of Troopathon 10 so far. Here it is. It keeps on coming, everybody. $39,000, almost there at $40,000. So if you're watching right now, tip us over the top to make it $40,000. Our goal today is $300,000. So everybody, remember, we've had David Clark, we've had Laura Ingram, we've had so many folks, Wayne Allen Root, everybody asking for you to match their donations.
Bill O'Reilly's coming up.
Bill O'Reilly is coming up. How great, a very rare appearance.
Sean Hannity.
Also Rush, too, you think about with Rush. We have some real amazing giants here and all great, huge patriots, and it's because they love the troops and love their families, and this is all about supporting our brave men and women.
844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS. Donate now or go to Newsmax TV or Troopathon.org, which is where our stream is. And I hope that you will make that donation. Make it as big as possible.
Huge, like the
president.
You're watching Troopathon 10, brought to you by these fine sponsors: American Red Cross, Coach K in Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council, Guideposts, Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed, Kong, Motel 6, Overstock.com, Paradise Logodere, Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West, San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee, Teledirect, 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
On October 6, 1973, while the nation of Israel observed Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year for Jews, the combined military forces of Egypt and Syria launched a simultaneous and surprise attack on Israel's southern and northern borders. Within days, the Israeli army found itself in retreat, losing a third of its equipment and outnumbered by the enemy 3-1.
As he could not believe, he said, "We cannot stop them."
Recognizing their very existence was at stake, President Nixon moved quickly to resupply our ally Israel and their besieged army. With an around-the-clock airlift of U.S. military support, the tide of battle shifted, and soon the Israeli armies were advancing into both Syria and Egypt, with Israeli General Ariel Sharon's tanks threatening Egypt's Third Army with annihilation. The Soviet Union, who were supporting the Arab armies, quickly called upon President Nixon to stop the Israelis' advance or risk a larger war. The president intervened, saved the Egyptian army, and then used the opportunity to convince Egypt's President Anwar Sadat to seek a peaceful solution to a conflict that had plagued the region for decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back to Troopathon 10. This is the 10th year, one whole decade, where we've been raising money for care packages to send to our troops overseas. Still ahead on the program, we would just want to let you know that we've got Rush and Mark Levin and, of course, Robert Davi, who's a well-known actor and singer.
Absolutely.
He's been with us each and every one of these 10 years.
Great supporter of the troops, too. Huge
Fantastic.
supporter of the troops. And Robert Davi, also, I've interviewed him a number of times, and also our next guest, who is unforgettable. He is probably the greatest boxing promoter of all time. He is also a huge supporter. And joining us now here on Troopathon 10 is the great Don King. There he is with the American flag. Don, how are you?
Hey, Rita, how you doing?
We're doing awesome. Now that we're seeing your great smiling face, my friend. You know what?
Girl, this is what it was all about. The troops are the vanguard of our nation. They're the protectors of our soil. And the freedoms and liberties that we enjoy today is because we have such a great military of men and women who will put themselves in harm's way for the freedom of these people here at home here in America. And our veterans, they've got to be treated with the type of love and care and understanding that we give them and exude the charm that we give them when they're going off to sea to put themselves in harm's way to protect us. And when they come home, they kick them to the curb. We can't have that anymore. And that's why I'm so happy that Donald Trump is going to do something for these veterans and those who have contributed themselves to the protection of the great American liberties that we enjoy today. So I'm a delight to be here to support the troops. Amen. Support the troops. Yay, yay, yay.
Hallelujah. Oh my gosh. That was just such an inspirational, motivational discussion we had there. And thank you very much. I mean, you're a promoter by trade, but you know what? All of us need to promote our love and support for our troops. I mean, they are doing jobs that, quite frankly, nobody else wants to do.
And you got to be able to make things happen. I know you're supposed to say, I'm calling all my friends, support the troops, support the troops. And Rita, because it's you and your beautiful self, I want to donate $10,000.
Oh my gosh, Don. Thank you.
And I want those out there to match me. Those who can emulate and imitate that welfare, let's do it together. Working together works. Wow. So I got 10,000. Who is going to match me with another 10,000 to make these troops, give them the benefit of the love that they extend to us when they're going out to put themselves in harm's way to protect the liberties and freedom of this great nation called America. Let us reciprocate and show them that type of love and give them their wherewithal when they come home and exalt them to the high heavens in America. Yes, this is what it is. We're living and breathing what those troops helps us to be able to do. So God bless you in this troop support, Rita, and everyone is involved. And I just want to say thank you to our military, you know what I mean, and that and the men and women who are there, the vanguard of our great nation, to protect us of our liberties, freedoms, and on the soil of this great land of America.
And Don, I want to say thank you, because your friendship is wonderful. Your love of the troops is wonderful. Thank you for this. This is the greatest gift, to be able to donate to them Thank you so much for caring for our troops.
And I want to say you're more than welcome. You know, in fact, it's an honor and a privilege. And I want everybody in America to join me with your best efforts or whatever you can do. You know, let's do it, and let's do it right now. Call Rita Cosby and call to support the troops. I want to hear it from you. Let's hear it for America. America.
Absolutely.
That's what we're talking about.
Don.
And thanks so much for having me on your program.
We love you. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Love you dearly,
Thank
honey.
you so much,
and
Don.
thank you for your kind donation. You're the best. What a great man.
$10,000.
What a great patriot. I'm sort of floored. I mean, what a beautiful thing. You just heard Don King. Everybody, whatever you can do, if you're out there, match Don King. Match Don King. Get in the ring with Don King and match Don King. And
get in the ring with Don King.
That's our new motto. Get in the ring with Don King.
844-2-TROOPS if you want to make your donation by phone. If you want to do it on the internet, of course, we are Move America Forward is a 501c3, so it's all tax deductible. Just go to troopathon.org and you can click right over to the donate button.
Absolutely. And of course, our next guest is someone who has been there on the front lines. He is a Navy SEAL. He's also a former FBI special agent. He's also a federal air marshal. He's everything, and he is a huge supporter of the troops. John Gilliam, so glad to have you here. Thank you for being here on Troopathon. And of course, you're the host of the Facebook Live show, The Experts. It's great to have you with us, John.
Thanks, John.
Oh, listen, it's great to be with you guys, and I think Don King just knocked me right out because, listen, I don't have Don King money, but I will tell you.
You need to go into boxing. You're in the wrong business. You need to go into boxing.
I'm telling you, anybody that out there that has the money to match Don King and go toe-to-toe with him, I recommend that they do it. This will be the one time they can step into the ring with Don King and match or beat him.
So no, you've been there. You know, you're a Navy SEAL, and we all know. I mean, that is the elite, John. And I've had the privilege of knowing so many of the Navy SEALs through the years. How important are these care packages? You know, especially you guys go on some very difficult assignments, some very remote, tough spots.
Mm-hmm. You know, care packages in general, they do a couple things. Not only do they, you know, you keep hearing about beef jerky, and I know people at home are probably like laughing, going, man, these people really love beef jerky. But when you get something that reminds you of home and America, when you're overseas, even a bag of M&Ms, when you see that, reminds you of these types of things. It's amazing what it does for the spirit and the morale of a person. But I'll tell you the other thing that it does. Knowing that American citizens care and understand that you're deployed and don't just take it for granted. You know, there's people serving every single day since this country started. There's been people at the ready to run towards a gun in defense of freedom and to basically eliminate our enemies. It is important for those individuals to realize that and to know that the American citizens back home aren't taking them for granted, and they're not taking their citizenry for granted. So I know it sounds like I'm going out on a little bit of a stretch here, but those packages really do tell the troops that the American citizens are there with them, that they understand, and that they support them.
Well said, absolutely. John, great to have you here. We are so appreciative, and thank you for your service. And you're big online too. I have my iPhone 6s Plus here, so I'm expecting to be seeing your tweet, okay? I'm going to be looking for your tweet to tell all your friends to help, because even if you can't get in the ring with Don King, you can get on the Skype, okay? Or get on the iPhone or whatever it is, all right?
Thank you so much,
It's like following YouTube when you go up to do karaoke, following Don King in a telethon. It's, you know.
Well, thank you so much, John. You know, we're not going to do karaoke here. We want to introduce a real singer. I mean, you know, I have to tell you this, Rita.
Little Sinatra.
If I were to ever get a hall pass from my husband, which of course would never happen, but if it did, the one I'd want to share it with would be Robert Davi. I've had a crush on him for so many years.
Oh, this is now the truth comes out here, live on Troopathon.
Live on television. I love him, of course, from his movies. You probably recognize him from his tough guy character.
Of course, Bond films and so many different films.
Well, yes.
Superstar actor, superstar singer.
But I swoon when I hear him
Secret
sing.
Crush. Melanie Morgan, everybody.
Robert Davi.
Robert, we love you. And maybe I have a secret crush too. Robert and I are dear friends. And look how dapper he
I know
is.
you,
Robert. I love you. Thank you so much. And also, thank you so much. By the way, how do you feel about Melanie? Can we get rid of your spouses? And would I be invited to the wedding, Robert?
I am unspoused right now. So.
Look right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there you go. The word's
halfway
out.
there. Sorry.
We'll see what we can do about Melanie's end. Robert,
I just want to, Robert, I want to thank you so. I want to thank you so much because you have been here each and every year of Troopathon. I think there was one year when you were traveling around the world and you couldn't get a Skype connection, but you joined us at the behest of Andrew Breitbart, our mutual friend, who was also a co-host. So thank you so much. We're celebrating 10 years. Can you believe it?
I know, it's amazing. But first I want to say, how come I can't see you guys? Is there no way that
you got to tune into Newsmax TV. You would.
But aren't they supposed to have this on Newsmax TV so I can see you guys? I'm on Skype.
Oh, you're on Skype. We'll have to make sure that we send you then some video. But you know, I got to tell you, we love you, Robert. And what do you want to say to folks who are listening out there? Because you, as Melanie pointed out, you have been such a stalwart supporter of the troops over and over again. What do you want to say to the folks listening out there? Because you are so patriotic, and I know firsthand you talk about the love of the troops, and you go out there and you visit them too.
Well, first of all, I want to just commend the both of you for the tireless energy you put into the troops, and I'm sure they know that and they appreciate that. Everything you guys do, as Melanie said earlier, it's 10 years that you guys have been doing the Troopathon, and I remember it started out very small and but enthusiastic, and you had a great group of people. And it's just gotten bigger and bigger over the last decade. And here we have, I mean, I think it's imperative in this particular climate of our country that's very precarious. We're so divisive. But one thing that we don't have to be divisive on is our love for the troops and appreciation for the troops, no matter what side of the political fence you're on. And whatever, you know, I guess I heard earlier Don King with $10,000. Most people can't live up to that. It's great that he can do that. But we urge everyone to give whatever they can, because those little donations, it was like the current election that we just saw. It was the groundswell of people that helped win an election. And it's up to each individual to give what they can to help the troops. And you guys, created this wonderful day, and I just am thrilled to be part of it, and just so appreciate the love and the attention that you guys give to the troops.
We love you.
We love you so much. And I just want to tell you that listening to you with Michael Savage was one of the best, most entertaining and interesting interviews I've ever heard. So, Robert, thanks for sharing yourself with all of America. And thank you for your patriotism and sharing so much help that you've given us in the last decade of doing Troopathon.
Again, like I said, and, you know, it's funny, girls, because recently I went to Sicily, and they made me an honorary citizen of my mother and father's hometown, Torretta. I was the guest artist on the Italian version of The Voice. I sang on that, and then they heard me, and then they said, oh, Davi is from Sicily, because I had mentioned that I spoke Italian there. And I think there's over 25 million Italian Americans, and a lot of them served in World War II and World War I. My grandfather, who came over from Sicily, enlisted in the U.S. infantry. I've said this before. He was wounded twice, critically wounded twice, and I found out how critically wounded he was when I was over in Sicily. And not only that, something that blew me away, there was a plaque in Torretta, this mountain town right outside of Isola della Femmina, overlooking the beautiful ocean there, that was there was a Salvatore Davi. The name had an accent over it. And my father's name was Salvatore, who fought in World War II.
Right.
He was a gunner on a Navy ship. His ship was torpedoed. He was in the water for 3 days. Suffered from PTSD. We didn't call it that back then. But I found out that my grandfather had a brother, Salvatore, who was killed in World War I. No one ever knew about it.
Oh, wow.
No one spoke about it.
Wow.
And it's so many families have been touched by the service of military. In honor of all of them, we should give what we can and help this cause.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that beautiful story. And You got to tweet about the flag too, because that's a great story too. The flag story that you shared. We love that, Robert. We love you. Thank you for supporting Troopathon.
Robert Davi, everybody.
Thank you so much. And of course, he sings Sinatra. And our next guest has actually opened for Frank Sinatra. He is an award-winning singer, songwriter, filmmaker. Performed at the White House. He also opens at the Memorial Day Parade, the national telecast. Please listen to the great Tomašek Bednarik.
This song is for every mother, father, brother, and sister who tirelessly serve our nation and bless each and every one of us beyond words. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night by the light up above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, our home, sweet home. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside you and guide her through the night by the light up above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, our home, sweet home. Oh yeah! From the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, our home, sweet home. God bless America. Oh, God bless America. God bless America. Our home, sweet home.
Wow, that was unbelievable. Award-winning singer, songwriter, composer Tomašek Bednarik. He has performed for Elizabeth Taylor, Shah Varan, opened at the Memorial Day Parade, which is broadcast to 170 countries. And what a beautiful rendition and stirring rendition of God Bless America. And it reminds us just how beautiful this country is. And it's because of our brave men and women and our troops. And he is a great, great patriot all the time, volunteering his help and support of our troops and their families. And what a great, great voice. It's so beautiful to hear.
It is amazing to me how many people want to be involved in our production of Troopathon because they love our troops so much. And Thomas, that comes from a military family.
He does. His brother, a commanding general, a 3-star with a 4-star command, and very patriotic also. His father, who was in 3 wars, by the way, in Korea, World War II, and Vietnam.
Wow. So
think about the service in that family, and you can hear the heart and soul in that beautiful voice that we just heard from Tomacek.
We certainly can, and you know, we have a lot of heart to go. We have people who are volunteering their time. Coming up very shortly on our broadcast, we're going to have Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, we're going to have Mark
Bill O'Reilly.
And
a rare appearance.
Very late ad, thanks to the beautiful Rita Cosby.
Thanks to Troopathon, because it's an easy draw.
Yes, it is. But now we are going to move over to the
John Bachman,
Newsmax TV news deck. Pardon me. It's already getting a little crazy. Here's John Bachman with the very latest on what he's talking about.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. I'm standing here with Kay Riverly, and Kay's going to read some of the donations that have come in just in the last little bit, and then we're going to do an update on the tote board. So, Kay, take us away.
Well, I am just so excited, John, because we have Laura Ingram's big donation of $1,000, which we also got another $1,000 donation from Gary in Atlanta. Right. But you know what I'm really excited about? The $25 donations that come from the people that really are reaching deep in their pocket to send something to our troops because they appreciate what they do. So we have Kenneth in Roslyn, New Jersey, that sent $50.
All right. Well, we're gonna get to the tote board real quick because we're running out of time. But we thank everybody for their donations. Let's do the big reveal. We're at $39,000, and we're up $54,000 now. Keep those donations coming in. We'll be right back after this.
Thank you.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
Her name is synonymous with the struggle for equal rights throughout America. But when Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. Contrary to popular belief, Rosa was sitting in the back of the bus. But when the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved, but Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses.
December 5th was the day the people stayed off in large numbers and did not ride the bus. In fact, most of the buses, I think all of them were just about empty.
Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back to Troopathon 10. It has been a decade since we first started raising money for care packages, using some of them. A lot of people, a lot of friends of mine in the world of talk radio and celebrity friends like Rita Cosby, who has been so helpful to us.
It's the least we can do.
I'm Melanie Morgan. I'm the chairwoman of Move America Forward, and I created this little old television program 10 years ago. It seems like just yesterday, but
congratulations. It's so great. And the love and support that you and everybody at Move America Forward, what you have accomplished, and partnering, of course, with Newsmax, which is so great because hopefully you're watching it on Newsmax television or also streaming. It's also on Facebook. You think about over the 10 years how much it's developed to where it is.
It has grown. It has just blown up. And I want to say a real quick thank you to a couple of people. First of all, our big boy voice announcer who donates his services. His name is Bob Sarlott, well-known comedian and voiceover announcer. So thank you, Bob, for that. And also to our volunteer packer, Joan, in Sacramento, California.
Uber packer.
So, all right, we've said some thank yous. Yes. We have so many people to welcome, including Reed Lance Rosenthal is a prolific author, and although the American West is a common theme in his books, you're going to find a lot of references to men and women in the military.
And of course, he's written Threads West, Maps of Fate, so many big ones. He's also donated thousands of books to Move America Forward to send to our troops. So how did you get so inspired, Reed, to be able to do such a beautiful gesture?
You know, I was inspired to write the stories, number one, because I am inspired by America. Her story, her people, the way this country has evolved and held together, and by the men and women who defend it. And I can't think of a better way. It's my honor to donate thousands of books to troops serving in hellholes to protect our freedoms. I mean, it is my honor.
Yeah, my son is 25 years old. He's what they call a millennial. And a lot of millennials do not really understand the sacrifice that our troops have made, even though many of our troops, most of them, in fact,
are
millennials themselves. To the young people of America, how can we educate them?
You know, the best way to teach somebody is through a story. I mean, it's one of the reasons I write these books. It's the story of America, her people, the brave men, the courageous and independent women who, of differing origins, competing ambitions, some of them quite dark, and separate cultures who wove into the tapestry of the country and who have established and defended its freedoms since back at Lexington Bridge.
Well, thank you so much, Reed Lance Rosenthal. Thank you for your love and support of the troops, and thank you for donating the books and sharing these great stories, reminding us of what a great country it is through your words and also being here on Skype, too. Thank you so much, Reed.
Well, you know, one of the things I want to say to you is that you folks do an incredible job. When I was doing the research with my publishers as to where or who to donate through, your name kept coming up, checked you guys out. Absolutely. You have a sterling outfit, sterling people. You're doing a great job by great people for a great country and the greatest among us, and that's those who defend us.
Thank you, Rita, and thank you for all you do, and thank you for your support of Troopathon. Great to have you here, my friend. And we're going to go now to John Bachman in the studios there in Newsmax, just a few feet away from us. John, what do you have? I understand you've got one of the dogs with you, right?
Yeah, one of the dogs that's helping us out today. That's not actually me. Probably a lot cuter than me, a lot of people think. But this is a dog boss, and I got Justin Rigney here. Justin Rigney's from Canine Services Unlimited. He and his wife, police officers, they train police dogs. They also train dogs for anybody who wants one of these very special dogs. You know, Belgian Malinois, German Shepherds, Doberman Pinschers, Pit Bulls like this. Pit Bulls were actually used in recruiting, Justin, right, during World War I because of their loyalty?
Yep, their loyalty and dedication back in World War I. They had them on the recruiting posters.
Yeah, this is a great dog. A lot of people are scared of these dogs. The boss here is a sweetheart. But we want to, highlight the fact that there are a lot of working police dogs and a lot of working military dogs. And part of Troopathon is you can donate money that goes specifically towards a care package. And Greg, if you could just kind of pan up here with the camera real quick, we're going to talk about what's in the specialty care package for the dogs. Now, the dogs that are serving on the front lines, they're in places like in Afghanistan and Iraq, desert areas. They need eye protection just like human beings. So when you get one of these dog boxes for Troopathon. You get the goggles here, it protects their eyes, things for the dogs to play with, also things to help their eyes, eye drops. Again, as we mentioned, a lot of these dogs are serving in the front lines, in harm's way, in the deserts. They need special care. Treats and everything like that. Kongs, we appreciate Kong for their support and the dogs, but donate to Troopathon, support our troops, but also support the four-legged troops as well. Back to you, Melanie and Rita.
Absolutely. Love to be able to see that too. And again, those dogs, sniffing out the IEDs, they do very difficult work, such important work, and we can't thank them enough. Our next guest knows the sacrifice of war all too well, and I think exemplifies true heroism when we think about this. We have with us now Navy SEAL. He's also the CEO of Hurricane Group, Brandon Webb. And Brandon, I think about the story of Benghazi. I have had the privilege of interviewing all those guys who are on the front lines in Benghazi. And I know that you lost your best friend, Glenn Doherty, of course, who was there that very difficult, very fateful night. And I'm just so honored that you're here with us here on Troopathon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You know firsthand, as someone who's been there on the front lines, just the sacrifice and how difficult it is for our troops. And that's what this is really all about. It is a great tribute to these incredible, gutsy, courageous people like Glenn. And anything we can do to say thank you, to bring some home, and to just say thank you for your service, to think about being able to do a care package, something as simple as this, when you think about it, how tough and how ferocious the fight is. And the enemy is vicious, as you know. It's very difficult right now. And for us to just be able to send a package, I think it's the least we can do.
Yeah, it's a great cause. And to be honest, getting mail overseas and packages are literally like, it's like Christmas for the guys, for the men and women who are on the front lines. Everybody is dying to get that care package in the mail. And so, regardless of whether it's a letter from home or a care package like this, I think it's a great thing, and it will definitely have an impact on the morale of the war fighters overseas, for sure.
I have to say, Brandon, I've actually been in Iraq twice when some of the care packages were delivered to the FOBs and to Camp Victory. And one of the things that really strikes me about a soldier, and you can tell that they are in the military if you had no other inkling, is that the first thing they do is they share it with other members of their platoon or their squad or whoever is around them.
Yeah, the sharing and also I think the horse trading that goes on.
Yeah, that's right.
The swapping stuff back and forth.
It does.
Who's got the beef jerky? Who's got the
dudes? The dude wipes, yeah.
Brandon, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
And thank you. I think about Glenn Doherty. I think about those heroes of Benghazi every day, and it's a real honor to have you here. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
We were talking about big supporters of Troopathon, yes, and just the reason that we give, and I think the reason you've had so much support through the years, and you in this incredible organization, is because people love it. People know that it literally is bringing a smile on their face, and the heroes out there. And we have a little bit just to show you some of the decade of support.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I want to lend my support to Troopathon. I've got quite a few family members in the military, and I've always had the greatest respect for those who fight and protect us. Thank you so much for your service. Please be sure to move America forward by lending a hand to our men and women in the armed forces and send a care package. Salute our troops, and thank you for your support.
Hi, I'm Mike Krzyzewski, coach of the Duke University Blue Devils, and also the U.S. team's national coach for the last 7 years. And I'm a huge supporter of Troopathon. They've done a magnificent job over the last 6 years in raising over $3.5 million, providing over 215 tons of support for our troops on the front lines in Iraq and Afghanistan. As a former military officer, I'm a graduate of the United States Military Academy and served in the Army as an officer for 5 years. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the efforts of this team in helping, the best team in our country, and those are our men and women who are serving for us on foreign territory, and especially in Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't know if you can think of it this way, but try to put yourself in a position of someone who is on tour. and multiple tours. And they're on the front lines, they're protecting our freedoms. And at times you can say, I wonder if anybody's thinking of me. They're human beings, they can feel that way. And all of a sudden, they get packages, they get material, they get food, they get items from people here in the United States and saying, not only do we love you, not only do we support you, but maybe this little bit of something we can give you can brighten up your day and maybe help you, and that's what this cause is all about. It's about not just providing food and materials for our troops, but helping them have a greater spirit. Believe me, it's worth the support. I'm 100% behind them, and I hope that you can be behind them also.
This is Pamela Geller. I fight for freedom every day. As president of the American Freedom Defense Initiative, we take the fight to the enemy in the information battle space. But the real heroes in this war are our troops, fighting under crippling rules of engagement. I stand in awe of these brave Americans who lay their lives on the line every day so that we might be free. I mean, really, we ought to give them a little something, something, right? Dig deep. Give to Troopathon. They're an amazing organization. 9 Troopathons. God bless them. God bless our soldiers. And God bless America.
All right, God bless indeed. We're going to read some more pledges. We have Kay Riverly back with us. Kay, give us 3 of our most recent donors.
We've got Mary from Webster, Florida with $50. We've got John from Bayside, New York with $100. And Dennis in Las Vegas is placing his bet on our troops for $25.
All right, I see Michael from Jupiter, Florida there, my hometown. Thank you so much for your donation, Michael, for $25. I think there. I've got Martin from Park Ridge, Illinois, $140. We got Margaret from Tonopah, Arizona. Let's see what else we got out. And we've got Tony from Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's going to bring us up to our new total now, $58,100 in donation. That's a lot of care packages, you guys. But we want to keep that number going high. Remember, I'll get mauled by a dog if you get that number up to the right place, all right? Stay tuned. You want to see that. We got more coming up here. Troopathon continues right after this.
Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
And welcome back to Troopathon 10. We love this, everybody. Thank you. Keep the donations coming.
Rita Cosby, I'm Melanie Morgan. I'm co-founder of Move America Forward, and this is the 10th year that we have done this live broadcast, and this is the second year with Newsmax TV, and we'd like to thank Chris Ruddy and John Bachman, all the people here at the studios in Florida.
Phenomenal.
First time we've ever had that opportunity, but the second year of sponsorship, so thank you for that. Rita Cosby, of course, you have been involved in radio and television for many years, many awards that you have won, the latest of which, by the way, folks, she won't tell you herself because she's so modest, but it's the Gracie Award, which is, of course, given to women in broadcasting who, it's actually voted by our peers.
Yeah, voted by your peers, which is neat. And for me, you know, I think about all the work I do on television and radio, but to me, to be here on this broadcast, that is the most special thing of all. I can't tell you how excited I get to be able to honor the troops, to be able to give back. And you can see here, these are pallets and pallets upon care packages that get sent to the troops. And for me, this is very special. As we were talking about, my father was a prisoner of war and was saved by American troops. So I feel like any time that I can honor our brave servicemen and women who literally rescued my father when he was a Polish resistance fighter in World War II, and don't just help Poland, they help so many countries around the world. But this is my way to say thank you and to be able to say, you know, we love you, we appreciate you, and we know what you are doing to free countries like Poland in World War II and so many countries you think about right now all over the globe. You look at Syria, you look at Iraq, you look at North Korea, all these flashpoints, and you think about these troops, these young troops who we were talking about earlier, Mel, like, you know, some of them baby faces, these young men and women that are volunteering. It's an all-volunteer force. And think about how important it is for us to volunteer and say thank you, that we love you, and to be able to give them a care package and say we're thinking of you, and to feel a connection back to America, because these care packages literally go all over the world. And then they receive a letter from you which says, we love you. You can personalize it. You can say whatever you want. And for some of them, this is sometimes, you know, the only piece of mail that they get for months, for years, for a long time. Some of them are in desolate places. And to be able to say thank you. We've got 200,000 troops literally all over the globe. And for us to say thank you with a care package sent from you, it is so special. It's an honor to be here.
14,500 American men and women are serving right now in Iraq and Afghanistan, 200,000 across the world in hot spots. And it is a very dangerous, a very dirty, a very unpleasant job in many instances. And they do it without often the acknowledgement of those of us to whom they are protecting. That is one of the reasons why I became involved and helped to create Move America Forward.
And bravo for all that you have done. I'm telling you, you have been you are one of the most amazing patriots out in this country, and your family's service and your love and your dedication 24/7. I'll get a message from Melanie at 3 in the morning. Guess what? I'm up replying. She is working 24/7, and all the great team here at Move America Forward. Thank you for all you do.
Well, thank you, Rita, for joining us on the broadcast. Coming up, we're going to have Rush Limbaugh. We're also going to have Mark Levin. We're going to have Sean Hannity. These are some of my friends from the world of talk radio, where I lived for about 20 years.
Yeah, just a few years.
Just a few years.
Yeah, and by the way, they are here because of the box that we're sending right here. This is just a sample box. So we just want to show you some of the different things that are in this box, because you know, you forget, you think about it, you know, a luxury. You know, you've got a little bit of coffee here, and we take it for granted that we have these items. You know, sunscreen. And you think about, you are in the desolate sun, whether it's in Iraq or Syria, some of these places that you just talked about, Mel, and elsewhere around the globe. You know, this is a luxury for some of these guys. And you put together these amazing packages. You even have Girl Scout cookies. You got the Girl Scouts. You've got everybody involved here, and the Oreos and everything else.
I know, we're starving, so we better put this.
Yeah, we better put it down. What about the almonds here?
No, what we want to talk about for a second here is the basketball from Coach K.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at this over here. We got
an interview with him.
Here we go. Look, I love this.
For $200, you can get an autographed Coach K basketball. We are really excited.
And it goes in the raffle, everybody. And what it is this is his signature. This is the legendary Coach K, of course, of Duke, of course, of Olympics, many Olympics, the greatest basketball coach ever, and a true patriot. He also graduated from West Point. He's a military guy, and he actually signed it. You can see here's the official signature. And if you donate $200, it goes into the raffle.
Yes.
And you have a chance to win this. And we're going to be doing a drawing very soon. So you want to hurry up and get the money in so it goes into the raffle, so we can actually hopefully pull your name. And if not, I might like throw a couple in there for myself, because I'm a huge Coach K fan. And how cool to be able to get a personal signature, a signed basketball from Coach K. This is so incredible. And he has been a stalwart supporter of Troopathon for so many years.
We want to thank Coach K, but we also want to thank an individual who's joining us right now, Thomas K. Nicholas, who has been such a supporter for Troopathon and for our military men and women.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Thomas Ian Nicholas. You might know me better as Kevin in the American Pie films, or Henry Rowan Gardner in Rookie of the Year. You know, last time the Cubs went to the World Series, well, it was last year. But before that, it was Rookie of the Year. Anyway, I just wanted to take a moment to tell you that I'm a supporter of Troopathon, and I just wanted to say thank you to all the troops. Thank you for your service. We obviously enjoy the freedom that we have in this country because of your service. And I know that for many of my friends that have served, I think you can get your hands on American Pie to watch and have some laughs while you're on tour. So I'm glad that I can provide that for you. And obviously care packages are a big thing, so that's why I'm a supporter of Troopathon. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Thomas Ian Nicholas, great patron, a great supporter. By the way, keep the donations coming, everybody. We are here till 10 o'clock Eastern time. We want to hear from you. And we've had so many great folks. We had Don King on. We had,
He donated $10,000.
Laura Ingram also.
She donated $1,000.
Thank
We've
you,
had
guys.
people who have donated $5,000. And I have to visualize this again, because this is something that somebody once said, if you visualize what you really want, and if you ask somebody from the bottom of your heart with all sincere intentions, that you will receive it. So I'm asking somebody out there who's watching us right now, if you can donate $10,000, we can use that money to put together the most amazing care packages to send overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan. This is how we operate all year long. It's not just because we do it once and it's one and done.
Yeah, it's a 24/7.
24/7.
Because our troops need our support 24/7. You think about it, it doesn't stop. And you know, right now, as we've been talking about all the difficult places around the world, the troops are on multiple deployments. Time and time again, and to be able to get a care package from you guys working and all the great volunteers, this is such an incredible organization, an incredible cause, and whatever you can do. And make sure, you know, Melanie is a good visualizer, so make sure that what she is visualizing comes true. Make sure it comes true. Do it, everybody, do it. And here's, just to give you an idea, you and everybody you've been at it for 10 years. Here's a little more of the decade of support, and she's going to be visualizing during this.
Hi, I'm Adam Carolla, and here's why I support the troops. I support the troops because they support this country. We would not have this way of life. We would not be able to build what we built and enjoy what we enjoy, the freedoms that we all enjoy, you and I, every day, we would not have without our troops and our brave military abroad and domestically. So I would hope that just like you support your team, and just like you support your church, and just like you support your family, you would support our troops, because they're everyone's team.
Howdy, this is Rick Perry. I'd like to take a moment to thank our troops for their service, along with all of you who are working to support them. As the son of a World War II tail gunner and an Air Force veteran myself, I understand how serving overseas can be a lonely experience for a young man or woman thousands of miles away from home. Your contributions to Troopathon.org will send care packages to our service members containing items they can put to good use, from coffee and cookies to deodorant and wet wipes. More than anything, though, it's a friendly gesture from back home, sent with the strong message that we care. I urge you to join this worthy effort. Show your support for the troops. Be sure to spread the word as well. Visit Move America Forward on Facebook and connect on Twitter with the hashtag Troopathon. God bless you. And through you, may He continue to bless this nation we love so much.
Hello, I'm Herman Cain, and I'm proud to be a part of Troopathon 6, because it is one small way that those of us back home can say thank you to the men and women in uniform all over the world, and to say to them also that we care. Those packages from MoveAmericaForward.org may not be big in some people's eyes, but many of our troops have told us it means a lot, and it is a big statement about how much we care about them. The attitude and the spirit of our men and women cannot be matched by anyone in the world. I recently interviewed a young man by the name of Brian Anderson, who fought in Iraq and unfortunately lost both of his legs and half of one of his arms. And during the interview, I noticed that Brian had such a positive attitude, and I asked him, I said, Brian, how under your circumstances do you maintain such a positive attitude? And Brian said to me, Mr. Cain, first of all, I know, and when we were over in Iraq, we knew that the people back home cared. And he said, secondly, being depressed sucks. And I think that exemplifies the spirit and the attitude of many of our men and women in uniform, whether they have been injured or not. And that's why MoveAmericaForward.org continues to do whatever it can to let you know back home that we do care, and we're going to continue to send those packages. I encourage those of you who can make donations to go to moveamericaforward.org and do what you can to help in this great cause. Thank you. I'm Herman Cain.
Thank you so much, Herman Cain.
Love him. 999.
Oh, 999. That's right. Here's the number, though, 844-2-TROOPS. 844-2-TROOPS if you want to donate by phone, or just go to troopathon.org, and there's a little donate button there. So thank you, Newsmax TV, for providing the live feed to us, and to Rita Cosby, who has been joining me for the last 5 years. And
such an honor.
Thank you to Monica Crowley, who is a dear, dear friend of mine. I really love listening to her and watching her and reading her all the time, because she's one of the smartest people I have ever met. Monica Crowley joining us right now by phone. Good morning, or good evening, I guess it is.
Wherever you're watching.
Yes.
Whatever part of the daytime, it's Monica.
Hi. Well, Melanie, first of all, thank you for that incredible introduction. I think I need to take you with me everywhere I go. And you two ladies are very dear friends of mine, and I cherish you guys so much, and I want to thank you for what you're doing.
But you love me more than Rita, don't you?
No, I think it's equal.
I think
it's equal. No, you know what? I think she's Polish, right? I think Monica's Polish too. So it's, you know, I'm not sure.
Thank you so much for having me as part of Troopathon. I did it a couple of years ago. I'm so happy to come back, because none of us can do any of the things that we enjoy and find rewarding in this country without freedom. And the only way we have freedom is the vanguard of the U.S. military and their heroism every single day. Quiet heroism comes in all forms in the U.S. military, and that's why we're here to support them and let them know that we care, that we remember them, and that we care enough that we want to send care packages and just some joy to our troops around the world.
You know, Monica, you talk to a lot of the troops, I know. What do you want to say, too, about how meaningful it is when they receive these packages? Because you're such a patriot, and you always talk to so many of the military men and women. They love you. You know, it just touches the heart. I mean, Melanie and I were talking about how we've been in places where they've actually received them, and there's like tears in their eyes to get these, and how important it is that America does not forget them at this time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it doesn't matter where we are in terms of our foreign policy or what the status of any conflict is, and even in peacetime, it doesn't matter. Our troops volunteer to join the United States military. Think about that. Join the U.S. military voluntarily, knowing that the pay is low, long periods of time away from the United States and family and friends, and, oh, by the way, could get killed or gravely injured. And they still step up and say, yeah, I want a part of that. That makes each and every member of the U.S. military a hero. And when they get these packages, I'm telling you, it means so much to them. They come off of long, dangerous patrols. They're so far away from home and the people that they love, and so far away from the United States, from their own country. To get these kinds of packages not only makes their lives easier day to day, because there are all kinds of goodies in these packages. In fact, you know, I've seen them. They look pretty good. They look really good. But it also shows that folks back home have not forgotten about them, even when the conflicts where they are, in which they are serving, where they're serving abroad, no matter where it is, even when those things are no longer in the headlines, we want to make sure that they know that they are remembered and loved and thought about.
Monica, well said, honey. We love you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your just stalwart support of the troops and for Troopathon so many years, dear friend.
Always, and thanks to you guys for doing what you're doing for our troops. They're in our hearts always.
And Monica, before we let you go, you got to go online. You're a big Twitter person. You got to tweet out. Tell everybody to donate to Troopathon, please.
Oh, I've been doing it, and I will continue to do it.
Thank you, honey.
Love you, Monica.
Thanks, guys. Love you, too.
Okay, Monica Crowley, a Fox News contributor. Now, speaking of Fox News.
I think we got a biggie now, guys.
This is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting for on our broadcast, but I'm first just going to say 2Troops. 844-2Troops is the number to donate. And I'm still waiting to hear about that $10,000 donation.
Absolutely.
I've just kind of visualized in my head.
And Don King, by the way, we had Don King earlier who donated $10,000. I actually just tweeted out, everybody, I said, get in the ring with Don King. So match that, what Melanie was just talking about. Match Don King. Beat up Don King in the ring. Come on. Don't let Don King, the boxing promoter, take over. You have to try to see if you can match. If you know anyone who can be generous and do this for the troops, that would be really fantastic. The troops need your support and they need your love. And make sure Melanie's telepathy comes through. Come on, everybody.
That's right. We've got a new hashtag working.
Melanie's telepathy.
With Don King.
Yeah, and Melanie's telepathy. We got two of them.
That's right. All right, we got a lot of them. But I've got a lot of respect, a tremendous amount of respect for this man who I am proud to have called a friend for the last 17 years. He is a several award winner for Broadcasting Hall of Fame. His name is Sean Hannity. He is the star of radio and television at Fox News. And I'm so thrilled that he is able to join us this year, this first time in several years, although he has certainly supported Troopathon so much with his checkbook and with his heart. So let's hear from Sean Hannity. Sean?
All right, everybody, Troopathon is back. It has been something that I have supported a lot over the years, run by my great friend Melanie Morgan and so many hardworking patriots to send these care packages to our brave men and women. You have no idea how important this is for all of these people that put their lives on the line for us every single day, and they don't even have the little things sometimes that they need. It's ridiculous, but thank God Troopathon is there. Look, I know that we're being hit in a million directions. Whatever you can do, big, small, doesn't matter, anything you can do to help this great organization, our brave men and women. I will be donating. I want all of you, just any little bit you can help, it goes a long way. I want to say congratulations on yet another successful year for Troopathon. The work they do is imperative, it's important, and frankly, it's just downright good and patriotic. Melanie, thank you. All the Troopathon associates, thank you. You guys do amazing work, and it's an honor to have just be a little tiny spoke in your wheel, and we appreciate all that you do each and every year.
Oh, beautiful. We love you, Sean.
Sean Hannity, everybody.
Great guy.
And he just texted me a few minutes ago.
And said?
That he is donating $10,000.
Oh, my gosh.
Visualization.
How amazing is this? The visualization worked. He got in the ring with Don King.
He got in the ring with Don King. He is going to donate $10,000. So, folks, I'm going to have to do this all over again.
Wow. And by the way,
another
$10,000. Sean, we love you, my friend. How generous. What a great patriot and great American. And thank you for supporting this incredible organization. We love you.
Thank you, Sean. Oh, now
wait, I think we got to go to the tote board now after that great news from Sean.
We've got an abacus working.
Wow, look, here it is.
Oh,
$63,000, everybody. Keep it coming. And you just heard 10 coming in from Sean. He got in the ring with Don King.
He did.
Who also donated 10. Everybody, whatever you can do to help, thank you so, so much. We're going to have much more of Troopathon right after the break.
844-2Troops.
You're watching Troopathon 10. Brought to you by these fine sponsors: American Red Cross, Coach K and Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council, Guideposts, Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed, Kong, Motel 6, Overstock.com, Paradise Logodere, Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West, San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee, Teledirect, 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed, arrested, interrogated, sued by the criminal, and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine, and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
On September 15, 1950, General of the Army and Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Forces, Douglas MacArthur, launched a surprise amphibious attack against the Communist North Korean Army at the Bay of Incheon in South Korea. Approximately 3 months earlier, the North invaded South Korea and soon captured its capital, Seoul. MacArthur, against the advice of his military advisors, chose Incheon for his counterattack. The move was risky. Incheon was heavily fortified, and American soldiers would face towering cliffs on its beaches. His maneuver caught the enemy completely by surprise. MacArthur quickly cut the North Korean army in half as their beleaguered army hastily beat a retreat north. For the moment, the government of South Korea had been saved. In an address to a joint session of Congress, General Douglas MacArthur uttered those famous words, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away," and then added,
"I now close my military career and just fade away."
You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back, everybody, to Troopathon 10, a decade of broadcasting live for care packages for our troops. I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the chairwoman of Move America Forward. We are the largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country. And I am delighted once again for the 5th year now to have the participation of Rita Cosby, an award-winning, multiple award-winning journalist, but also
and supporter of the troops.
Patriot.
Most important. That's the greatest award of all, is to be here and to be able to be with you every year. And also, not just for this Troopathon, you and your organization do work year-round. You think about every day you have people who are volunteering, helping, putting these great packages together. This is, of course, one of the big events, but there are like 24/7 you're doing things. But donate, if you can, to this tremendous organization. I do a lot of charities. There's nothing better than this great organization to be able to say thank you to our troops and to be able to let them know you care and you love them. And your organization has ratings. Year after year, you get these huge, great charity ratings. There's so many different, sometimes it's hard to figure out which charity should I donate to. This always gets top ratings. It is so well respected. So it's 86 cents, right?
86 cents
That's a huge
of every
amount.
dollar goes right back into the care packages. We keep our administrative costs very low, folks. And the reason why you do that is so that we can cram all of these goodies into care packages and send them overseas. One of the things that we have here to help pay for these care packages, and by the way, postage is the most expensive item that we have to deal with. I wish if I were in charge of the universe, and trust me, folks, I should
She's
be.
working on it.
I'm working on it. We would make it free for postage to go overseas to soldiers in harm's way. We should not have to pay a dime to the U.S.
We need to talk to the Postal Service, see if there's some way to work that. And in the meantime,
know anybody?
Yeah, let's see. We got somebody out there know of any. In the meantime, also, by the way, we have this basketball. This is from Coach K, and you can see the signature right there. Mike Krzyzewski, legendary Coach K, of course, of Duke basketball, Olympian. He's coached so many great teams. You think about all the big Olympics. But if you donate $200 or more, you go into a raffle, and at the end of this hour, we are going to figure out who wins this incredible basketball. So if you donate $200 or more to Troopathon, you're watching us right now on Newsmax TV or troopathon.org if you're streaming, Facebook, all the great different ways that we are broadcasting right now. Well, whatever you do, if you donate $200 or more, you go right in that raffle automatically, and then we're going to pull the winner at the end of this hour. So you want to stay tuned. So you got a couple minutes left to still donate $200 or more, and then you get a chance to win this incredible basketball that, like, if you go to places, it's a lot of money.
Here's the funny thing about this basketball is that the signature goes for a mile.
Yeah, Coach Krzyzewski.
That is the longest signature I have ever seen on a basketball.
Just a K, just a little K.
Coach K.
And speaking of people who are A-OK with us, and of course we're here on Newsmax TV. We're so proud to be partnering with all of you. J.D. Hayworth is one of the great hosts on Newsmax TV, of course, former congressman and just all around great patriot. Also was one of the hosts here on Troopathon. Loves you guys, loves this great organization. J.D., great to have you back with us and all your support.
We are so thrilled to have you.
Melanie, ladies, it's so great. Thank you very much, Mel. It's so good to be with you. And as I join you tonight from Newsmax, New York, I listen with great interest about the Mike Krzyzewski autographed basketball. A couple of things race through my mind. Number one, even though I'm an NC State grad, my sainted mother is a Duke alumna, so that means a lot. But number two, I'm not sure if people realize the biography of Mike Krzyzewski, a guy who played for Bobby Knight at West Point. And then Mike became the head coach at West Point himself. So he understands duty, honor, country. And the great thing is, in our great country, you don't have to go to West Point or Annapolis or to the Air Force Academy to understand the commitment that our troops, from the enlisted right through the brass, make to our country. And you know, I've been blessed over the years as a member of Congress. I got a chance to go to Iraq a year into the hostilities, and yes, we were in Baghdad, but I recall a visit to Mosul, which those who study the Bible realize that's the ancient city of Nineveh, where Jonah was trying to stay away from. But when I went there to Mosul and ran into troops from Arizona, there was one story in particular. A young man, very soft-spoken, consistent with his cultural norms from the Navajo Nation, often avoided eye contact. But Mangano, who was a guy who grew up first in Phoenix and went to school in Tucson, and Morgan, who had grown up down in the mining country, down around Franklin, Arizona, in my district, said, "Congressman, you cannot leave before you meet Atakai. You got to meet Sergeant Atakai." Sergeant John Atakai was a guy who was hard at work, because these were the days when we were just getting used to seeing those IEDs. And it was later, you'll recall, that we started to up-armor our vehicles here at home. So Atakai, there in the garage in Mosul, with his welder's mask and his welder's torch, was taking every piece of scrap metal he could find to fortify the vehicles for his comrades. And General Carter Ham was in command of that particular group. And he and I went in to visit Sergeant Atakai, and for me, that typifies the relationship between and among our troops to take care of each other. Atakai working through chow call to get that done. And then, of course, so many guys and ladies on the front lines needing these packages from home. It means so much to them because, ladies, you know, the paradox of this age is the fact that yes, we have the internet, and throughout our facilities in Iraq or elsewhere, people could go to the internet cafe. They could exchange emails with their families and use social media. And so it's a matter of being so close and yet so far away. And these care packages from home with peanut butter and just stuff means so much to these guys.
It does.
It's just, you know, like the old ads, greasy kid stuff. No, it's just 100% American stuff that they can put to work, and it really touches them.
Thank you, J.D.
We're doing great work here. You ladies are to be saluted, and everyone within the sound of my voice or who can see this image, please take time to donate to Troopathon 10. Mercy, Mel, is it already Troopathon 10?
I know.
It was just a few years ago that you were co-hosting with me.
5 years ago.
Wow.
I know.
5 years ago.
Oh,
Troopathon
good heavens.
5. And
well, thank you so much for doing that, JD. And thank you also so much for giving us a shout out on Fox today. That was very kind of you. We love you so much.
Happy to do it.
Huge supporter of the troops.
JD, you're the best. Thank you.
JD.
God bless you, ladies. God bless our troops in America. And please, folks, help out with Troopathon.
Thank you, JD. Thanks for all you do. We love you. Thank you so much. And now let's go to John Bachman, who is with Kay Rivley. John?
Rivley, but I also have John Rourke, who is a retired staff sergeant from the U.S. Army, Iraq War veteran. We're going to read off some of the most recent donations we have, big and small. John, go ahead.
We have Mary from Brooklyn, New York for $1,000. We have Timothy from Eagle, Idaho with $800. We have Martin from Park Ridge, Illinois, $140.
All right, thanks, guys. And all right, Kay, who else we got?
They're coming from everywhere. Tamara from Cordova, Alaska for $35. We've got Elaine from Eagle, Idaho, a friend of the other guy, $100. And Rosalie from Rio Rancho, New Mexico for $25.
All right, all over the United States, including Alaska. We need some donations from Hawaii. I remember last year we got a big donation from Hawaii, so if you guys are watching out there all the way in the Pacific, we need your money too. The troops need your money. Thanks so much. Melanie, Rita, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, John. Wonderful to have also the military and also Kay, who's such a great patriot from Rivley Review. And also, we were talking about the care packages and all these other things. We want to show you some of the items in the care packages because this is what really makes the difference. You were hearing from J.D. Hayworth, just the smile on the faces of the troops, and you've seen it. I've had the pleasure of seeing it. And to be able to, like, give them these small items that we just take for granted. But when you are in no man's land, which so many of our troops are, to be able to get something like this Oreo, something that they love and know, and that reminds them of America. It reminds them that America has not forgotten.
Let me just say something really quickly about that, because what most people don't understand or realize right now is that the big kitchens, the big military kitchens that were operating at the forward operating bases and at the big camps in Iraq and Afghanistan have actually disappeared, and they're eating MREs. So it's even more important than ever for us to be able to deliver these care packages that are filled with all these great items. I mean, we're talking about, well, things to eat include the Oreo cookies, which will withstand the heat of 130 degrees in the desert.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. You think about
the beef jerky, those are some of the items in there. And then the Dude wipes, the personal care and comfort items. I'll tell you, these care packages are desperately needed. It's not like they can go to a convenience store down the block. And it's not like they have a big kitchen there that's cooking for them 24/7 anymore. So that's why these care packages are so much more important now than ever.
Absolutely.
15,000 troops.
Absolutely.
Still serving in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And also the thing is, too, you know, so many of these are so far away, too, from home. You know, we forget because sometimes these troops, you know, they go to these remote bases. I've been out on the remote operating bases. I remember I went years ago with Vince McMahon and the WWE, and those guys are such great patriots, but we were in no man's land. And when the troops saw us, they were just crying because they were so happy to have somebody that reminded them of America. So can you think about how wonderful it is when they see something like this, when they get items that they know and they love and they recognize, and something that reminds them that America has not forgotten them, no matter where they are all over the globe, those 200,000 troops that you just talked about, Melanie, to be able to say, we love you, we're thinking of you, and look, America is rooting for you, and America's with you. Okay. And what a great way to do it.
We have to tell everybody the phone number again, Rita, because we don't want them to forget. It's
absolutely not.
1-844-2-TROOPS, 1-844-2-TROOPS, or you can donate online, which is easily and safer, actually, in many ways than just about anything that you could do. So that's at Troopathon.org. Newsmax TV is where you are watching us or on the stream. So
absolutely. And by the way, this is our 10th year, too, which is such a big deal that you guys have been doing it. Kudos to you, Melanie Morgan. And again, Troopathon 10, this is so key. Our goal today is to raise $300,000. And you think about, we already had some wonderful, generous donations. Sean Hannity, as you mentioned, who tweeted
$10,000.
That was so beautiful. Don King, who got in the ring.
Got in the ring for $10,000.
So help them out. Match them, everybody.
Everybody, you can do it. Do it right now. Don't wait till later in the broadcast. Just because we're entertaining you right now and you're seeing people coming up like Rush Limbaugh and Mark Levin, doesn't mean that you shouldn't let your fingers go over to the keyboard or the telephone. We need your help right now.
8442-TROOPS. And everybody, here's a video of the decades of service. 1 decade. Amazing.
Hi, I'm Gary Sinise. I wish I could be with you at Troopathon. I just wanted to send a message of support, thanks, gratitude for all that you do for our country. To all our troops all around the world, I've been very, very busy with the USO and Wounded Warrior events and supporting where I can troops and families around the world. Many, many concerts with my band, the Lieutenant Dan Band, because I think it's important that you just know that we are grateful. We don't take what you do for granted, and we want to give everything we can to you whenever we can to support you with the entertainment, care packages that we send through my program, Operation International Children, and it's all just a part of showing our gratitude and support. What you do for our country is there's no way to measure it. Very small population of our citizenry, about 0.5%, actually go out there and defend the country, while the other 300 million of us enjoy our freedom that you provide. So thank you, God bless you for everything you do for our country, and Godspeed.
Hi, my name is Frank Gaffney. I'm the president of the Center for Security Policy in Washington, D.C. A long time ago, I had the privilege of acting as an Assistant Secretary of Defense in Ronald Reagan's Pentagon. During my years there, and in all the decades since, I have had the great privilege of knowing and working with some of the finest men and women in our country who serve it in uniform. That service is done day in and day out, often very long days at that, and almost always with sacrifice. Sacrifice certainly to their families, sacrifice on their parts, sometimes the ultimate sacrifice, the sacrifice of their lives for us. I'm very pleased, therefore, to be able to participate once again in the Troopathon, brought to us by a wonderful organization, Move America Forward, which has year upon year saluted the troops and made it possible for all of us to do the same in a tangible way by sending care packages to those who are serving us, often in distant and dangerous lands, and doing so selflessly. We are in their debt. The least we can do, and I hope you will do it generously, is to say thank you in this way by sending them a care package expressing our appreciation for the wonderful contribution they're making to our lives and to our country, day in and day out. Thanks for being part of Troopathon and for doing what you can to thank our troops.
I'd just like to say thanks. Thanks to each and every one of you. You do something extraordinary every day of your lives, and I know that, you know, that it may not feel that way all the time, but your sacrifice is deeply appreciated by many of us here in America, and everyone in America does value your sacrifice. Thank you.
All right, well, we want to again say thank you for everybody, celebrities, and Joe Smith and Mary Smith in the heartland of America for supporting Troopathon. John Bachman here with John Rourke, one of our volunteers, retired Army Staff Sergeant. And John, you've been out here with me. You were helped facilitate the dogs who have been on the program already. Sure. And, you know, I heard the challenge from Melanie and Rita and others out there. If we had some big donations come in, maybe folks might want to watch me be a rag doll, as it were, for one of these military and police dogs that are being trained here. And we want to just stand by, because we'll show you that video in just a second. I survived, it's okay, but it was quite an experience. But we want to talk about the care packages, not just for our troops, but also for our four-legged troops. We have things like goggles to protect their eyes. A lot of these dogs serve right there on the front lines with the men and women in combat. They need eye protection, they need feet protection. They also need to have some fun, too. So there are toys in here, milk bones, and we also want to thank the folks at Kong, one of our sponsors, for providing and donating some of these supplies as well. Also a reminder, anyone who donates $100 will get one of these car magnets here. You can put in your car, refrigerator, and let everybody know that you support Troopathon. And we have an update, too, for you for the total of donations real quick as well. We're up to now $75,000. And we feel like that's at a point now where I guess I had to do the dog, right? We had to do it. So let's go ahead and roll the video, guys. Thank you for your donations. You know, getting attacked by a dog is nothing compared to the sacrifices that our troops make. It's not like I was being shot at. This is a trained military dog that was actually... Do we have the video? We can play it? Yeah, it's playing up now, so you can see it.
If you guys donate enough money, I would subject myself to one of these dogs. Dogs are being trained, but we're happy to do this. It's for the troops. Nothing like a little stunt, but thank you for your donations, and wish me luck. Here we go.
Balance. Low center of gravity.
Stop. Glad I had that suit on. Thank you for your donations.
So we got some big donations there, and that's nothing, right? Those dogs are trained to do that. I had that big, thick suit on, John, but guys like you and your comrades, you were there on the front lines and taking bullets coming at your head. So I'm happy to do that if that gets more donations in.
I totally agree. I mean, just think about the people that don't get to wear those jackets, and they have to look down the barrel of those dogs, those highly trained dogs that are jumping out of airplanes and falling into combat and going after the enemy just like any soldier would. They're 4 legs, but they're just the same as us on the battlefield. You know, they're willing to risk their life for the country just like any soldier would, and we greatly appreciate them. And these care packages are really going to help those dogs out. They like having fun too. Right. It's not all about getting the bad guy.
Well, I know the trainers when they're there with their dogs, they don't think of the dog as a dog. A dog is just like one of their platoon mates or anything else. The dogs are just as important. And I've been to a couple of funerals for police and military dogs after they've aged out, and the tears are flowing, and it's just so incredible to see the bond between. And we want to get to the total board again one more time. We just reminded you guys we're up to, okay, we'll get to another number. We told you about the money before. We're going to get that number up. Keep making those donations. We really appreciate that. Troopathon 2017, the 10th anniversary. Keep those donations coming in. John Bachman from Newsmax TV, stay with us. Keep the donations coming in. Troopathon.org. You can continue to donate and stay tuned with us. We have much more to come. And we're going to try to make that goal of $300,000. We're going to get there. We got a long way to go. Keep those donations coming in. Back to you guys.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued by the criminal and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
It was erected in the dead of night, and for 28 years separated East Germany from West Germany. The Berlin Wall quickly came to symbolize the stark difference between the free West and the communist East. In June of 1987, President Reagan visited the wall at the famous Brandenburg Gate and used the occasion to issue 2 public challenges to then Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev.
If you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
His second challenge was more blunt, and as it turned out, even more prophetic.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On November 9th, 1989, 2 years, 5 months, and 1 day after President Reagan's famous challenge, that is exactly what happened. Only the Soviets didn't tear down the wall, the people of Berlin did. Once the East German government announced their borders to the West were open, the free people on both sides of the wall worked in unison to chip it away, piece by piece, until this monument to tyranny was completely destroyed. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
And we were talking about earlier here on Troopathon 10 that if you donated $200 or more, you had a chance to go in the raffle for this awesome, awesome basketball signed by Coach K, the legendary Coach K of Olympic fame, Duke fame. We were hearing the story from J.D. Hayworth, which I love that story.
I know.
That Bobby Knight was his coach at West Point.
That's right.
How incredible is that? Because, of course, Coach K also was an officer in the Army. Well, we have a winner because so many of you donated, which we really appreciate. And we're going to have a special thing coming up next, another special thing. But we want to announce the winner. It is Larry Pegrin. And Larry, we have your email. I'm sure you are hopefully watching right now on Newsmax
You're
TV.
the winner.
Larry Pegrin, you won this incredible. I'm jealous. I might have to come to your house and steal it from you because this is so cool to be able to have this. And Larry, you have won this amazing basketball. Thank you for your donation to Troopathon. And we have your email. We're going to get a hold of you and then send this off to you.
Yes,
and,
this is actually the longest signature in the history of basketball.
It is.
So
Mike Krzyzewski. He did the whole thing, you guys. He didn't do the Coach K. He did the whole thing. How cool to be able to. Congratulations, Larry. Thank you, all of you. Keep the donations coming because Troopathon continues. And again, the number is 1-844-2-TROOPS, 1-844-2-TROOPS. Do what you can, and got a lot of great Patriots and a lot more coming up also too as well.
Yes, in fact, right now we're staying in the sports world.
Yeah, we are. We're moving to football.
We're going to football.
We're moving to football, I think.
America's all-time greatest performers on the gridiron is Joe Theismann. We've got a real treat for you on the phone with us. Greatest pro quarterback like almost ever.
And great Patriot, too.
I have to say, because I'm a San Francisco 49er fan, Joe Montana, but, well, since you're from the Washington area.
Absolutely, and
Joe.
And Joe and I have been buddies, one of the greatest Redskins ever and one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. And, Joe, we love you. Thank you for being here with me and Melanie.
Thank you. Can I just sit and listen to all these accolades for a while? Just keep on going. You're just making me feel so good. Thank you.
Well, you know what, Joe? You're such a patriot, too. And, you and I have talked through the years. You love our troops. Tell us why it's so important, because you go out there and talk to the troops. They love the sports guys, and you're one of the best of them.
Well, there's so much in the military that carries, over into the world of athletics, the team, the camaraderie, the care for one another, the disciplines that are required to be able to do your job, the complete dedication that you have to have. And what people don't realize is when I grew up, we had a draft, and you were basically asked or assigned to go to the military. In this day and age, we have young men and young women around the world that are volunteering to protect the right that we have today, to be able to talk on the radio, to be able to get up in the morning, to be able to raise our children in safety, to be able to go to work every day knowing full well that there is someone out there protecting us. And you just have to have tremendous admiration. I ask people to do this. Whenever I get a chance to speak, which has become quite a bit, fortunately, I ask, first of all, who serves in the military in the audience and who has family members, and I thank them. Because I think it's important to let the young men, young women, and those that have served before know that they are appreciated. Too often, we take people for granted in our lives. And every time you walk through an airport or you have an opportunity to see someone in uniform, just a simple thank you is all you have to do, but it means so much. And my dad was Army, and I've had a lot of friends during the Vietnam War go to Vietnam. Some came home, some didn't. And to me, without the troops, without the people that support them, without the families of the troops that have one of the toughest jobs in the world, to know that your husband or your wife or your girlfriend or your partner has been deployed around the world and you have to wait for that opportunity to be able to be joined again with them, it's got to be nerve-wracking. And so anything we can do, and I think this Troopathon is one of the best things that could possibly happen because, you know, as you talk about, both of you, it's a chance for us in the United States, both troops serving here and abroad, to know that people care. You're not just out there doing something, you're doing something that people appreciate. And I think that's what I'm so honored to be on this Troopathon with you guys today.
Well, we love you, Joe, and you are such a stalwart supporter of the troops. So well said.
Thank you so much, Joe, for being on the broadcast, and you have been a longtime supporter of Troopathon. We've been on the air now for 10 years. I can't believe it, but it has been a very long ride and a difficult mission to educate everybody that we're still in harm's way. Our troops are still in Iraq and Afghanistan, and, you know, a lot of people have forgotten that. That is the God's honest truth.
Or just a simple little package to let you know you're not alone.
Right.
You're doing it for a reason. Every one of us in our life wants to wake up with purpose in the morning. And through the Troopathon, what we're able to do is let all of the people in the military know that there is a purpose. And your purpose is to continue to do the things you need to do and continue to grow and protect us. And like I say, everybody wants that kind of responsibility. And as a voluntary force, I just have so much admiration for, like I say, the young men and young women, those that have served a long time, to dedicate themselves to a life in the military.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate it.
Joe, we love you. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. You're fantastic.
You have performed not only on the gridiron, but in life
Always
as well.
love being with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. You keep up the great work, my friend. Thank you so much.
Joe Theismann, 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS. It's really important for you to donate now. You know, time is a very finite thing when we do these broadcasts. So,
absolutely.
We are asking you to get involved and go to your computer. If you want to make a donation online, it's super easy at troopathon.org. Or give us that call, 844-2-TROOPS.
And again, our goal is to get $300,000, everybody. So please keep your donations coming. We've heard from so many generous supporters, and whatever you can give. You know, Don King gave $10,000. Sean gave $10,000. Sean Hannity. But, you know, we've had folks, everybody giving from 25 to 50, whatever it is that you can give, please help. This is such an incredible organization, and our troops need your help and need your love and support.
Don't forget, we've got a special guest coming up, a rare public television or public appearance on television.
Absolutely.
And he is your dear friend.
Yeah, and he's a dear friend of the troops, most importantly,
yes,
of
indeed.
all.
I've been on his show many times over the years. Bill O'Reilly. So, folks, if you want to tune in and see that interview, it's absolute must-see TV.
Bill O'Reilly's going to be joining us here on Troopathon 10. You think about all the warriors we've had. I mean, and Rush Limbaugh, don't forget, is also coming up. You don't want to forget.
Mark
we got
Levin
Rush
is coming up.
Yeah, we got Bill O'Reilly. We've got such great, unbelievable supporters of the troops, and Bill has been a stalwart supporter of the troops. Always there on the front lines helping them, and just loves the troops so much.
Stay with us. Exciting stuff coming up right here on Troopathon 10.
Hi guys and ladies out there, this is Cass Anvar. I play Alex Kamal in The Expanse, and I'm also Altair in Assassin's Creed. I'm here in Sacramento at Wizard World, and I am saying to you guys, we are thinking about you. I hope this message gives you a little bit of sunshine in your life. We are thanking you very much for all the hard work you are doing out there, all the sacrifices, keeping us all safe. I want to thank everybody for watching Troopathon, because this is a very, very good cause. And I'm sorry I don't have any coffee for you. You guys seem to be as hungry for that as our captain, James Holden, on The Expanse, who's as much of a coffee addict, it seems, as you guys. So hopefully you get tons and tons of that. And as my buddy Altair would say, this is a message for you guys. Remember, nothing is true. Everything is permitted. And follow the creed.
All right, great stuff there. And welcome back to Troopathon. John Bachman with Kay Rivley here. We're going to read off some of our latest donations here. Go ahead, Kay.
Linda from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for $25. John and Penny from Warrensburg, Missouri for $135. And I love the name of this town. Gary from Sugar Land, Texas gave $120. Woohoo!
All right, we got Myrna from Altoona, Pennsylvania, $100. We got Janine from Sacramento, California, at $170. And Gail from Herndon, Virginia, $35. Doesn't matter the amount, $25, $1,000. All that money goes to help put a care package in the arms of a forward deployed troop in harm's way that's serving our country. Let's give you an update on our total right now. Look at that, $78,344 in donations in so far. We've got a long way to go. Keep those donations rolling in. We've got much more Troopathon ahead. Stick with us. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, John.
Oh, thanks. I could not believe it. When did you?
With the dog.
With the dog.
Did you see that? He said if everybody donated, he would get mauled, and he volunteered himself, and he did it.
He actually got mauled. That dog, military dog.
Right. Explain why. We got to explain why. There it is. There's the video.
Oh
and
my gosh! Look at this.
Yep. These are the. You know, this is obviously he's got a protective outfit on. But it also shows the dogs in action, too, and what they do best.
You know, and when they're overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, look at this.
John looks pretty good in that outfit, don't you think?
I don't know. It doesn't do much for his butt.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my gosh. There it is.
Oh,
my gosh. Wow. How great. And remember, these dogs, too, the reason we're showing that is, of course, we give these canine packs to be able to support the troops and our furry friend troops, because these guys, now they're out there on the front lines attacking, as you can see, also people like John Bachman and others. But separate than that, they're also trying to detect IEDs. It's a very valuable tool. And these are true warfighters on the front lines. So you can get canine packs.
Yes.
And you can be able to donate. And there are doggles in there for the dogs on top of food and everything else. So this is a tribute. You can also donate, of course, for our servicemen and women, but also for their furry friends who are right there on the front lines with them in the canine packs.
If you are a dog lover, you really need to help us put together these care packages.
Absolutely.
I'd like to challenge my best friend in the whole world. Her name is Joni Gregan. She's a former exercise and fitness queen of All America.
Joni, we're listening for you.
Joni, I know that you donate every year, but this is your opportunity to make a big donation for our furry friends, for our canine soldiers, and all the other dog lovers out there. Let's do it. Let's get that big donation going.
Absolutely. We've had some great patriots on the show and big supporters because everybody loves our troops. And it's a time to remember them, too, because they are in desolate lands where they are with their, furry friends and their fellow soldiers. There's some very remote places, and these care packages are messages from America. They're messages from home saying we love you, we care, and it includes also not only all these cool items that we were just talking about, but also you can put a letter, a personalized letter. Think about how cool is that? How often you want to have this connection to be able to help the troops. Sometimes, there are organizations where you can give money, do things. Here, you can write a personal message saying, we love you, we're thinking of you, and it goes directly to a military member, also to a serviceman or woman. And you can also go online, too. If you are a service member or know of one, you can go online on Troopathon and submit their name so they actually get one, too, as well. So this is what this incredible organization does, and that's what Troopathon 10 is all about.
She's Rita Cosby. I'm Melanie Morgan. Coming up very shortly is Rush Limbaugh, who is the star of talk radio. He has blazed the path for all of us who followed behind him. Also, Mark Levin, we're going to be really enjoying
we love Mark.
that. And
we have
Bill O'Reilly.
Who we absolutely love and adore. We're so thrilled to have Rush, Mark Levin, Bill O'Reilly. Think about the lineup, and we got a lot more coming up. Stay with us. Troopathon 10.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
Everybody, and welcome back to Troopathon 10. I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the co-founder of Move America Forward, and I'm the proud friend of Rita Cosby, who is joining us for the 5th year in a row.
Yay!
This has been a decade of fundraising for our care package program to send to our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I can't tell you how thrilled I am that you have made the trip all the way from New York again this year to help us. It has been tremendous. You have a Rolodex that would make any journalist in this business just envious.
Well, you know what? It's easy when you say, look, it's for Troopathon, and especially it's Troopathon 10, which is such a big credit to you and everybody at Move America Forward, this huge operation. And for me to be a part of it and for me to be able to give back, it is the greatest gift of all. I don't have to tell all of you who are watching on Newsmax television, also online, Facebook, wherever you are, this is such an incredible charity. It gets high ratings all the time. And this is your way to be able to tell the troops that you love them and you want to say thank you. And it's by giving care packages to the troops. And also we have canine packs for the dogs, for the furry warriors as well. So this is a great way to say we love you. America has not forgotten about you. And we are thinking of you. Donate now, everybody. 8442-TROOPS, 8442-TROOPS, and also Troopathon.org. We have a few hours left and we want to hear from you.
You know, we've tried to make it really, really easy for everybody. 8442-TROOPS is the phone number, or Troopathon.org. Now, what I do want everybody to know.
Yeah, we got a special thing in the next few hours.
Okay, last hour we gave away
Coach K.
Coach K's basketball.
Of course, legendary Coach K. And I love that J.D. Hayworth was telling us how Bobby Knight, of course, who was a very prominent in the Trump campaign, one of the greatest coaches ever, was the coach of the other great coach, which is, of course, Coach K of Duke. And both of them were at West Point together, which is so cool. So somebody won. There was a lucky guy, I remember, who won that basketball. It was signed by Coach K. And as you point out, we have something really special. In the next 3 hours, if you donate $200 or more.
$200, that's right, a minimum donation to enter another drawing, and you'll get a Spirit Barbecue at $500. It is so amazing that we are going to be able to give away this Weber barbecue. You know why? Because, first of all, they're the best barbecue like ever.
By the way, John Bachman, of course, our partner here on Newsmax TV, was telling me beforehand he has a Weber grill. And he was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you guys are giving a Weber grill. He's had it, he was saying, like 8, 9 years. He's like, it's like the most awesome thing. So this is really something you guys want to put in and be able to help the troops and get something so cool back.
The important thing is if you donate more than $200, you'll go into a raffle, and then we're going to draw at the end of the hour, or actually over the next few hours. So just get your donation in right now.
And
I'm telling you, we have had a star-studded program so far.
Yes,
we have even more people coming up. We've got Bill O'Reilly, who
rare appearance by the great patriot and great supporter of our troops, Bill O'Reilly.
And right now we have Charlie Daniels, because he is one of my all-time favorites. Bluegrass music is his roots. We love him. He is a proud, patriotic individual, and he's joining us right now.
I'm Charlie Daniels. An outfit called Troopathon is trying to get together some care packages to make life a little bit brighter for our troops who are still in the field, and we have thousands of them. Would you join us? Troopathon.org, and help send some joy overseas to our troops who are serving us. God bless America.
Charlie Daniels, we love you. The devil went down to Georgia. You are the best, and he is such a big supporter of the troops.
I know.
Someone else who is a huge supporter is our next guest here on Troopathon 10. We are heading now to the Newsmax studios in New York, and we are joined by my buddy and my colleague at 77 WABC Radio. She hosts, of course, The Specialist on Fox News Channel, also Curtis and Ebony on 77 WABC, the beautiful and talented and great patriotic Ebony Williams. Ebony, great to have you here.
Hi, Ebony.
Rita, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be with you guys. This is so, so important and so, so special. And you guys are really great Americans and great patriots for doing this year after year.
Well, you know what? You are such a big supporter of the troops, my friend. You and I have talked a lot about that. And you have also spent time with the troops. In fact, it's so funny. I go on your Facebook and your Twitter, and you were with like a whole bunch of like NYPD guys the other day. You were with a whole bunch of troops the other day.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's so important to give back? Because it's so important, especially in the news business. We talk about it all the time, Ebony, but this is a real moment to shine a light on true heroes out there. You know that all too well.
Absolutely, Rita. I mean, because these are human beings. These are people with families. These are men and women that make the grandest sacrifice. And their families do as well, right? We know that they're not serving in isolation. And I love that you guys have the canine packages, too, for the furry warriors, because that's so important and such a big part of this, because these are men and women that are sacrificing their time, sometimes the greatest sacrifice, you know, certainly among us, so that we can be free. And we hear that all the time. Freedom isn't free, but it's real men and women putting themselves on the line in small ways and in huge ways for us to enjoy all of the liberties and the freedoms that we do in this great country, America. And I guess also really coming from my background as a defense lawyer and a criminal attorney, seeing these law enforcement officers, seeing what our vets do. We had Veterans Court, which was something I was so proud to be a part of when I was practicing law, that says, you know what, when you give of yourself for this country in this way, you deserve every bit of support when you come back home. And that's why these packages are so important.
You know, Ebony, I have to say that when Rita was introducing you, she was talking about going over all your social media. I promise you, she's not a stalker. She may appear that way, but she's not.
I am. I love Ebony. Ebony and I are mutual stalkers. She's a great buddy. But you know what is so great? I just wanted, because, you know, sometimes you see somebody and you see Ebony, she's so beautiful on TV and radio, but she walks the walk. I mean, I hear you all the time, and you're always talking about how much you love the troops and do so much. So it's so great to have you showcased in that way, Ebony.
Of course, Rita. I mean, Rita and I go way back to, you know, back when I was in Los Angeles and many years. And, you know, Rita, you, first of all, congratulations, my friend, on your Gracie Award. And when I see you being acknowledged for things like that, it's because, yes, you're a brilliant journalist and you've been in the game and you probably work harder than any person I know in it. But you also have a giving heart, Rita, and you stopped me just the other day and asked me to do this. And without hesitation, it's always going to be a yes for some woman of your magnitude, because you walk the walk and really, you're leading by example, and it is my honor and privilege just to follow. So thank you.
Oh, well, we love you. And by the way, to Ebony's credit, when I said it's for the troops, she's like, I'm in. I'm in. And you know what, Ebony, you know, we talk about it all the time on 77 WABC Radio. We talk about all the time about what's happening overseas in all these different spots. But I do feel sometimes Americans forget, and we were just talking about this earlier, that there are 200,000 troops out there and in some very difficult spots, as you know.
Absolutely, and more all the time. You know, exactly. We cover this stuff on WABC. We cover it also on Fox News about every day the changing climate that's going on in the Middle Eastern region, that's going on in North Korea, that's going on in all of these various places with the war on terror and our valiant efforts to defeat and destroy ISIS. And we're talking about it in the broader context, but these are, like I said, real men and real women that are fighting these fights and forging these battles on behalf of every single one of us as Americans. So, my God, if we can't support them, then frankly, I'm not sure what we're doing.
Absolutely. And by the way, you are great on social media, so you got to tweet out Troopathon, my friend, okay? Tell everybody to keep watching and
I just sent that tweet out.
Yay.
I just sent that tweet
out.
All right,
we'll retweet you.
Important. They have got to... Yeah, retweet me because you know what? It's small ways, big donations, all of it matters. It's so important. You've got to call 8442 Troops, because this is going to make someone's whole day to get something and be remembered and know that, you know what, we care, we love you, and we support you, and we thank you for all that you're doing.
And we thank you, Ebony. Thank you so much for joining us.
Love you, my friend. Thank you so much, Ebony.
No, thank you. Love you all. Thank you. God bless America. Love our troops.
Absolutely. Ebony, thanks so much. And of course, we're here on Newsmax TV, which is so cool. And you are definitely watching us here on Newsmax. Also, you can stream it online, so many different places. Make sure you tell your friends, because you heard we're telling our friends, Ebony and everybody else, to tweet. Make sure you get the word out on social media. Have your friends tune in here, because so much is going on. And we're so thrilled to be here with Newsmax TV again.
I think that Twitter was actually invented for us.
I do too.
To use just exactly
just for Troopathon.
Just for Troopathon. And I really
Facebook.
I want to thank all the guys at Twitter for doing this for us. Really, you shouldn't have, but we appreciate it.
And someone else, by the way, who's definitely busy on Twitter and lots of social media is John Bachman, of course, our co-host here with Newsmax TV. And John, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, well, I want to check back in with Lisa Barron, who's works for Move America Forward. She's also here at Troopathon, and Lisa does something. She heads up the Monthly Smiles program, which is a special way you can donate and give one of these care packages to our troops in the front line. So Lisa, tell us about the Monthly Smiles program and how that differs just from the one-time donations.
Oh, sure. Well, let me say, one-time donations are great, but our troops are there year-round, and the Monthly Smiles program allows a donor to sign up and check the Monthly Smiles box, or tell the operator that they want to do the Monthly Smiles program, and every month a donation goes out for them, and they can go from a simple $24.99 donation up to $599 or more. It's really whatever your budget wants, and it allows our soldiers to be cared for year-round. A lot of times you see a lot of support during the holidays or during Troopathon, and then it drops off. And some of these guys and girls have been there for months and months, and they may not have families. They may not have the resources to get some of the things that we take for granted. I mean, you can run to the store and buy yourself any of the things you see in this package, but they can't. And we need you to help them get this.
Yeah, and that's very important. You know, it's great. We take any donation. $25 gets one box, but the more you can do, the better. The Monthly Smiles program is a great way to do that. Lisa, thanks so much for that. And we'll see you again real soon. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, John. Really appreciate it. And Lisa Barron, by the way, of Move America Forward, a great, great lady.
She's a diehard. I love her.
It took her 12 hours to get here because of delayed flights and so forth. But she said she didn't want to miss the live broadcast, and we don't want you to miss a moment of what's happening here, because we've just had so many people, so many stars, celebrities, and people actually from every ordinary walk of life, and that's how this program really works.
Absolutely, and that's the most important thing. Whatever you can give and whatever way you can get the message out about Troopathon, please do it. We're going to be with you for the next few hours. Again, it's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, troopathon.org. And again, we were talking about social media. Get it out on social media. Also call your friends. Tell them to tune in, because sometimes you're looking for ways, how can I support a great military charity? This is the best. This is one of the highest rated year after year after year, and as Melanie and your team have done so beautifully for 10 years. And this is an opportunity to give something tangible. Sometimes you go, okay, where does my money go? Your money goes right here. It goes to these amazing care packages, which go directly to the troops thousands of miles away, playing cards, all these totally cool things, coffee, cup of noodles, all these things that we take for granted. And I thought, you know, you said so beautifully, look, there's not a 7-Eleven nearby. These guys and women are in the middle of no man's land.
And not only that, but they do not have the opportunity to even go into their own kitchen to cook anything for themselves. They have MREs because there's no forward operating bases where they have military kitchens to prepare food anymore, which brings us to
our next guest, who is, boy, is he a patriot, and he knows the conditions that the troops are in, because he goes out and talks and meets with the troops thousands of miles away. He is a beloved patriot of the troops. He's also, of course, on the highest rated show on Food Network, Restaurant Impossible. And he's also a Navy petty officer, and he's my friend. And he has the Robert Irvine Foundation. And I can tell you, we were just recently together at the Memorial Day parade, and it was like, Chef Robert Irvine, they love you because you give so much back. So great to have you here, Robert Irvine. Thank you for being on Troopathon.
Thank you so much. It's such a great event, and hey, everybody should be listening to it and donating money.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know all too well, Robert, you know, you go out there and you're constantly meeting with the troops, whether it's with the USO, wherever it is. You're in so many different spots. You know how much it means for them when they get these care packages. And also in the care packages, Robert, there's a letter that they receive that says, we're thinking of you. You can personalize a letter, which is so cool, you know, that they can receive on the other, and knowing somebody thousands of miles away is thinking about them. Tell us about, on the flip side, when you're with them and they get things like this from America.
I can tell you that on Christmas Day, my wife Gail and I were in Mosul and Erbil, feeding 101st Airborne at that time with the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, and just to see the faces, of these guys and girls when you give a meal or they get a letter. And the letters are really important as much as the food, because they know, you know, when you're deployed over 6 months, they want to know that people are thinking about them, not only their family, but it's the biggest thing. They're away from their family. They're away at Christmas time. They're away at holidays, especially 4th of July coming up. It is important to make sure that they know that we love them.
And, you know, a lot of people say that food is love. And when you don't have, for instance, if you're at a forward operating base, a FOB, and there is no kitchen cooking 24/7 for our soldiers, and they're eating MREs, that is a difficult situation. And there's no place that you can go and, you know, get a great meal like you would prepare, Chef. So that's why we depend on these care packages to get them overseas to these men and women.
It's interesting, whether it be a cup of noodles, whether it be a cookie, toothpaste, no matter what it is in a care package, when it comes from somebody that loves what you do and doesn't even know you, that's the specialty of it. Rita, you said we're lucky we get a chance to travel with a USO, we get a chance to work with TAP's organization, Gary Sinise, and just to see the faces and talk to the folks. We just finished a 8-country, 9-day tour with the vice chairman. We'll be in Korea in a couple of weeks, Lackland Air Force Base last week filming. It's just really important. And I don't think the American people remember all the time. We remember sometimes the holidays. We remember, and I just listened to you say, they're out there 365 days a year. We're in the clot of our nation to give us this freedom that we so gladly have. And it's because those young men and women are out there doing this.
It's so beautiful. You have been just such a stalwart supporter. Why does it mean so much to you, Robert? Because, for all your success, you love the troops. And you could tell this is totally your passion project, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, my wife always says to me, well, food is good and you like to cook, and that's true.
And by the way, Robert, I got to say, your wife can kick butt, too, because she's a wrestler. She's an amazing, you got to give her my best, too. She's great, too. She's right there with you. You have some sixes. You've got some good sixes, but she could kick your butt.
That is very true, Rita, very true. Gail actually, as I said, came with me to Iraq, and she really got what it means to be amongst these young men and women. Cooking is a great passion I have, but it's a job to me, and it allows me to get to the places, to meet, to shake hands, to work out. And let me tell you, here's a great thing. As a 52-year-old male, don't work out with 20-year-old Marines.
Yeah. That is a bad idea. I also wanted just to make a quick mention here, because you have been so generous with your time with the troops, that you have founded the Robert Irvine Foundation to support military families. Give us a little quick thumbnail sketch of what you do with that foundation.
So the foundation raises money to support the USO Gary Sinise service, Valor service dogs. We've just bought 2 dogs for post-traumatic stress training to give away. The foundation is literally to make sure that we can support 100% of that money goes to these other charities that run programs. And it's just, it's so gratifying for me when I go out there and I work and I do a dinner. You mentioned Memorial Day weekend. 1,000 Gold Star folks, which was an amazing dinner. You were at it, Rita. And we got to remember that it's not only the men and women that serve in our forces, it's the families that we leave behind, and the kids that take this pressure, post-traumatic stress. So whatever we can do in the Robert Irvine Foundation, we do, and we make sure we pay it forward. And it's such a great feeling. I was in the military. Luckily, I was not in wartime. Although I went to the Falklands, but that's not considered wartime for me. We've been in this war 16 years plus, and it's a long war. We have the best senior leadership in our military, I believe, since the Second World War. General Mattis, General Dunford, General Salva, and all the chiefs, and they're great, empathetic leaders. They're great strategists, and they love the troops. And I say this, and I've said this 1,000 times. I've never seen a 4-star hug a person before, not in my world, and I truly believe that leadership that we have gives a lot of hope. The packages that the Troopathon sends gives joy and peace, and obviously great things inside, cookies and noodles and whatever else it is.
Well, Robert, we love you so much. We are so thankful, Robert, and keep up the great work, my friend. And tweet about Troopathon, too, please. You're so great on social media.
And when we can help you, we would love to.
I will be doing it in 2 seconds.
We love you, Robert. You're the best. Thank you. Great to have you with us, my friend. And everybody, let's go to the tote board really quick. I understand we've got a new total coming in. Let's see what it is.
What?
Wait a minute. $231,000. Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh.
I know.
I have a feeling. I think you got to stick around, everybody, and we're going to tell you where we think that came from.
I know where that money came from.
Big time.
From you and you and you.
You're watching Troopathon 10, brought to you by these fine sponsors. American Red Cross, Coach K and Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council, Guideposts, Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed, Kong, Motel 6, Overstock.com, Paradise Logodere, Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West, San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee, Teledirect, 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
He had served in 2 wars and flown over 150 combat missions. But in just 60 seconds, this Marine Corps officer would experience a ride like no other. At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn, Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the 4th human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the founder of Move America Forward, co-founder, actually, and current chairwoman of Move America Forward, along with my great friend Rita Cosby of WABC Radio, syndicated all across the country, and Fox, former Fox reporter.
Yeah, for 10 years, yeah.
You've just been
10
everywhere
wonderful years.
And done everything.
Well, you know what? And most importantly, my favorite assignments have always been going out and visiting the troops and going out and seeing them, and sometimes in some very difficult remote places. And that's why I know how much these care packages that you and everybody here at Troopathon, especially Troopathon 10, and that's why it's so important. We're going to be here for the next few hours, everybody.
Yes.
Make sure that you go to troopathon.org. There's a donate button. You can also call 844-2-TROOPS, 2 troops. We're going to be for the next few hours, but you guys are working 365. And by the way, yeah, did you see that number? I want to go back to the tote board. Let's put it back up if we could.
That tote board
yeah, because we both were going, wait, that was a big jump.
$231,000. That went like $150,000.
So we did some investigation because I'm an investigative reporter, right? What does an investigative reporter do? And what does a crack chairman of Move America Forward do and a founder of Troopathon do? Well,
we discovered
investigated
where that $150,000 donation came from. And folks, you are not going to believe it.
You're not going to believe where it came from.
We could not believe it. But here it is. This is the actual factual facts of that $150,000 donation. It came from Rush Limbaugh.
How amazing is that?
You saw him in that last break. It was just amazing.
And who is such a huge supporter. Every year, Rush is here. What an amazing American he is.
He has actually donated over $1 million for care packages to our troops. Folks, can you spare $25, $50, or maybe even $10,000 if you can afford it for this great program? Rush has given us $150,000 this evening, and we want to thank him from the bottom of our hearts.
And I just want to say how moved I am too, because when to make that kind of a donation, and he really is so patriotic and always so supportive. You just heard him talking about how much he loves the troops, how much he loves giving back to the troops and doing so much and appreciating the troops. And for him to be able to give that kind of a donation, Rush, we love you. We thank you so much for your friendship for Troopathon and making Troopathon 10 so special. And again, everybody, we're here just for a few more hours. Whatever you can give, you just heard from Melanie. Please, whatever you can give, whether it's in Rush Limbaugh's range or a few more zeros. If you want to add a zero, they'll take that too, because it all goes to the troops.
All right, well, let's go to John Bachman now from Newsmax TV, and they've been hosting this great broadcast, and we really are very appreciative. And he is out in the newsroom update desk. Let's find out what's happening. John?
Melanie, Rita, it's so great to be with you, and we here at Newsmax TV are so honored to be part of Troopathon again this year. We're looking forward to the future, and it's great. Look at this money. Thank you very much to Rush Limbaugh for that huge donation, and I know the troops on the front lines are going to be very grateful as well. I'm with Kay Riverly. If you guys were tuning in at the beginning of the broadcast, we heard Kay sing a beautiful rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. I know that's not an easy song to sing, but you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
And Kay and I are going to go over some of the most recent donations we have coming in. We still have donations pouring in every minute, and let's go over the list. Who do you got, Kay?
We got a battle going on the coast. We got George from Bronx, New York with 25, and Brian from Amityville, New York with 25. And then we go to California with Kelly from Menifee, California from 25, and Joan from Sacramento, California for 100. These two coasts are battling it out.
All right, it's an East Coast, West Coast donation battle. All right, I'm going to talk about John from the East Coast, from Pawtucket, Rhode Island, $50. Thank you very much, John. We also got, we got Sheriff David Clark on here. We got his donation officially. If you tuned in at the beginning of the broadcast, too, we had Sheriff David Clark from Milwaukee County join us. He pitched in for $100, so we appreciate that. Also, Thomas from Clarksville, Tennessee with $25. Big donations, small donations, it doesn't matter. The smile on the troops' face when they get these care packages is the same kind of impact. Give as much as you can, but then know they will appreciate it. Rita, Melanie, back to you guys.
John had just mentioned about the amount from Sheriff David Clark, who is here. And we have to remind everybody, you were talking about, he made a challenge to all the law enforcement officers out there because, of course, he's Milwaukee County Sheriff. He's a patriot. And he also made a very special challenge to the rest of the law enforcement, all you gals and guys out there.
Yeah, he said, you may not be able to match my $100, but if you can, please do. So he's challenging people to, at least if you're in law enforcement, to show your support, because we know so many of people in law enforcement today are former veterans, or they are veterans and former military and have served our country in so many different ways.
Absolutely, and appreciate keeping us safe, too. My goodness, all of you guys.
I just want to mention very quickly, too, that Sonoma County Sheriff's Office in my part of the country.
In beautiful Sonoma.
Yes.
Rub it in. I'm in New York City. Rub it in. All right.
Sorry.
Beautiful Sonoma.
We got a lot of wine going on there. But the Sonoma County Sheriff there and their people have been so terrific to move America forward and to Troopathon, donating thousands of dollars actually over the years.
Beautiful, because of course Move America Forward's based there in Sacramento area,
in Northern
so right
California.
there. Beautiful.
Our next guest is a very special guest. She is a lovely lady. We've known her for years, Scotty Nell Hughes. And the reason we wanted to bring her on, of course, she's a political strategist, a commentator, and an editor, and longtime Troopathon supporter. And she's even been parodied on Saturday Night Live, but she is also married to a man who's deployed overseas, and she's joining us live.
Oh, she's got a friend, actually. She's got Jacqueline Porsche, right? You've got a friend who has
me, which is like his second tour of duty, ladies.
Exactly. So
he says that every day. It's a lot more dangerous sometimes in a house with an 8 and a 9-year-old and 9 and 10-year-old and me than it is being active duty. But you know, it works.
Tell us about your friend, too, who's with you, because you've got Jacqueline Porsche.
Hi, it's so great to have you, ladies, and thanks for having me back. I think this is my 4th or 5th year of being with you, and every year I've tried to bring something different, tell a different story. I had my pet before, but most importantly, I do exactly what you ladies do and continue to support by hands-on showing how important it is to take care of those not only overseas, but also here at home, which is something which this organization has done consistently. So I want to introduce you to one of my good friends. I've known her now for over 11 years. Her name's Jacqueline Porsche, and her husband is Sergeant First Class Chris Porsche in the Tennessee Army National Guard, and he's a career military. She actually met him when she was in the National Guard herself, and I just thought I would share kind of the stories about, because sometimes we don't hear about what it means to the spouses to know that their spouses are supported, whether they're at home or abroad, what it means to live in a community that supports our troops like these organizations do. So, hey, meet my friend Jacqueline Porsche.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi, Jacqueline. Thank you for your service and your husband's service.
Thank you. He's been in for 23 years. We've been married for 15, so I've been an Army wife for 15 years. And it's been quite a journey. I mean, like Scotty said, we met in the National Guard, and you know, he tells the story that it must have been true love because the first time he saw me, I was in camouflage. So
very romantic. Very romantic.
You know, if you can survive the camo test.
Exactly.
It is true love.
Exactly.
Well, you know,
it's really fun to be an Army wife. It is a challenge. Being a National Guard wife is a little bit different because we're not full time, and you know, he actually is full-time National Guard now, so he does not have to do like that 2 weeks in the summer that you hear about with the National Guard because he works full-time. But before that, you know, before he went full-time, he did have to do those 2 weeks in the summer, and leaving and, you know, having to figure out what am I going to do without him, and just being by myself. And it was really important to know that I had church friends and people in our area who really supported us and really, you know, had my back if I needed something, if I had a flat tire, if I, you know, whatever, broke at the house. So it was really cool to know that I have people who have my back.
And Jacqueline, let me ask you too, because as a member of the military yourself, what does it mean to get these care packages? Because I've been on the other end, and Melanie too, and I'm sure Scotty too, where we've been with troops and they've seen them, and it brings tears to their eyes to see that people care and people haven't forgotten. What does it mean as a member of the military, and I'm sure so many of your friends in the military too, when they get these boxes of love from Americans who are watching Troopathon right now?
Yeah, it's huge. I remember when I was in basic training and my family would send me these care packages. I mean, chocolate was like gold. And, you know, we would get treats and stuff that we were, you know, doing without. And so I know that it's so important to get that love from home and really feel that you are being supported while you're out in the desert or wherever you may be deployed. I think it's a huge, huge support from home.
We can't tell you how much we appreciate your service. Jacqueline, you are amazing. I love interviewing and talking to and being around veterans, but especially women veterans, because sometimes it's a whole different deal.
You go, girl.
You go, girl.
You go, girlfriend.
And we are going to be praying for your husband, and we are praying for all of our military men and women who are serving right now. So thank you again. And thank you to Scotty Nell Hughes, who
Scotty,
always
we love
joins
you.
us. Thank you.
Love you, Scotty. I just retweeted you a little bit ago. We're so glad you're on.
That was the ding I just heard, ladies.
I know, that was it. And give Jacqueline a big hug. And Jacqueline, safe back to your husband. Thank you both. You're the best. Thank you for joining us here on Troopathon 10. We love you guys.
Thank you, ladies, for all you're doing. Thank you, Troopathon.
Thank you so, so much. Well, we were just talking about these packages with Jacqueline that she and her husband get when they're overseas and traveling. And these are some of the packages that you guys, I think what is so beautiful is that it's 365 days a year. It is not just here. Of course, today, this is the most important day because all eyes are on Troopathon. But you guys are working when the cameras aren't around, when nobody's around, and you have people at these packing parties that are everyday citizens who absolutely just want to give back. And it comes from the Boy Scouts. You even have the Wounded Warrior Project now who's been helping out because it has gotten so much attention, deservedly so. And these groups come from far and wide and are putting these packages, again, we call them packages of love. And we want to show you a little bit from some of the packing parties.
When it comes to assembling the thousands of care packages that'll go out these doors this year alone, it takes an army. An army of Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, companies looking for a heartfelt team-building activity, school kids, church groups, or in this case, friends, families, and veterans from the Wounded Warrior Project to come together in support of our troops.
I was a soldier in the Army back in 2003, and these care packages mean everything to the troops that are out there.
Around 200 care packages will be assembled and mailed today by these volunteers, and like Maya, most agree this packing party is a labor of love and a whole lot more.
Being out here with all these people, it's very emotional for me, and I can't express the gratitude that I'm just overtaken with emotion.
It's a wonderful feeling, and I know that it makes them feel like, hey, a little bit of home when they're so far away.
Here's what a little bit of home looks like. Toiletries, candies, cookies, phone cards, and these packages have evolved since 2004, when Move America Forward began sending goodies to the troops. By listening to continuous feedback, they now send the best, most sought-after care packages overseas to the brave men and women of the United States military.
I remember my husband saying baby wipes were so nice to have, and I remember that.
Hand sanitizer is huge. I mean, sometimes there isn't available water.
That beef jerky.
Baby wipes, baby wipes, baby wipes. I mean, I can't stress enough about how they are just like gold.
In addition to premium coffee, Gatorade, jerky, dude wipes, and sunscreen, in each care package is sent, thanks to your Troopathon dollars, seasonal goodies are added. Hot chocolate, wool socks in the winter, Peeps at Easter time, turkey jerky at Thanksgiving, and See's candy over the Christmas holidays. But holiday or not, the boxes show the troops that the work done on the front lines matters.
I think it really just shows how much love we have for our troops, and every care package is, you know, it's like I look at this stuff like, oh, I would love this stuff.
Once the cookies are eaten, the chapstick applied, the socks washed and dried, the items the troops say they hang on to for years to come is the message in the box that's written by you, the person donating the care package.
To know that somebody back home, you know, is supporting you and is caring about you enough to send that to you, you know, it's amazing.
Welcome back to Troopathon. I'm Melanie Morgan, and she's Rita Cosby.
I sure am.
Yeah, and you know what? We have been joined by so many people. Rush Limbaugh donated $150,000.
How amazing, Rush. We love you, and what a great patriot he is, and how beautiful is that? We've had some unbelievable people who've been guests, as you saw. Rush talking about his supports of the troop and just how much he loves the troop, and donating $150,000. We had Don King. People were getting in the ring with him, but Don King was donating. He donated $10,000. Sheriff David Clark also donated. Laura Ingram.
Laura Ingram donated $1,000. So many people have just been
lucky.
But you know, it's been those $25 or $5 or $1,000 donations from all of you that have meant so much to us. And right now we are looking at some of the people that we've been talking to who have been donating either online or on the phone at 844-2-TROOPS rather. Mark R. from Warren, New Jersey, who donated $25. Tara S. from Odessa, Texas, who gave us $140. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Lisa C. from New York, a $50 donation. Brent W. from Corona, California, from my home state, of $100. Diana W. from Jupiter, Florida, for $30. So many more.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Thomas D. from Staten Island, New York. One of my boys. I was born in Brooklyn. We love you there, Thomas D.
You also started getting a little of that
the Brooklyn. I need to get I went to school in the South, so I got to get the Southern twang, like
Southern twang in Brooklyn.
brilliant. Okay, but so then Catherine R. from Las Vegas, of course, from Nevada, and also Mark A. from Grenada Hills. Also Stuart C. from Willis, Texas, $25. Lawrence K. from Tucson, Arizona, $100. And as you just heard from Melanie, whatever you can give, whether it's $25, whether it's $50, $100, Rush Limbaugh being so generous, and so many people, but it really, every little dollar counts, and every dollar, as you were just hearing, goes to such an incredible cause. It's helping our troops, letting them know you care with these great, great care packages. What a great, tangible way to say we love you, we support you, servicemen and women, and we will be with you, and to give them a morale boost by getting these great packages for everything you guys do. It's wonderful.
They will never be forgotten.
Never.
We are never going to leave.
We will not let you ever be forgotten.
No, it's
absolutely
just not going to happen, not as long as our organization exists, and
Yes.
we only exist for our military men and women. That is the reason we were formed 10 years ago. It has been a decade.
Yes, Troopathon 10, everybody. How great.
It just blows my mind that we've been doing this. And, you know, it's really unbelievable that we've been involved in hot wars now.
Yes.
For as long as we have. It's
Which
been
is
17 years.
This is so important, to be able to give back and to be able to do that and to be able to let these folks know. I mean, I've talked to so many military members who are on their 4th, 5th, 6th deployment. Think about the stretch that is, not just on the service member, but also on their families. And that's why just putting a smile on their face and giving them a little joy. It's so funny. You think about some of the things that we just take for granted. And here you've got beef jerky, which is one of the hottest items, by the way, out there. And it's easy to travel to. That's part of the reason, because they deliver them to them.
Can you imagine being in the sun where it's 127 degrees in the shade and you don't have any sunscreen? That happens a lot, and that's why we included it in our care packages. We also have some star bundles. That's what we call them, star
these
bundles.
are the big donors, you guys, and I love reading these. Thank you, all of you. So let's go to a couple of them here. Starting out, we've got Otto B. from Los Angeles, California, $250. We also have Owen G. from Alhambra, California. Gracias por todo. $250. I don't even know if you speak Spanish, but anyway, I felt like using it. Go ahead.
Just throw it
We're
in
bilingual. This is a bilingual broadcast. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we've got Paul S., and you're going to have to read that because my glasses.
This is Peter G. from Indian Wells, California. How cool is that? $250. And we also have, what else do we have coming up? We've got a couple other star bundles. There it is, Regina T. from Glendale. Lots of California folks, which we love you.
You know why I'm really excited? Because coming up in not too very long, we're going to be talking with Mark Levin, the great one.
Oh, we love Mark.
Who has made so many donations over the years, thousands of dollars.
Yes.
That's not why I, of course, love him.
Yes, but
it doesn't hurt.
But he's also such a great patriot, such a big supporter. He also writes about dogs. So I think,
let me tell you,
I think he wants the money to go to the canine packs, don't you think?
Well,
I would think so. He's a dog lover.
Let me tell you
Mark.
a quick story. My late brother, who was a Special Forces veteran, passed away 2 years ago, and before he passed away, he said that the only thing that he would ask me as his sister is if I could put him in touch with Mark Levin, because he wanted to thank him for his books and for his patriotism.
Wow, how beautiful
do you
is
know that Mark Levin took the time several times to call my brother, and it brought me to tears.
Absolutely. This is beautiful.
This is the kind of guy Mark Levin is.
The integrity of the man. Integrity of the man. And we're told we have another tote board update really quick. We're going to go to the tote board and see what we have for our total as we continue here with Troopathon 10. 248. It jumped up quite a bit.
Oh my gosh.
We love you guys. Keep it coming because our goal is 300,000.
300,000.
So keep it coming, you guys. We are just about $50,000 away. So please keep your donations coming. 844-2-TROOPS. 844-2-TROOPS. Troopathon.org. Whatever you can give, please do it. It is for such a great cause to give care packages to our troops and also to their furry friends, those furry dogs that are right there alongside the warriors.
So don't go away, because in addition to our good friend Mark Levin,
yes, we love,
we have our great friend Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly, one of the greatest supporters of our troops and great men.
Terrific, and we're so excited. So dial 1-844-TROOPS.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan, along with Rita Cosby, and I gotta say, something really smells good in here.
Oh, I wonder what it is.
I think something's grilling.
Oh, maybe it's a Weber grill.
I think somebody is barbecuing something for us.
Wow, I hope so. And by the way, and that is because if you donate $200 or more, you will be put in the raffle. If you donate again towards care packages for our troops, so all for a great cause. If you donate right now in the next few hours, we will raffle off that great Weber grill that you were just hearing from Melanie. And a Weber grill, it has a gourmet barbecue system, is valued at $500. And we will automatically put you in the raffle. How cool is that? Just for donating $200, you have a chance to get that great grill.
My husband has one, and I'll tell you what, in summertime, you can't.
That's what I've been hearing. I do not have one. I live in New York City. You know how that is. But
I'm in California. We grill to perfection.
Yes, I wish I would. I would still love a Weber grill.
But right now, we have John Bachman, who is with Newsmax TV. He is at the newsroom update desk, and he's got the very latest on the John Cam. John, how are you?
The Weber Cam. You have a Weber, right? You have a Weber grill.
I do. I have a Weber grill. I've had it for 9 years. I will never have another grill besides Weber. It does me right. Every time the meat's just perfect. But I'm honored to be with Scott Rabb, who is a Navy veteran, and he works so hard behind the scenes with Move America Forward and Troopathon. Scott, it's always a pleasure to work with you. We're going to talk about the Soldier Sign-Up Program, and tell the folks at home what that's all about.
So Soldier Sign-Up Program is how people request care packages. So families, military members serving overseas, anybody, if you know someone needs support, you can tell us, and we'll get them a care package for free.
That's amazing. So that's one way you can sign up. You know, we also talked about the monthly Smiles program where you can donate every single month. So it's not just one care package that goes out to the troops. You can send one every single month. And Scott, I just want to say again how much we appreciate the work that you do. It's Melanie and Reed and I to be out here in front of the camera. It's great to get you out here because you do so much work behind the scenes to make this event possible.
You know, the only people that really need to get thanked are our troops serving right now, and then all the amazing people out there that are taking time out of their day to support them. You know, as a veteran myself, I've received a care package, and I can tell you, you know, it's almost undescribable how great it feels to get it. So everybody out there who's supporting Troopathon, who's supporting our troops, if you know someone, call us, let us know about it. We'll get them some supplies and some care. You know, it's an honor for me to be able to give back, and it's just great. I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks so much, Scott. Now we're going to hear from another guy who supports our troops. That's Senator Ted Cruz. Take a listen.
Hi, I'm Ted Cruz, and today I want to thank each of you for your commitment to our servicemen and women, and to congratulate y'all for reaching this historic milestone. In your 10 years, Troopathon has offered a tremendous opportunity to show our appreciation to the men and women who serve in the military. And I'm proud to stand alongside you in your efforts to support our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines all across the globe. Across this nation and across my home state of Texas, I've had the high honor of meeting thousands of the men and women who have served and are serving this nation in uniform. Their backgrounds are as diverse as this great nation of ours. But without fail, the one characteristic they all have in common is selfless devotion. Selfless devotion to defending freedom and the Constitution and our American way of life. They don't serve with the expectation of return or reward. They serve simply because of their unwavering patriotism. Every man and woman in our armed forces deserves our utmost gratitude for their service, their sacrifice, and their unyielding courage. While there may be no tangible good that we can provide to fully show our gratefulness, I'd encourage you to send a care note, a package, a reminder from home that we are keeping them in our thoughts and prayers, and we're thankful for their service. May God bless each and every member of our armed forces, and may God bless America.
How beautiful to see from former presidential candidate Ted Cruz. We've had so many great warriors on. Big supporter of the troops. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. And, you know, I just want to take a moment. In addition to thanking all of our troops, I'd also like to thank the fellow that you just saw interviewed with John Bachman of Newsmax TV just a couple of minutes ago, Scott Rabb, who is an American veteran. He is he served his country proudly as a member of the United States Navy, and he is the hardest working guy at Move America Forward. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, Scott, and to everybody behind the scenes at our organization. Not a lot of us, in fact.
Hardworking. You don't need a lot if you've got hardworking ones. And by the way, Scott and I were talking right before the show, and he was saying 345 tons of care packages have been delivered. Think about that. 345 tons. You know, you see a box here in the studio with us, but this is what actually goes to the troops. And think about all the work that, as Melanie was just talking about, not a big organization. It is lean and mean, and it is a fighting machine, because what's happening is they are delivering them. They're getting them on those pallets, getting them to thousands of miles away where the troops are, whether it's in Afghanistan or Iraq or elsewhere. And that's the kind of charity that you want to be a part of, where you can actually help and you can actually give. And to be able to deliver 345 tons of care packages, that's a lot of love, and that's a lot of reminders that America has not forgotten the troops. And this is such a fine organization. I also want to take the time too, because you guys have received some of the highest ratings ever for charities all over the world consistently, year after year after year. There's a lot of different rating organizations that are out there, and the finest ones give you guys credits.
Yes, and when people are looking for charities to rate, Charity Navigator is the #1. But that is not actually we're such a small organization, they really don't focus on people like us. And so they have different criteria. But the people like who rate from the Department of Defense, for military charities, they're the ones who are giving us gold star ratings. We've been rated best nonprofit for 4 years.
By GuideStar?
By GuideStar, small nonprofits. And that's who we are. We're small, but we are mighty, and we are working very hard for our troops night and day. So is somebody else, and his name is Dennis Miller. Dennis Miller, of course, is the comedian, and you all know him from talk radio as well, former Saturday Night Live, and a huge supporter of our military men and women serving in harm's way. And Dennis is joining us today.
asked to speak, at least tape a piece here at the Troopathon this year. Listen, I'll be honest with you, and maybe some of you join me on this. I turn the TV on once a day to stay tethered. It's like an old hard drive urge to keep up on the world you live in. It is a freaking madhouse, and in many instances degenerating even further, another circle out on the board, to a slaughterhouse. I look at it and I have sort of a cosmic fear, a chill way inside, just creeped out. And I think, and then something holds me in good stead. And I go, what is that stops? It's like gimbals in Apollo 13, where the thing starts moving and then it locks in again. And it's the troops. I have 2 boys. I have a wife. We live in a game board that's getting increasingly insane. And then there's the good guys, the good women, the people who keep us safe, the people who make us proud, the people who step up and do it for not all the other approbation, but the voice inside that demands that they be decent, courageous, and indeed, in my eyes, heroic. I guess on a basic level, I want to thank all of the troops for holding me in there where I can look at it all and say, thank God I have got a circle of brave men and women around me who astound me on a daily basis and remind me that all of this, we all have nothing unless it is handed to us by the good people of the military. I don't even want to do that wrong to be insulting, because I'm a civilian, I'm a mere mortal. You guys, more so than that. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking care of my family and I.
What a great patron, what a beautiful message. And someone else who is also a huge supporter of our troops is someone who has headlined Las Vegas Continues to, also has a new book out, the incredible Rich Little, the legendary entertainer, the man of so many great voices, the man of 1,000 voices, and a huge supporter of our troops. Rich, so great to have you here.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. Anything for the troops, anything.
You know what, and I will tell you, it was so beautiful when you were talking to our dear friend Bill Chatfield, who's such a big supporter. He's like, Rich is so excited. And I've talked to you so many times, Rich. You loved the military. How did that relationship start with you so many years ago? Because they adore you. There's such a beautiful connection you have.
Well, I just think of all those young men and women who never got a chance to enjoy life. They go over, you know, to whoever, and where there's problems in the world, and some of them don't come back, and it's just unbelievable. But they sacrifice their lives because they love this country, you know. And my heart goes out to them, and I've always had great affection and great admiration for the people in the military. And I'm working at the Tropicana in Las Vegas 5 nights a week. And I sell my merchandise after the show, my tapes of my shows and my new book and everything. And I give the money to the Gary Sinise Foundation for the troops, the wounded warriors, yeah.
How beautiful. Now, I have a question. You do a lot of impersonations. So how about giving a shout out to Troopathon, but with Ronald Reagan's voice? Because you do an amazing Ronald Reagan, my friend.
Well, and more well. You know, some people think that the Army is like a Christmas tree. They decorate them and then they throw them away.
Beautiful. Bravo, bravo.
That was great.
That was unbelievable. That was great.
You know, you must see all kinds of military people coming through to your shows in Las Vegas, and families of people who are serving. It must be something for you.
Yeah, and I see a lot of them, and they're always very polite and very nice, and they don't talk about their hardships at all. And I see ones without arms and without legs, and you know, and they're just proud that they serve their country, and they don't really want any sympathy. And I never served, so, you know, my heart goes out to them, and I think the government should do a lot more for the military. Let's ask Donald Trump what he's going to do.
Well, you know what? You're right. The military, everybody needs to do their part. And that's why, you know, because I feel like organizations like this is where they can fill in the gap. And I agree with you, everybody from the top down, we all need to. And luckily, you know, the president obviously is a big supporter of the troops, but we are also so blessed to have great organizations like all of you here.
Thank you, Rich Little, for joining us.
We are going to build a wall around Iraq. We're going to build a wall.
A big,
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rich, we love you. We love you. Thank you for supporting the troops, the great Rich Little.
And we'll be back right after this. Remember, 844-2-TROOPS.
And Troopathon.org, Troopathon.org, much more right after this break.
Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the co-founder of Move America Forward, and we have been doing Troopathon, which has been our broadcast effort to raise money for care packages for our troops for 10 years now. We're celebrating this evening, and I am so glad that, again, this year, after 5 years, Rita Cosby, who's my good friend and an extraordinary investigative journalist and talk show host who can be heard all around the country, but particularly in New York at WABC, you're joining us again. And you and I both come from families where the men have served in the military.
Absolutely. And in my case, you know, in my father's case, and by the way, I love, of all the different shows and things I do, to be here with you and to be here with Troopathon and all of you who are watching on Newsmax television, or whether it's online, wherever it is, thank you for tuning in, because this is such an important, this to me is the most special program every year. This is the best. And for me, it's so special because my father was a resistance fighter in Poland, country thousands of miles away, but rescued by American troops. And I love sharing my father's story because it reminds me of, and I hope it reminds all of you too at home too, because it reminds us of how great this country is. And also what we do. Think about our brave troops on the front lines in these countries like Poland in my father's time in World War II, and now time and time again, what we represent to the world, we represent freedom. We represent courage. We represent democracy. And for us to be able to send care packages and say to the brave men and women on the front lines, we love you, we support you, we have not forgotten you. To me, as the daughter of a prisoner of war who was saved by American troops, I thank you, and thank you for anything you can do for this fine organization that does so much to honor our bravest.
And I also have to say that my grandfather, Harold Morgan, served in World War I and World War II. He served in Battery D with Harry Truman and had become a lifelong friend. And he got a special exemption from Harry Truman in order to go back to war in World War II, where he served in Italy. But it doesn't matter if you have a family member or if you don't even know anybody who's served in the military. You don't have to really experience that to know what sacrifice military families and military men and women are making. And that's why we want to make sure that they know we got their back. They've got our back, but we've got theirs too. And that's why we have these care packages. And that's why we've been doing this for the last 10 years. I certainly hope that all of you can make a donation, whether it's a small one or a large one. We just got $150,000
from Rush Limbaugh, which is, and just as you were talking about, you know, sometimes even if you don't have a member in the military or someone who was saved by someone in the military,
to be grateful.
You want to be grateful, and you want to, and especially right now, you think about all the things that are happening in the world right now. We have 200,000 troops. We often forget about that. 200,000 troops on the front lines in different places throughout the world. And there's a lot of hot spots. There's a lot of flashpoints right now. And this is an opportunity, even if you don't have someone in the military, to be able to say thank you. And as Melanie was saying, we got your back. We have not forgotten you. We are thinking about you. We love you. This is a very tangible, great way and a very simple way just by donating. So go to Troopathon.org. Also call 844-2-TROOPS. And as we were talking about, you know, there's so many big supporters. We had earlier on the show, we had Charlie Daniels, but he's not the only country music star.
Oh, no.
Country music
Not
loves
by a long
our troops.
shot.
Take a listen. Here's a little bit more from some of the other folks who are very big patriots.
Hi everybody, I'm country artist Lucas Hogue, and for the last 9 years I've had the great honor of going overseas and touring for our servicemen and women all across the Middle East. From small bases to large bases, I've seen exactly where these servicemen and women have to live every single day from 6, 8 to a year at a time. So any love that you can show and any support that you can show for these great Americans would be hugely appreciated. So go to Troopathon.org to show your support and sponsor a care package and move America forward.
Hey y'all, this is Craig Wayne Boyd. Many of my family members and cousins have served in our United States military. Troopathon is an organization that provides support and care packages for our folks serving overseas. Please join me in sponsoring a care package at Troopathon.org to let them know that they are not forgotten.
Hey everybody, Jimmy Fortune here, asking you to support our troops with Troopathon. You know, our brave men and women who've put their lives on the line for us all these years to enjoy the freedom that this country allows us. I get to stand on stages all across the country and I thank our troops, but the truth is we can't thank them for a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. It's just not enough. But you know, you can donate to Troopathon.org and sponsor a package for only $25. And that's just a very little to say thank you for all that they have done for us. So let's move America forward with Troopathon for our troops.
Thank you so much. Country music. And by the way, we had Charlie Daniels. And
oh my gosh.
Just to give you a little tease, you got to stay with us because we have a lot of big names coming up. You talked about our dear friend and someone who's such a great patriot. Mark Levin is coming up, the great one, and also a rare appearance by Bill O'Reilly. And both of these two guys are such patriots. They give back to the troops time and time again. And how awesome that they both are going to be here on Troopathon. So you definitely want to stick with us.
Hey, Rita, I got to just tell you real quick, we got an update in our ear.
Okay, breaking news.
Well, it's not breaking news. It's just that the money is coming in.
Good, we love that.
The phones are ringing.
Love that. Keep it coming, everybody.
The donation button is being clicked. So we are really excited by the fact that you are responding to what we are doing. You know, folks, we're doing this not because this is advancing our careers any. What we're doing is we are doing this out of love and respect and gratitude for our troops.
What a great way to be able to do it, too, because you're always looking for tangible ways and ways to be able to say, how can I help? How can I say that, you know, when you see somebody walking down the street and you see a serviceman or servicewoman, to say thank you is a wonderful thing to do. But how else can you take it a step further? And maybe you don't know someone in the military you want to give, or you have somebody, but you're not sure.
You're not sure what to do.
Here's
this is the beauty of our program is that if you send us some money for a care package, what we do is we put the care package together, get all the items donated, and put together these great packages that the troops have all given us feedback on. This is what they want and this is what they need. It's not just some hodgepodge of stuff. It's all researched. And then what we do is we will send it overseas, but we want your personal message inside. So we have relationships that have sprung up. Somebody writes to a troop member. Troop members write back.
They stay pen pals.
They do.
Beautiful. And I love that part because how nice to know that A, they're getting these items that Melanie was saying how much they need and they love and they appreciate, but also that you can actually write a personal message that they will actually read. Think about it. You can say whatever you'd like to say about how much you love them, how much you appreciate them, their sacrifice, and to know that someone on the other end, thousands of miles away, is getting it. That's the way to be able to say thank you in true style. And we are with Newsmax TV, of course, here, which we love.
We absolutely do love the fact that Newsmax TV has opened their studios and their hearts and given us all these resources to come to you this evening.
We have a guy who was mauled by a dog in the last hour.
I'm telling you, John Bachman. He's the man. He's the top dog around here. Hey, John.
Actually, I think that dog that mauled me is the top dog. So that video is probably going to go viral, and we can talk about it. But I'm here. I lived. I survived. I had the suit on. I'm fine. And it was worth it because we got those donations in, and then the numbers keep going up. What we want to do right now is read some letters that we've received from these troops that have received these care packages writing back to us. The gratitude is amazing. We're going to start with Joshua W., who's in the Air Force serving in Kuwait. When we are delivered a package, everybody gathers around for the recipient to open it, excited for what might be inside. Once the box is opened, everybody tries to find their favorite snack or quality of life item that they may need. All in all, everyone has a good time, enjoys sharing what they receive. That's great. You know, you think about these guys, these men and women open up these boxes, they get out the coffee. Special thanks to the coffee, Cafe Olé, and the coffee that's provided for us for these troops. It's invaluable. They love this stuff. And the beef jerky, too. This is one of the favorite items in there. So let's read another thank you note that we have, and this one comes from Giselle A., who's serving in the Air Force in Kuwait. We've talked a lot about the dog, special care package for the dog. She has her dog there. I feel very honored and privileged to have a person I may have never met go out of their way to send a package to someone they have never met. I believe that the heroes are the people back home rooting us on. I am very grateful for what our fellow Americans and supporters do for us. It makes you realize that there are still good people out there. Thank you for your support. We appreciate it out here. The letters are emotional. You know, just think about receiving one of those back from a care package. Guys, back to you.
Thank you. How beautiful.
That was a beautiful, beautiful letter, I'm telling you.
And that says it all, too, you know, to be able to get that and
get
to
a care
be able
package
to...
from somebody who you've never met,
Yes.
Given to somebody who's never been met.
Yeah, you can just imagine what morale that also does, too, when you're sitting there in this, you know, tough heat, you know, in the middle of no man's land, and you're sitting there, you know, long days away from your family, and to get a package like that and get a letter like that is
Let me tell you something. I've been to Iraq twice now, and right now is especially difficult. It can be up to 127, 130 degrees in the shade. The winds start blowing off that desert, and you get that dirt and that dust and that grime in your mouth and you know, in all over. And I'll tell you what, one of our most popular items, dude wrap, that's what it is. They're little baby wraps because sometimes you don't have access to showers in Iraq or Afghanistan.
And you know, you're talking about the heat too, with the sun too. You've got like sunscreen too. You think about it, how lucky we are just to go to a store, you pick up sunscreen. For these guys, it's a luxury. I mean, you're out in the desert heat, and to be able to say thank you is just such a beautiful, beautiful way to do it. And more important than ever, as you're talking about, because they're on these multiple deployments and away from their family. And you know, I can think about the time when I was in Afghanistan, and it took, you know, we took a chopper, we took a flight in. I mean, it was in the middle of no man's land, and then suddenly you're like, who's out here?
Yes.
It's the U.S. troops. It is, and it's, you know,
and boy, is that a sight for sore eyes.
Is that a sight for sore eyes? When you see them, you think, thank God we have brave men and women protecting us, and to be able to do something like this is so special. So please donate now, 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS.
We also would like to introduce to you, our audience right now, Reverend Dr. Pablo Diaz. He's in New York right now, Vice President of Outreach Ministries for Guidepost. Guidepost is a diamond-level Troopathon sponsor. That means that you people are doing amazing things, giving us money so that we can send these packages overseas. Guidepost donates money as well as faith-based inspirational messages for our care packages.
Beautiful.
Dr. Diaz, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be on with you, and I appreciate this opportunity to support the work that you're doing.
What does it mean to, you know, the faith-based messages? I think that's so beautiful, Doctor, that they can get that, because as we were just talking about, these are difficult times for our troops. And to get a care package and then to also get a message of hope and inspiration, I'm sure it's just such a beautiful connection and just uplifts their spirits and keeps them going, sustains them.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to provide a word of inspiration, a word of hope. Often, you know, these men and women are far from home. They feel a sense of loneliness. They need our support, but they also need a word of faith, a word of encouragement. And these small resources provide that kind of message. It's to kind of sustain them. Once the chaplain leaves them, it sustains them when they feel somewhat far from loved ones. This is the word that comes to their heart and keeps them going in the mission and allows them to continue with their commitment. So they're really our heroes, and we need to support them, and we do it in a small way.
No, you do it in a very large way.
Right.
I mean, the dollars that you send to our organization, it helps us to keep the lights on and to make sure that the volunteers are recruited to bring in the items for the care packages that we send overseas, helps us with the postage. It helps us with every single aspect of our operation. And Dr. Diaz, from our heart to your heart, thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to partner, to support, and most important is to be able to be there for our men and women. They're the heroes. They sacrifice their lives. They sacrifice time and their family and loved ones. And our Guidepost has been supporting the military since 1950, and we will continue to do so and partner with your organization and others. And I think the care package that you provide is much needed, valuable, and it makes a difference, and it touches the heart, the mind, and the spirit. And I think we need to be there to support you.
God bless you, and thank you, Doctor.
Thank you to Guidepost and all you do to inspire our troops and your great patriotism, Doctor. Thank you very, very much. And now let's go to John Bachman, who is in the Newsmax newsroom. John, what do you have for us?
Well, I've got a very special guest. I got Tomacek here. You might recognize him from the wonderful rendition of God Bless America earlier. Tomacek, read off some of the most recent donations we've received.
Yes, I tell you, we have Virginia from Rio Rancho, New Mexico for $100. Dennis in Johnston, PA for $120. Laura from Austin, Texas, $100. Thank you, Laura. Russell from Richmond, Virginia, $25. Doug from Chesapeake Beach, Maryland, we have you at $60. Nancy from Lawrence, Kansas, $50. Nancy, thank you. We have Patrick from Atlanta, Georgia, $25. Eileen from Overlook Park, Kansas, $25. Jim from Henderson, Nevada, $125. Thank you, Jim. Mark from Port Barrington, Illinois, $25. Kurt from Lake Forest, California, $100. Melody from Bradenton, Florida, I believe it is, $50. I want to encourage you all, please, whatever you can do, whatever you can give. Our war fighters give so much. They bless our nation beyond words. And if you'd be kind enough, please, to just send a gift beyond words. Thank you so very much. We really deeply, deeply appreciate your hard work that is turning that hard work into something that will bless our troops and their families. And the gift of that heart and magic of you will help them.
All right, Tomacek, that's wonderful. Wonderful message there. Guys, we will talk about what actually that money is going to pay for, what it goes into these boxes next time we check back in with you. We'll send it back to you in the studio now.
Thank you. What beautiful words there from Tomacek, from the great voice. And, you know, Tomacek was talking about how much it means. The other beautiful thing that I love that you guys do, too, also on Troopathon.org, everyone, you have a soldier sign-up. So if you have somebody, or if you know of somebody, maybe it's a relative, maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a neighbor, go on to Troopathon.org. First of all, click on that donate button and donate, because that is the most important thing during this Troopathon here. But also, if you think of somebody who you know would love to receive one of these wonderful packages that Tomacek was just talking about, you can submit their name, because we're always looking for different people who can be able to receive these packages. Of course, there's so many troops who need them, but it's always great to know that, gosh, this person would really love it. So go on there, write that person's name. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're sitting there watching this from who knows where, and you're saying, I would love one of those. We'll get them to you. So everybody, that's what this is all about, is helping our troops.
Now, for the second year in a row, we have a guest who is a very close friend of Rita's, who has come on, taken the time out of his busy schedule. I know he tours, he has so many engagements, but yet he feels compelled, as do all of us, to remember our troops serving in harm's way. And he is your friend, Tony Orlando.
Oh, and he is one of the greatest patriots ever. Tony Orlando, of course, from Tie a Yellow Ribbon days. Tony Orlando, hit after hit. And Tony, first of all, we love you.
No, wait.
And I want to
fabulous, darling.
I was about to say. Wait, no, Tony. I was going to say that first. She cut me off. I was going to say how handsome you were, and then she interjected. So give me credit first. You know, Tony, you are.
Don't get jealous, Tomacek. Don't get jealous.
Don't tell him. You know what, Tony? You are so loved. And I want to say, I have been to Tony's shows, and the women are like, Tony, but the troops love you, Tony. My favorite part about your show is you go through the different wars, and you say, I love this moment, Tony, and I remember when you did it, and here we were in Branson, Missouri, packed, and you said, okay, anybody here from World War II, stand up. Anybody from, you know, Vietnam, Korea, all the different wars. It's beautiful, Tony. You are so genuinely in love with the troops.
Yeah, I heard you. Hello?
Yes, you're here, Tony. We're waiting for you. Go ahead. Well, how did you start that?
Well, let me just say that I've been doing that since 1973. When I first sang Yellow Ribbon was to welcome home the POWs from Vietnam at the Cotton Bowl with Bob Hope. It changed my life when I met those guys. I've reunion with them almost every year since 1973. And my whole existence since 1973 has been one focused goal, is to raise money, awareness, understanding, and love for our troops. Now remember, that started in 1973. That's 40 plus years ago.
My career has had a lot of great moments, but nothing can compare to the moment that I can walk up to a family member and help them or help their children or help the children of the fallen. I'm with Snowball Express, where what we do is we help the children of the fallen. I look at the situation of veterans today. We're losing 22 a day to suicide, 22 a day. We have 30,000 just from this one war alone. We have the Vietnam vets who still have never really gotten the welcome home they deserve. When this country steps forward first for veterans is when this country will solidify all of us as brothers and sisters. We all want to be there. We all want to be there for them. But this is a chance on this show, on this Troopathon, to give your heart by donating the money that's needed. When the country comes together and donates the money, we don't have to worry about making things happen in Congress or Senate, and it becomes one big red tape. What we want is the people of America to galvanize together, come together every year, like you do, Rita, and guests, and Tommy Chet, and your partner on this quest that you're doing. Then, and only then, can we really say that we care about our veterans. Let's step forward first. Let's not wait for the bureaucrats. Let's not wait for the politicians. Let's do it as a people. We are brothers and sisters. They're ready to die for us the moment they put their name on the line, the moment they sign up. And this is the first time since the Civil War that we have no draft. These young men and women are serving because they want to. They want to serve and put their life on the line for us.
Beautiful,
those
Tony.
22 a day that we're losing, forgive me, a day to suicide, we owe it to them and their families to find a way to end their misery.
Well said.
Thank you.
Tony, we love you, and we just think the world of you, and God bless you for everything that you do for the troops and out of your busy, crazy performing schedule, which is like the schedule of a teenager. and by the way, I said you were handsome before.
No, I said it
Melanie
first.
did.
I did. I said it first, really.
You have two blondes who love you.
All I'm doing is doing what you've done all your career. If I can do as much as you've done for our troops, I'll be a happy man.
Oh my, look who's talking, Tony, because you go out there time and time again. Thank you for supporting this great cause, my friend.
God bless
we
you.
adore you, Tony. Big hugs to you and your wonderful wife, Franny. Thank you. We love you, Tony.
And I said it first.
We love you, God. Oh, great. What an icon, too. I mean, you think, like, time and time again, you think Tony Orlando and the troops, there was this unbelievable connection. You know, great man.
Still coming up on our program, we're going to be talking with another great, wonderful, patriotic woman. Her name is Dionne Warwick.
Yeah, who was with us last year. Who
yes,
we love.
for her very first time.
Yes, she was so great and loved the troops. We also have Mark Levin, and we also have Bill O'Reilly. We have a wonderful all-star lineup, and Susie Orman also is coming, too. We have great patriots. Stay with us here. Troopathon 10, 1-844-2-TROOPS, 1-844-2-TROOPS.
You're watching Troopathon 10, brought to you by these fine sponsors. American Red Cross, Coach K in Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council. Guideposts. Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed. Kong. Motel 6. Overstock.com. Paradise Logodere. Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West. San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee. Teledirect. 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
On October 6, 1973, while the nation of Israel observed Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year for Jews, the combined military forces of Egypt and Syria launched a simultaneous and surprise attack on Israel's southern and northern borders. Within days, the Israeli army found itself in retreat, losing a third of its equipment and outnumbered by the enemy 3-1.
As he could not believe, he said, "We cannot stop them."
Recognizing their very existence was at stake, President Nixon moved quickly to resupply our ally Israel and their besieged army. With an around-the-clock airlift of U.S. military support, the tide of battle shifted, and soon the Israeli armies were advancing into both Syria and Egypt, with Israeli General Ariel Sharon's tanks threatening Egypt's Third Army with annihilation. The Soviet Union, who were supporting the Arab armies, quickly called upon President Nixon to stop the Israelis' advance or risk a larger war. The president intervened, saved the Egyptian army, and then used the opportunity to convince Egypt's President Anwar Sadat to seek a peaceful solution to a conflict that had plagued the region for decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan. I'm the chairman of Move America Forward. We're the largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country. And I'm really proud that this is our 10th year broadcasting live, a program devoted to raising funds in order to send care packages to our troops overseas. Every year we try to break a record. This is no different. We are trying to reach $300,000.
Come on, everybody. We're right there on the edge. Come on, we are right there. You got to keep it up, everybody. We have just a few more hours left. Please do what you can to help this incredible organization, please.
Everybody, this is Rita Cosby. In case you have never seen her before, you've been living in a cave in a rock, actually. So we want everybody.
And you've been to a few of those.
I have been to a few of those, but I've been escorted by some of our fine military men.
Absolutely. And that's why we're here, because we love the troops. And everybody, I'm so honored to be here. As many of you know, my father was a prisoner of war who was saved by American troops. And so for me to be able to say thank you to our brave men and women, it just means so much. Our next guest that we have here on this rock all-star Troopathon 10 sang a song in 1967. And the song was "I Say a Little Prayer for You." It was a way of supporting the troops fighting in Vietnam, and that still resonates today. Please join us, the incomparable and incredible, one of the greatest singers of all time, the wonderful and dear friend of mine, Dionne Warwick. Dionne, thank you so much for being here on Troopathon 10.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Rita. How are you?
You know, we're doing great now that we're hearing that beautiful voice of yours.
Yes.
And we're both smiling. You know, Dionne, you think back of the song that you wrote, Say a Little Prayer for You, and I think about so many of your songs. You know, another one, That's What Friends Are For. It's that bonding experience, and music brings that. And it's important for the troops to feel that bond. You know that all too well.
Absolutely. You know, it's First of all, I didn't write. I wish I did write. I said a prayer. That was Burt Bacharach and Hal David.
You sang it like you owned it.
You sang it. You sang it. That's what matters. You got the vocal cords, girlfriend.
Yeah, I brought it all to you. But that is basically what it's all about. You know, music that has meaning, as those that are serving our country and protecting us. You know, it's a very important thing to pay attention to, the fact that they're in need as we are, and we're the ones that can provide that need. And it's not that much. You know, it really isn't. All it takes is a penny or two or three or 1,000 or 2,000 or how many you can afford, just so you keep them happy and keep them safe and let them know that they're cared about. And everybody loves them and misses them and wants them to be healthy and happy.
And you know, Dion, I know you have friends in the military. Talk about sort of even, you know, on a personal level and the ones you've met through the years.
Oh, my goodness. Well, as everybody knows, I wore about 7 bracelets at one time. And I did. And I had the good fortune of meeting one of the men of the bracelets that I was wearing. He and his family came to my show in Las Vegas at the Sands Hotel. I'll never forget it as long as I live. And it was one of those moments. You know, it's hard even to describe the moment. It was a lot of tears, a lot of hugs, a lot of smiles, and we had dinner, and we got to talk. It was just one of those wonderful, wonderful moments in my life. And just by supporting in that fashion, I felt that, you know, I was doing something to help secure them, you know, in a way that it was the only way that we had at that point in time.
Well, Dion, we love you. Thank you. And just a big shout out to you and your wonderful granddaughter, who I also know, Cheyenne, who has your pipes, by the way, and your looks.
Ooh.
So there's a junior Dion in the works. There definitely is. And to see you, give her my love. And thank you for being here. It really means so much, Dionne Warwick. Thank you, my dear.
My pleasure, darling. Take care.
Thank you. We love you. How beautiful to have that. That silky smooth voice.
You know what?
Love her.
It just reminded me, I had the same experience in Iraq where I was carrying a bracelet for 2 years, and I actually got to meet the best friend of the young man whose name I carried for 2 years, who was killed in action.
Right.
But his best friend came up when we were distributing care packages in theater. It was just, it was amazing.
How beautiful. And that's why we're here, of course, to be able to honor our troops and their families.
Yes,
everyone.
indeed. That's absolutely correct. You know what? We have got so many fantastic guests because this is 10 years, our decade mark doing this program.
10 years doing this. And think about this. I was reading it was over 235 tons of package.
No.
What is
345?
345. Forgive me. I got to juxtapose 345 tons of care packages going out to troops all over the world over the 10-year span. Think about how much that is. Year-round volunteers helping out everybody for this incredible organization. So please give what you can. We just are on for a little bit of time. It's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, Troopathon.org. Please, whatever you can give. You just heard it from the beautiful Dionne Warwick. Whatever you can give at home, whether it's 5, 10, 50, 100, a couple $100, a couple thousand, please help our troops. We are here for them and to tell them we have your back.
Yeah, Newsmax TV's John Bachman has our back too right now. He's got the latest on the figures and all kinds of other things that are happening outside of our studios. John, what you got for us?
I think we're having a couple technical things. Okay, good. By the way, we are here in the Newsmax studios. They're working on it now. Maybe he's being mauled by a dog.
Well, he did earlier. That man will do anything, literally anything for our troops.
We'll have to show that footage at some point again, because John was talking about what the military dogs do and put on the suit, you know, to protect yourself, and the dog went right after him.
Right after him, and I'm telling you, that suit did nothing for his butt. Nothing at all whatsoever.
Didn't look too flattering. Didn't look too flattering.
No, but what was even funnier was seeing him knocked out flat on the ground.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, this is a guy who's poised and confident on
Now, by the way, he did swear he's going to put it back online, so we're going to be able to see that. So at some point, you got to make sure you stay tuned. We'll also try to put it on Troopathon.org, too, afterwards. We have some unbelievable moments from this show.
Still coming up, we're going to be talking with Jerry Haffrey live here in our studio. He's the founder and owner of Ambrosia Treatment Centers. And boy, I'm sure is going to tell us some stories about some of the veterans.
Yes.
But you know what? He's been a Diamond, Troopathon Diamond sponsor for us, and he is a veteran himself. His treatment center is helping veterans to recover. So that is an important aspect of the story that we want to tell.
And we just talked to, like Tony Orlando was talking about, how 22 veterans a day, a lot of different statistics, but that's one of the big ones that we hear all the time, 22 veterans a day. And that's why keeping the morale, keeping them optimistic, keeping them hopeful, and doing what you can to just let them know that what they have done is appreciated and it's respected and it's admired. And because of that, that's why we are here, to let them know that they are not forgotten, because so many of these veterans, you think about it too, it's a volunteer force, it's a young force. Some of them come from broken homes. Not only that, they're dealing with incredible stress being on the front lines. And because of all of that, it's so important to let them know that we're with you and we support you. And we have now with us here in studio, I love this, Jerry Haffrey, who is of course the founder, and he is in the studio with us. Jerry, we were just talking about you and all the great work you do. How important is it, first, from a standpoint of the care packages that we do here at Troopathon, to let the troops know that their work is appreciated, what they did was so noble, and that America loves them too, that this is, you know, it's so much.
They're not in it by themselves.
They're not in it by themselves.
So you had talked about a little bit about me, and I was in North Central Baghdad from 05 to 06, June to June. And
I was there then. I was.
And the packages, it's funny, I was thinking about it, and I was like, the items, they're important. They feel good, they're necessary, they're very important. But it was the overwhelming love that came with them. And you can feel it. And it resonates well with me, to be honest. And it gives me the chills now because it takes you home, but it also, I had my family support me. I come from a big family in Philadelphia area, lots of cousins, and a lot of support. It was for the guys who, like, they didn't have that much support. And extra packages to go around and stuff, and see them just get something.
You know, isn't that something?
Oh my!
These young guys, a lot of them don't have families, didn't necessarily approve of them going into the military, or they didn't have any family at all. And when they got those care packages, you could see them light up.
Absolutely, and that's the part. And sometimes the military, whichever branch, like I was an Army guy, okay.
Go Army.
But
my dad was saved by the Army. We love you, Jerry. We love you. No wonder he's sitting next to me.
But I'll tell you, it's a safe haven for some folks, like you said, who don't have much else going on. Yeah. And they have an opportunity not only to represent the United States of America, but themselves and stand themselves up. And to see that, and then the support from home, that was really cool.
Jerry, thank you.
Can I shake your hand?
Yes. And also I want to say kudos to Ambrosia Treatment Centers, because I know that you guys are a Diamond sponsor and you help veterans and others also recover. So God bless you for all you're doing for our troops, because it's such a noble work.
Go Army.
And for doing the service you're doing. Exactly. We love you guys. Love him.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Love you. Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to helping a lot of people.
All right, and we look forward
to doing it, and we're honored to have you here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
Thank you guys so much.
We love you guys. Thank you. And now let's go to John Bachman in the newsroom.
Stay by, good.
Hey, John.
Here, guys, fine. We're just getting the mics worked out, but we're good. You can hear me now?
Yep, we hear you now.
Fantastic. All right, what we want to do right now is focus on some of our sponsors who help fill out these care packages and make it possible for a $25 donation to take care of all this stuff and get it shipped over anywhere in the world. So first, I want to thank the gourmet coffee company, San Francisco Bay Coffee Roasters. They provide coffee for a lot of places, including Troopathon, and this is the #1 most requested item from the troops. You know, you can imagine what it's like. You don't get regular sleep. You're tired all the time. What keeps these guys and gals going? It's good coffee. And I bet this is probably better than the coffee they're getting in the mess hall. The #2 most requested item, beef jerky. I had one of my friends, Army vet John Rourke, on here earlier, and he was telling me when he was in Iraq that, the MREs only did so much. When you were sitting out there in an MRAP and you wanted something, a reminder of home, a lot of the troops love the beef jerky. It's good, solid protein, and they love that. The other item I'm going to talk about, and it's really kind of quintessential. It's America in a container. Some Girl Scout cookies. Girl Scouts of America and several parts across California are huge sponsors of Troopathon and Move America Forward to make it possible to get Girl Scout cookies inside these boxes year-round. You know how in demand Girl Scout cookies are when they come out at certain times of the year. Well, this makes it possible for the troops to get Girl Scout cookies throughout the year. If there's ever a reminder of something comfortable and home from when you were a kid, it's got to be Girl Scout cookies. Now, those are some of the edible and drinkable items that come in this box, but something else that we hear from the troops that they really appreciate, you know, you can imagine what it's like to be in a combat zone. You don't have access to a shower. You want to clean up. Well, Dude Wipes is another big sponsor of Troopathon. Little wipes like this and bigger ones, you know, this is a quick shower. And this is about what a lot of these men and women, that's all they have access to when they're out there in the front lines in a forward deployed base or combat zone. So thanks to Dude Wipes, San Francisco Bay Coffee Company, Beef Jerky Oberto, and Girl Scouts of America for all they do for Troopathon. Melanie, Rita, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, John.
And John, we have such an awesome treat for us here. The first time here on Troopathon in studio, and you probably recognize this great, fabulous woman who is such a supporter of the troops. Yeah. Great talk show host. How many Gracies do you have? We were talking about Gracies earlier. You have like,
9.
She has 9 Gracie Awards. That's what I knew. I remember that. Right. But not only that, Susie Orman, who everybody knows, of course, from CNBC, she is the preeminent personal finance guru. You do so much for the troops. You actually donate your time and your efforts to teach them about finance, personal management.
15 years,
right?
So you know what's interesting is
and
that
she is here with us. We love this. We're so happy to have
I've
you
never
on.
talked about it before. It's always been something that's the only really pro bono work that I do. And I've been to Naples, I've been to all over this world speaking to the troops, and it was this year that I was named the official finance educator by the Pentagon for the Army Reserves and the Army. And so we've made videos, and you know, now with the administration change, they have to get everybody in place. Yeah. And then we were going to tour the bases because, you know, you have these men and women. And if you ever met them face to face, if you ever saw them when they came back, like in Walter Reed, which I have,
so have I.
Yep. We have our freedom because of them. And I don't think that we really get in the United States here what it's like to walk around not being free. We are free, and we get to do this and we get to do that because of the armed forces. And so it's such a shame that they're not acknowledged and they're not honored and they're not treated better and they're not on everybody's mind every day.
You know, you talked about, it's interesting, it made me think, Susie, you know, my father is Polish and my father was a Polish resistance fighter. And we went to Poland and my father said he had tears in his eyes because he said to see a free country. And you're right, there are so many countries like that that are begging for American troops and begging for freedom. And I think it is such a great reminder that sometimes we do take freedom and how lucky we are to have these brave men and women and to be able to speak our mind and to do the things we do in this country. It's a very divisive time in the country right now, but yet we're able to speak freely because we have brave men and women like that. Yeah. And sometimes we do take it for granted, sadly.
And these men and women love their country more than anything. You know, I'll never forget a few years ago I was at Walter Reed and I'd given a talk for 700 or 800 of, you know, the men and women there, and then we were taken on a tour through the hospital, and a man had just come back with no arms and no legs, and his wife and his children were going to see him for the very first time. And all this man wanted to do was to go back to the sandbox.
Yes.
To go back to serve his country. Yes. Nothing wanted, no arms, no legs, you know, and that's what he wanted. So you could take a man's body and a woman's body away from them, but you can't take their love for their country.
Their spirit.
Absolutely. And your love, too, by the way, because you're here with us. I want everybody to know, I reached out, I'm in. It was like, count and how beautiful, because What do you
we
want
were just in Tampa today.
She just happened to be in Florida. I was like, you can't be in the state without coming by and seeing the two of us and seeing everybody, all of you at home, too, especially.
And one of the other things that you do that, because, Susie, I've known you from your time in San Francisco, where you had a radio program, and then, of course, you were syndicated across the country, but you take the time to educate our soldiers about money.
Yes.
And that's when you were referring to your pro bono work, that's what you were talking about, is giving them this great gift of being able to manage their finances in their lives and make things very meaningful.
Yeah, because, you know, we don't pay them very much.
No.
When they're through with whatever, we've made them soldiers, but it's very hard. It's not so hard to make a man or a woman into a soldier. It becomes very difficult to make a soldier back into just a man and a woman. And so I've always said, if you want to hire a worker, you want to hire the best employee you are ever going to find, bar none, hire a soldier, a veteran. But when they come back, everything has been taken care of for them.
Yes.
You know, so they're out of touch with money.
Right, and how to juggle it all.
Right. And here's the other sad thing. So many financial organizations take advantage of the men and the women. They set up posts and things to give them payday loans and do this and to do that. It's a real travesty.
It is.
It is.
So, and it really pisses me off.
I don't
That's why
blame
I'm
you.
glad that you're giving back.
And so let them hear what the truth is. So I didn't want anything. And what was so hard was that it took me so long to get a gratuitous service contract because I didn't want any money. And they said,
from the government.
Like, wait a minute,
from the government, they said, no, you can't do this unless you're one of our vendors.
Wow.
And I said, I am not your vendor. I don't want a penny. And either you create a contract that says I get no money, or else I'm not doing it.
Or pay me 10 cents.
Then all the other financial advisors heard. Susie Orman was named the official financial, and they were calling up like, how come she got to do it? And they said, well, she's doing it for free. And they went, oh, never mind.
By the way, we just have about a minute left, and I want to make sure that you tell folks who are watching at home, too, how important it is, too, to be here, because how wonderful of you to take your time and to be here with us.
To show up.
And also to show up, to really walk the walk, which you do.
So which camera you want me to
Whichever
tell?
one. How about this one right here?
All right, you listen to me, everybody. It's not enough to just show up. It's not. It's you have to show up with your money. And there's only a few things in life where money really can have an incredible impact. So let's do a little challenge, Grant, here. For the next hour, I will match every single dollar up to $10,000. You have 1 hour to call in, and I will match dollar for dollar everything up to $10,000. Now, this is the time for you to do that. Because when you give from your heart, you get far more back than you can ever have any idea.
You just blew me away.
God bless
You just blew me away, Susie.
God bless you, Susie.
And he
Thank you.
does.
Yes,
He does.
And you are amazing. We love you. The troops love you. And you just heard it. Make sure you match Susie Orman, one of the great patriots out there. In the next hour, she's going to match it for $10,000. Thank you for your time
Thank
and
you,
for your
Susie.
love of the troops.
We love you.
We love you. We're going to have a lot more Troopathon right after the break.
If you want to call, it's 1-844-2-TROOPS, 1-844-2-TROOPS, or troopathon.org.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal. And incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
Exactly 6 years and 6 months after the first shots of the Revolutionary War were fired at Lexington and Concord, General George Washington had spent most of the war evading fixed battles against the superior armed British forces. But Providence intervened. Lieutenant General Lord Cornwallis, commander of British forces in Virginia and second in command of all British forces in the American colonies, had moved into a trap, setting up camp in Yorktown. Located on a peninsula and facing the York River, Cornwallis was easily encircled by Continental Army troops on one side and a powerful French fleet on another. On October 6th, Washington's army, now reinforced with 5,500 French troops, were making preparations for their planned assault on the 9th. At the same time, a French fleet, numbering 28 ships of the line, had prevented any chance of a British escape by water. By mid-month, the British were cut off from their supply lines, denying them much-needed food and ammunition. With his forces suffering heavy casualties from Washington's continual artillery bombardment, and knowing his reinforcements were still weeks away, Lord Cornwallis did the unthinkable. He surrendered his forces to what had been called a band of rabble, effectively ending America's war for independence. The date was the 19th of October, 1781. With the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the war officially came to a close, with America's sovereignty secured and its territories bordered by Canada to the north, Florida to the south, and the Mississippi River to the east. For Newsmax TV, I'm Bill Curtis, and this is an American moment.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Melanie Morgan along with Rita Cosby. Thank you for joining us on the 10th anniversary of Troopathon, a live broadcast in order to generate funds for care packages for our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. Our last guest was Susie Orman, the financial analyst. She is a talk show host. She's on radio and television and has been for many years. And she just blew us away, Rita.
I know, I love that. She looked in the camera, right, and said, okay, all of you, she will match up to $10,000, whatever is given in the next hour. So let's take advantage of that to be able to say thank you to our troops. And Susie was here in studio because she happened to be in Florida, and she said, I am coming. She is such a supporter of the troops, gives them financial advice, pro bono, and said that she will match all of your donations up to $10,000 if you donate in the next hour. So please, everybody, hurry up and give, because what a great thing to be able to do that. And think about all the different care packages that will come to our troops as a result of that. Thank you, Susie Orman. We love you. Thank you for coming here. And all of you, please make sure that the donations come in. It's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, Troopathon.org. Let's hurry up and match that, because we've got an hour to match what Susie Orman just challenged you to.
We don't have a lot of time left, but we do have a lot of guests left. We're going to have Mark Levin, the great one, and Bill O'Reilly in a very rare television appearance, and we're very excited by that. But even more excited right now is a very special guest who has touched all of our hearts. Their stories have been told on radio and television and in film, but we cannot even begin to fathom what it was actually like.
Absolutely. And we think about those guys in Benghazi. And there were 3 guys particularly there who were there fighting off for 13 hours. It's the name of the film. And talk about, as we get a chance and a real privilege to talk to a true American hero. Joining us now is Mark Geist. He was one of those guys who was part of that annex security team in Benghazi, and he is credited with saving dozens of lives. Mark, we love you. Thank you for being here. And what do you want to say to people who are watching Troopathon about how much it means that there are messages from home and things from home when you guys are literally in the thick of it, and how important it is to know that America has your back?
You know, and that's what it is. It's about America having our back, because we know, and we love to let them know that we have their back, and we do it by our service, our sense of dedication to this country, and the love that we have for this and protecting the people that are all of this country. I mean, and it's not the left or the right, it's everybody. You know, we stand up and take an oath to uphold the Constitution for all of it, for everyone in this country. And to get those care packages from people is just so heartwarming to know that they understand the sacrifices that we're willing to give for them and the thanks that they give for us. And, you know, I don't know if you can really put it into words on exactly how you feel. Anytime I got one while I was overseas, either when I was in the military or as a contractor, it just raises your spirits and it keeps you understanding why you're doing what you're doing.
You know, it's not often that we actually get to hear the stories that many military men and women live, because sometimes they're either top secret or there isn't a clearance, but we know your story and we know your heroism, and we know that we are very, very grateful as a nation to what you did and what others have done. This is a time for us to pay back that gratitude, isn't it, for those who are still serving?
It is, because, you know, we have 300 or 270 odd diplomatic facilities around the world where there's military, State Department, FBI, contractors working, and then as well as what we have going on in Afghanistan and Iraq right now, and it's going to continue. And having that support from back home just really means a lot to them. And, you know, the story about Benghazi is just representative of a bunch of Americans that are out there serving this country and whose stories don't get told, of the heroism and the sacrifice they're willing to give so we can have what we have back here at home.
And Mark, real quick, what do you want to say to the folks who are watching here on Newsmax TV and elsewhere, who are watching and thinking how they can help? What do you want to say to encourage them?
You know, thank you all for your support and efforts, but take that step up one more time. Donate what you can, reach into your pocket, fill what you know what you can give. Give that, because you know it's going to go to a soldier, a sailor, an airman, or a Marine, or a Coast Guard, somebody serving this country who doesn't necessarily have that family at home that may be sending them something. And you could be that family that they just really need to give them that thing that helps them get through that day. Just knowing that is so important for them.
Thank you. And Mark, we love you. We are so grateful for your service and for the other guys who were there with you on that rooftop. We love you and thank you so much. America is so indebted to you. Thank you.
You'll never know how much we really appreciate you and your heroism.
Well, thank you so much. And I know the guys, if they were here, they would say the same thing. I mean, we couldn't have done what we did if it wasn't for the teamwork and the efforts that were put out by the team that was there. Couldn't ask for a better group of guys to work with.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you. God bless you. We love you, Mark. Thank you so much. And you think about, God, the guts of Mark and his colleagues and what they were doing. And that's a reminder, you just heard from him, how much it means to send a care package to somebody like that. And there's so many other great stories out there like those heroes of Benghazi. And just to be able to send something to them and say, we love you, we are thinking of you. It's the least we can do to help them, guys.
You know, it takes my breath away, actually. When I've never met Mark. I've read his book. I've seen the movie.
A humble man. I've met Mark, and he is such a humble man.
I just feel privileged being able to communicate through a television camera with him.
Well, and you know what I feel too when I'm sitting there thinking of him, Mildred? I'm thinking of like how lucky if we can just send a care package.
Right.
When you think about what that guy went through on that rooftop that night, and
All
to
of
just
them.
be able to say, I'm humbled to be here and to be able to say thank you. I
Yes.
really am, because what a gutsy man. I get emotional.
Still giving
thinking
back,
about it.
still giving back to his
Yes,
country, and I hope that
absolutely.
you all will do the same thing. We're running out of time, folks, so we really would appreciate it. If you're thinking about making a donation, if you want to hit that button, the donate button at troopathon.org, or
Hurry
if
up and do it.
Yep, the phone
And by the way, you got
number.
to match Susie Orman. She said in the next hour, it's about 45 minutes probably or so from now.
$10,000.
She said she's going to match it. So we got to take advantage of everybody. Call in now, please. 844-2-TROOPS.
Okay, so let's go to John Bachman in the Newsmax newsroom. Johnny B, good.
That's right, and I'm here with a couple of my friends, a couple volunteers and employees of Movement Forward. Lisa Barron, who's going to read off some names here in just a second, and Tomacek, who did that great rendition of God Bless America. He's going to really drive home the call to action, because I want you guys to focus in on a number real quick. We just had Susie Orman on. She just made that incredibly generous offer that she's going to match up to $10,000 donations. Our goal here tonight was to raise $300,000. We're at $282,774 right now. My math isn't that great, but I know $20,000 will get us over that threshold, the $300,000 goal we had set before the broadcast. All right, Lisa, let's talk about some of the people who are making this possible.
Sure thing. I wanted to point out some of our very special sponsors, like Rich and Eileen from Honolulu, who gave $10,000. Yeah, that's pretty big. And then we also have John from Prescott, Arizona, who came through with $600. Nice donation. And Alexander S. from Bentonville, Arkansas, who came through with $1,000. Yeah, and then we also have Freddie from City by the Sea, who came through with $2,500. So that's a big, big help for our troops there.
All right, so this is it. Tomacek, you give them that last sales pitch. Let's get us over the hump here. Let's get us over the $300,000. I know we'll have more money coming in, but that's the goal. We're very close. Susie Orman made that matching pledge. Let's see what we can do. Drive it home.
As you all heard, ladies and gentlemen, Susie Orman, who's the world's principal finance expert, she said that she will match anything up to $10,000. So if you, even 5, 20, 25, whatever you could possibly try to help support this extraordinary cause, when our warfighters receive this gift, be they men, women, God bless you, please help them do this. Troopathon is working so hard, and we are looking to you to help join with us and shine a brilliant light on this most magnificent program. Thank you.
If that's not going to get it, I don't know what will. But we're going to keep asking you for those donations here throughout the evening. We're going to get over the $300,000 mark, maybe more. And that's a lot of money, a lot of support that can go to our troops.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. We've got much more to come here on Troopathon. Stay tuned. We got Bill O'Reilly coming up later in the show with a lot more famous guests and a lot more donations hopefully coming from you. Stay tuned.
Live from our studios in Florida, it's Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe. With our hosts Melanie Morgan, Rita Cosby, and John Bachman.
And welcome to Troopathon 10, everybody. Rita Cosby, so happy to be here again with one of the founders, of course, of Move America Forward and Troopathon, Melanie Morgan. And we just had on, first of all, we're both so emotional. We just had Mark Osgeist, one of the heroes of Benghazi, on there, saying how much these care packages and messages from home mean. And we also had Susie Orman, who was here in studio, who put a great challenge out to all of you who are watching at home, because this is the time to give, everybody. We are now down to crunch time. We're here until 10 o'clock Eastern. The number is 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS. We want to hear from you, because Susie said she was going to match.
She's going to match
$10,000.
So that means, folks, that you can donate, even if it's a small amount. She'll match it with a $10,000 contribution.
How amazing is that?
We've been talking about the numbers and and they've been getting bigger and bigger, exploding over the last several hours. Thank you. But we really want to get over, the hump to our goal, which is 300,000. We'd love to go beyond that.
And we had 282 on the last one.
282 on the tote board.
Yeah, so let's see where we are now.
Fine.
All right, drum roll, everybody. Let's see where we're at. Oh my gosh, we did it!
We did it! Oh my gosh! Rita, we did it!
$301,000.
Oh
$20,000 came in the last few minutes. Thank you, all of you.
We cannot
How
stop now.
fantastic.
We
Thank you.
cannot.
Yeah, we still have another hour to go, everybody. We've got, how great. How great. That's called an air kiss, everybody.
Oh, I am so excited
everybody,
now.
How terrific. Thank you. Thank you, all of you at home.
But we still have a long ways to rest. And before we rest, because we've got 1 hour left, we've got to match that $10,000 pledge from Susie Orman, the great financial guru. And to help us get over that hump is Chris Carter. It is just such a pleasure for us to be able to introduce
rock star on the football field.
Oh my gosh, and in the announcer's booth.
Yes.
He's a guy that all the guys around here are going, oh my God, Chris Carter's coming.
Chris Carter. Of course, he's one of the football greats. He's a Pro Bowl and also Hall of Famer, NFL wide receiver, and of course, you know him from the broadcast booth too. Chris, great to have you here on Troopathon. Thank you for your support.
Oh, thank you. I need to take you guys onto the field with the type of energy you guys have.
Now, what would we be? Would I be a quarterback or a wide receiver? What do you think? What do you think?
Well, I think you probably do better telling people what to do.
I think
the coach.
You know Rita.
Good, I'll be the coach. Chris, thank you so much for being here. Tell us about your love of the troops, because I know you've been a big supporter of the troops, and also telling them thank you, because that's what this is all about, is sending this money in. We have just the final hour, so we're so glad you're with us this final hour. What do you want to say to everybody listening?
Well, it's very symbolic as far as the troops. There's one thing that always has been symbolic with them being abroad has been our ability to broadcast sporting events so that they got some type of relief. And that was all, we always had that in common. You know, so as far as support from athletes throughout the years, we know that the support that the troops give. And one thing being an athlete, we hate when we hear people call us heroes. We understand that we're role models, we realize that we have great athletic ability, but the real heroes are those who serve our country and protect our freedom and have done that for hundreds of years. So as an athlete and a former athlete, I always try to convey the message. And anytime I might be able to shine a light that I have in my life where real lightness should be, and to be able to support the troops in this time. I've had a couple veterans in my family, a couple brothers who have served, and I talked to them about this and how important it was to get them care packages and to get those gifts with those snacks in it. Even though some of the snacks aren't necessarily good for you, it really cheered you up, and it kind of brought back the American spirit, you know, a candy bar, some of the childhood candy that you grew up on, and just some of the knickknacks that were kind of your favorites. So anytime that I could be able to try to help let people know that you guys are doing great stuff out there and you need your support, you want to support some real heroes, get behind the troops, send the care package. And that's what I've been able to do. I have a good friend of mine who is a veteran, Jerry Haffey. I've been involved with him in the treatment business, and for me, it's a great partnership because he served this country, and to be able to serve the troops from an awareness standpoint and let them know that we really love them, we appreciate what they do, and even when they come back to the mainland, you know that it's amazing. You know, the VA did a study last year. And it's a really critical stat that people need to know. And internally, they found out that 20 veterans are killing themselves every year. Yes. And we shouldn't wait to get back here. We should try to give them support while they're there and during their term that they serve, and continue to serve them. And myself and the group that I'm associated with, we're doing all that we can in supporting them and trying to change those horrific stats.
Well, Chris, thank you. And also go on your social media, tell everybody to donate to Troopathon. It's our final hour, and we love being able to kick it off with you. How cool is that? Thank you.
Chris, I just have to say, I have to use a really trite expression. Got to pull us over the finish line. Pull us over the finish line, okay?
Come on. Come on, you can do it. Your coach is telling you to do it.
Come on, get in there. Pull us over the finish line.
Push us over the finish line.
All right.
Come on, do a touchdown for us.
All right. Spike that ball.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris, we love you. Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you for all you do, too. And, of course, you know, we have so many great supporters on Troopathon. By the way, everybody, I want to tease a little bit of what's ahead, too, because we have Mark Levin. We have the great one.
The great one.
We have Bill O'Reilly. How cool is that, making a rare appearance here on Troopathon, because he's such a big supporter of the troops. And we have so many other great folks. We got Kurt Schlichter. We got so many great folks that are coming up. And you have
so little time.
And so little time. So this is our final hour, everybody.
Yes, it is.
I want you to get on the phone. You heard from Susie Orman just how much it means, these packages. You heard from Chris Carter, all these people, these wonderful folks. And the reason they're here is because they love the troops. And I know you watching at home on Newsmax love the troops too. So please do what you can. It's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, and troopathon.org. Final hour. We got over the hump. We want to keep going. This is an important time to let the troops know there are so many difficult spots in the world. This is a time to let our troops know we love you, we got your back, and we are supporting you. America is with you.
Rita, you know who else is an incredible supporter of the troops is my friend Sean Hannity. I've known him for over 17 years, and you've known him as well.
Love him. Yeah, he had an office a couple doors down from me at a place called Fox News. I love him.
Yeah.
Love Sean.
This is a guy who has donated millions of dollars for our troops. He has been out there, you know, he's got everybody's back in this country. I just have to say that, but especially the military.
He does.
Our dear friend Sean Hannity sent an inspirational message for us for this year's Troopathon, and he's been tweeting for us and doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. So why don't you just take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
All right, everybody, Troopathon is back. It has been something that I have supported a lot over the years, run by my great friend Melanie Morgan and so many hardworking patriots to send these care packages to our brave men and women. You have no idea how important this is for all of these people that put their lives on the line for us every single day, and they don't even have the little things sometimes that they need. It's ridiculous, but thank God Troopathon is there. Look, I know that we're being hit in a million directions. Whatever you can do, big, small, doesn't matter, anything you can do to help this great organization, our brave men and women, I will be donating. I want all of you, just any little bit you can help, it goes a long way. I want to say congratulations on yet another successful year for Troopathon. The work they do is imperative, it's important, and frankly, it's just downright good and patriotic. Melanie, thank you. All the Troopathon associates, thank you. You guys do amazing work, and it's an honor to just be a little tiny spoke in your wheel, and we appreciate all that you do each and every year.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you. We love you. And by the way, Sean made a $10,000 donation to Troopathon. So please, everybody, keep it coming. Also, Susie Orman, who is here with us in studio, said she's going to match your money up to $10,000. Probably have about a half an hour left of that. So please, everybody, hurry up and get those donations, and she will match it up to $10,000. And this is our final hour to be with you. So please do what you can for the troops. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to say, we love you, we care, and it's so easy by just sending a care package. Such a tangible, beautiful way to say we love you and America supports you. It's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS.
All right, so another guy who has been really in the fight with us to get care packages overseas to Iraq and Afghanistan, other hot spots across the world. He's been in the fight in, you know, really the war of words, because that's what's been happening over the last decade. When troops were coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan 10 years ago, when I started this organization with so many others, we were looking at thousands of people in the streets protesting against the war, and they were calling our troops names. They were denigrating the service and sacrifice of our men and women.
Well, you think about also like in Vietnam, too. You know,
that's
you think about
exactly why we started this.
You know, I addressed the American Legion one time, and I remember saying to the American Legion, because there were so many Vietnam vets, I remember saying, I wish I had been a journalist then, because I would have been hugging every single one of you. And that's why we are here, and that's why you have created this amazing organization to say never again, and never again.
Another guy that we're just talking about who has this kind of fighter mentality is Kurt Schlichter. He is a returning Troopathon supporter and a retired U.S. infantry colonel who was deployed to Operation Desert Storm and Operation Enduring Freedom. Kurt, it is always fabulous to talk to you because you have such a way with words. It's almost stiletto-like.
Well, thanks for having me, and I want to make clear I was enduring freedom in Kosovo. I had it a little easier on my second deployment than those guys in Afghanistan who were doing stuff, although we did important work there. And you guys are doing important work here. I'm really proud to be a part of this.
And by the way, Kurt, I was in Kosovo. It's not Paris or or London. I was in Kosovo, so thank you for your service very much.
I was a colonel. You know, I didn't do anything.
Oh, stop! You always start with that modesty stuff. Yeah. Anybody who serves
modesty. I am a cavalry officer. I am a Los Angeles trial lawyer. I do not have a modest bone in my body.
That's true.
Believe me.
All right, that's true. That's true.
Assessing the facts.
So what do you want to say to the humble men and women who are out there as a thank you to our troops and also to the folks who are watching at home here on Newsmax?
Well, look, I know from firsthand experience the guys and gals who are doing the hard work, who are out there, who are sweating, who are dodging bullets, who are really putting in the time. They're the ones getting these care packages. Okay, they're not going over to the colonel's quarters. They're not going over to the officers' quarters. They're not going to the senior NCO's quarters, or they damn well better not on my unit. They're going to the troops, young soldiers, first tour, second tour. And these are great people. I can't tell you how honored I was to be able to lead these young men and women. Their character, their courage, their competence. You know, I like to make fun of millennials, just like everybody else. You know,
I got a couple of them.
I'm joking when I do it because I've seen these young Americans out there doing the job. They don't have to be there. They're all volunteers. Some of them volunteer 2 or 3 times. You know, if you go to airborne school, you got to volunteer to jump out of planes.
How crazy is that?
It is crazy. I only did it 5 times, but I got a really cool badge I get to wear forever. But look, these guys are out there and they're doing a hard job, and you know, sometimes it's easy to forget that there are people back home who are thinking of them, and they're so blessed. You were talking about the Vietnam guys a little while ago. They couldn't count on America having their backs. But our soldiers today, our airmen, Coast Guardmen, sailors, Marines, they can count on people having their backs. And the way they see it when they're over there is when those packages show up.
Hey, Kurt, thanks again. You've been a regular contributor and supporter of Troopathon. I will never be able to express my gratitude to you. I'm just going to say a simple thank you, and I'll read everything that you ever write. I promise I won't throw anything in the garbage, and I'll even make my millennial read it, which is really hard to do.
And Colonel, thank you very much for your service.
Thanks for having me, and thank you guys for taking care of my troops.
Thank you very much for supporting the troops. And now let's go to John Bachman here at Newsmax Television. He's in the newsroom. John?
It's so great to hear from Kurt Schlichter. He's a regular guest here on Newsmax TV. We love to have him. And what a heartfelt message from one of our veterans who obviously cares about the men and women on the front lines. I'm joined by Kay Rivley right now. Kay, if you were tuning in to the very beginning of the broadcast, she did a wonderful rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. So great job there. But she's going to read to us some of our most recent sponsors, and we're going to give you an update on the total donations so far. Go ahead, Kay.
Patriots across our country are making us proud, John. We've got Matthew from Bronxville, New York with $50. Lois from Cortez, Colorado with $25. We got Nancy from Athens, Iowa with $50. And then we're all the way over into Pennsylvania with Larry from Monroeville, Pennsylvania with $50. They're just sending it in left and right.
Coast to coast, not just the lower 48. We've had donations from Hawaii and Alaska. Right. Maybe when we get over to Guam and Hawaii, we'll get some more donations in. But I want to read off a couple other names, too, here. We've got Ronald from Los Angeles, California, $25. Bruce from Staten Island, New York, $25. Ed from Hudson, Florida, $100, and Judy from Dix Hill, New York, $200. All right, let's take a look at the total. You guys see the number behind us. The goal was to get over $300,000, and we've done it now. $301,090. $301,090. I finally got it there. But it's a lot of money. Thanks to donations big and small. We really appreciate the matching offer from Susie Orman. That helped out. We saw a big uptick in donations. She was offering to match up to $10,000, of course, this hour. And, of course, that's already burned up now because we are up over $300,000. Still more time. We got about an hour left. We still got Mark Levin and Bill O'Reilly coming up, and we know they're going to drive some more donations home for us, too. So, guys, back to you. Let's keep that money coming in.
You're right. We don't have a lot of time left, but what we do have are contributions that are coming in. I want to especially acknowledge Cindy Kay. She is from Michigan, from Novi, Michigan, and she called in and she donated $3,000. Then she called back a few minutes later and said, nope, that wasn't enough. So she donated another $2,000. So she's donated a total of $5,000. And she says, I'm so very proud of you, and I'm in awe of your dedication, love of country, and your sacrifice. Well, Cindy, we are in awe of you and what everybody is doing to help us, create a record. We are at $301,000 and change, and this is just astonishing. We still have 1 hour left to go, and we haven't even talked to Bill O'Reilly, and we haven't talked to Mark Levin.
We also have Willie Robertson, by the way, from Duck Dynasty. Those guys are such patriots, and Willie Robertson's we have like such unbelievable guests because they love the troops. And also, you heard about Susie Orman and hitting the money, but now what Susie's going to do, she said she's going to match up to $10,000.
We've got 5,000.
Thank you. We got 5,000. So we need another 5, you guys.
Okay,
so
can you guys write a check or make a
what is her? I want to make sure we mention her name again.
It's Cindy K.
Cindy K, thank you. We love you. And make sure that Cindy K is not alone, everybody. Come on. We need another $5,000 to match Cindy K. Susie Orman said that she will match that. How great is that?
And don't forget that we're going to give away the Weber Grill. So
exactly.
If you want to get involved in the raffle, $200 for the Weber Grill, which is actually a $500 value.
Yep, there it is. You can see
there it is. You can see it on the screen, and we love them. All the guys love them.
It's amazing. So if you donate $200 or more, you automatically get into the raffle for the Weber Grill. So how great is that? In the last couple hours, we gave away the Coach K basketball, and now these next few hours, and we only have like a little bit of a half an hour or so left. Get in, get your donations now, get the 5,000 so we can match with Cindy K, and then we can get the money from Susie Orman for our troops, of course. And then you can also get in the drawing for a Weber Grill. I understand we've got the tote board.
We do. Okay, so I'm going to pretend like I can play the drums.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, there you go. We heard the drums. All right, let's see the tote board. I can't wait to see it, everybody. Here it is, $325,000.
Oh my gosh!
Great, everybody, keep it coming. This is our last hour, and we want to hear from you.
We need to break this record.
Come on, everybody.
Establish a new record for next year, because all of this money, 86% of every dollar, stays in the programs. We get the care package out, the noodles, the original beef jerky with the premium coffee, and
all the stuff and also the canine packs too for dogs. Because you dog lovers out there, we have a big dog lover coming up, Mark Levin.
Oh my gosh.
The great one's coming up. Also Bill O'Reilly, such a huge veteran supporter, and also Willie Robertson. We've got all-star lineup, so you definitely don't want to touch that dial here on Newsmax TV.
No.
But also, please make sure that you give, because these are our final minutes leading to our final hour right now. This is it. So we definitely want to hear from you. This is Troopathon 10 great years of you and your staff, and this is the time to be able to say thank you, to send these great care packages out to all of our troops, thousands of miles away, and a letter from you. How beautiful. This is such an incredible organization. Everybody, please do what you can.
It is hot in the desert right now, and our troops have 60 pounds on their back, and they are out sweating in 127 degrees. So please, let us send as many care packages to every single troop that is in Iraq and Afghanistan and across the region and across the world. You can do it. You can help us break this record. It's super important for us to show our appreciation. Personalized messages. The number is 1-844-2-TROOPS, or go to troopathon.org. Click on the donate button. It's super easy. We do all the work, and you get the credit. I mean, does it get any better than that?
And the troops get the smiles, courtesy of you. Much more after the break.
You're watching Troopathon 10, brought to you by these fine sponsors: American Red Cross, Coach K and Duke University, Congressional Prayer Caucus Foundation, Dude Wipes, FedEx, Girl Scouts of California Central Coast, Central California South, San Diego, and Arizona Cactus Pine Council, Guideposts, Jim E. Reams, author of The Creed, Kong, Motel 6, Overstock.com, Paradise Logodere, Reed Rosenthal, author of Threads West, San Francisco Bay Gourmet Coffee, Teledirect, 329, United in Purpose, Wounded Warrior Project.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued. By the criminal and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured three-story Pakistani-based compound. From entry to exit took approximately 45 minutes, with the bulk of time being used to gather up a plethora of al-Qaeda intelligence materials. When located in his living quarters on the third floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Woohoo is right.
I love that cheer.
Yeah, we got a cheer in our studio audience here this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Melanie Morgan, along with Rita Cosby, who is, of course, a renowned journalist and investigative reporter and talk show host that's heard all over the country. We appreciate her being here for our 10th anniversary Troopathon program, which is a program that we designed 10 years ago in order to get as many care packages as possible into the hands of our troops, our men and women who are serving in Iraq, Afghanistan, and all across the globe. And so far, we've been very successful.
Yes, we have. We have a new update.
Yes. Look, first, we just want to mention that 345 tons of supplies and care packages have gone overseas since we began this program. But the program this evening, Troopathon, the live broadcast that brings together celebrities and sports people and people from my world of talk radio and yours as well, it has been such an amazing effort in order to educate people about what's happening.
Absolutely, because they go out to the troops, so they see these members of the troops and see how much it means.
People don't realize that we still have troops that are serving in Iraq and Afghanistan. They think that Obama brought all the people home. That's not true.
And in fact, just recently, word came out that there were 4,000 new troops going back to Afghanistan. Of course, we still have troops there. So because of all of that, it is so important to let our troops know that you care. We're in our final hour, everybody. We want to hear from you. We had Susie Orman say she was going to match. We have just probably a few minutes left of that matching money. She said she's going to match up to $10,000, everybody. So come on, we got 5. So we need another 5.
Please.
Again, it's 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, troopathon.org. And I understand we should go to the tote board. I think we were hearing.
Yes,
so let's go to the tote board really quick. Oh my gosh, $354,000. This is so great. Thank you, everybody. Think about how many great care packages that is for the troops. Think about how many smiles and just so much joy that you're going to bring to the troops for $354,000. That's so terrific.
We are not done yet. We have a ways to go here.
Yes, we do.
A short period of time, but we have a ways to get that kind of money into the pipeline so that we can send these care packages out as quickly as possible from our volunteers. It's very expensive to ship over to Iraq.
Yeah, difficult spots.
It's very expensive. Largest portion of our money by far goes to the postage. We have a program called Monthly Smiles. We certainly hope that you'll consider that. It is a recurring donation. So if you don't get a chance to donate tonight, I'm going to, first of all, come and find you, hunt you down.
You will personally.
And I may even kidnap your dog. So be careful if you don't make that donation.
And you need a canine pack to protect yourself from Melanie.
Absolutely. But we do have this recurring donation program. It's quick, it's easy, and it's convenient. Just select recurring during the checkout when you click on Troopathon.org and go to the donation button and tell the operator, if you call us at 844-2-TROOPS, that you want to be a Monthly Smiles donator.
And it's whatever you want to give. You can do monthly. You can even do like holidays or whatever you want to do. Absolutely. Whatever you want to do. And again, everybody, please do what you can. We want to show now a little bit of a video from one of the great supporters, Alan West.
Greetings, everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West here, and I just want to say congratulations on another Troopathon. I got to tell you, when you look at our news today and you hear all this talk about being in Russia or the health care bill or all some of the other domestic policy issues that we have, we sometimes lose sight of the reason why we are the greatest nation that the world has ever known is because of the men and women who stand on freedom's ramparts, the men and women who make sure, the men and women who are willing to give that last full measure of devotion so that we can live in this great land of liberty, freedom, and a democracy that thrives no matter what other people may say. So Troopathon is so important for these young men and women because what you are doing is sending them a little bit of cheer in some of those very remote, faraway places, those forward operating bases in Afghanistan or what have you. And having served 22 years in the United States military and in 3 different combat zones, I know exactly how important it is what you are doing, putting together those care packages to send to them. It just brings them a little piece of happiness, a little piece of America in their everyday, I guess, mission to keep us safe. You know, George Orwell once said that a nation sleeps peacefully at night because rough men stand ready to do violence on her behalf. And we don't just have men standing ready, we have women standing ready as well. And so I just want to say thank you to Troopathon for what you do every single year to bring a little bit of cheer to those people who are standing out there in the rain, in the snow, in the hot heat, and in the cold to make sure that we can be here in this great nation that we call home, America. God bless you all, and God bless Troopathon. Thank you.
Man, we miss Alan West, don't we? Great to hear his voice. Such a great advocate for the troops out there, of course, being a veteran himself. All right, we want to talk a little bit more about what goes into these care packages. Of course, there's the tangible items like the coffee that comes from the San Francisco Bay Coffee Company. Very generous of them. This is the #1 most requested items by our men and women overseas. They need good coffee. They deserve good coffee. And we want to send it to them. So $25 is all you need to do to put one of these care packages together. Coffee, beef jerky, Oreos, Blue Diamond almonds here. And also, for anybody who donates $100, you get one of these great magnetic bumper stickers you can put in your car. Show everybody you support the troops. Just $100 donation, and we can keep that grand total going up more and more. Again, $354,289, guys. That is so generous of everybody. Keep those donations coming in. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, John. Well, we have now someone who is a huge supporter of the troops, who is a friend of both of ours. I love him. Of course, he's on 77 WABC radio and all over the country, one of my colleagues there, and just such a great supporter of the troops and one of our favorites here on Troopathon.
I like to tell the story because this is the 10th year that we've been doing this live broadcast. In case you're just tuning in, I'm Melanie Morgan. She's Rita Cosby. But we have been working very hard to make sure that our troops are not forgotten. And the very first person, when I came up with this idea 10 years ago to say, I'm in, was none other than Mark Levin, the great one, as we call him. And there's a reason why we call him the great one, is because he's there always for our military, for our men and women, in a way that nobody else has been for so many years. So, Mark, thank you again for joining us on the program. It always amazes me how you find the time to do this with your very busy schedule.
Well, how are you two lovely ladies anyway?
We're feeling very lovely this
We're feeling
evening.
lovely, and we're thrilled to have you, Mark. It makes it so special to have you here, my friend. It's wonderful.
Well, I'm sorry my stupid Skype doesn't work, and I have no capacity whatsoever on technology of any kind, and
That's okay. I know what you usually do when that happens. You usually get the hammer and the claw out of your desk drawer, and then you start beating that computer half to death.
usually I take the stapler and throw it across the room, but that's a whole other problem.
We recognize the voice, so the voice says it all, my friend. Mark, why are you such a big supporter? And this is our 10th year. By the way, we are 354 was the last on our top board, 354,000. We are shooting for 400,000. What do you want to say to the folks listening? Because they have so many people out there who love you, Mark.
Well, first I want to say I'm going to give my 5,000 like I
Mark,
like to
thank
give every year.
you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
So we can get it much closer. Well, look, this is really a wonderful program, charity, if you will, in this sense. I know even when I was going to camp, and I wasn't in, hostile territory or anything of the sort, that when I would get a care package from my parents, it was the greatest thing in the world. Now, can you imagine being in some hellhole where you don't have access to the sorts of things that you want or like, and even more than that people are remembering you? And that's why I think this is such a wonderful thing that you folks do. And, it's direct, it's tangible. They feel it right away. They can consume the food and so forth, and then they have a wonderful feeling about knowing that we haven't forgotten them and we support them.
You know,
this
Mark,
is
too,
very important.
You love dogs, too, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I had to get to that because you are such a fan of our furry friends, and we have canine packs here, too. How important do you think the dogs are out there, too? Because we have a lot of dog lovers like you and like Mel and I here who are watching right now.
Honestly, I didn't know that. When did that start?
It started a few years ago. We called one of them the Mark Levin Canine Care Packages.
Oh, yeah, right.
We named it after
you know what's so neat, Mark? They have doggles.
They have doggles.
For troops.
And not only that, but we have special high-grade treats for our
Kong,
canine
the
soldiers.
Kong toys.
The Kong toys that are donated. So it's a whole complete package. And I just want to say one thing very quickly, Mark, before I let you speak again, because I never get this chance to interrupt you.
She's got to take advantage of that.
I got to take advantage of that. That's right. We have, since your $5,000 donation was announced a few seconds ago, this means that Susie Orman's $10,000 donation is matched now because of your donation. So you have just now not only donated $5,000, but you have created another $10,000.
Thank you.
Wow, how about that? You can't really do that most days,
I know. That's not a bad. And within a few seconds, that's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
No, that's great. And who was that, did you say?
The Susie Orman, the great CNBC, remember?
Oh, really?
She came in studio. She's a huge patriot.
Good
and
for her.
She does a lot to support the troops with finances. Pro bono was here in studio, and she said whoever calls in, she will match up to $10,000. So because of you, now she's going to match $10,000.
Well,
How great.
I hope she doesn't take it away because of me. You never know.
Never. There's no way. Both of you are true patriots.
Now, where are you guys? You're in Florida?
We're in Florida. We're in Boca Raton. We're in the beautiful Newsmax studios here.
Mr. Ruddy and company. Well, I hope
Absolutely.
they're doing well.
They are.
We got 15 seconds left. Give us your pitch, and then we're going to let you get back to...
All right, let me just say this. All you Levinites out there, can you help us out? It's even tax deductible, right? So more money, less money for the federal Leviathan and more money for the troops. This is where you can directly support them. They want to get to $400,000. We're, $40,000 or so away. We can do this, push it over the top. It's an absolutely worthwhile cause. You got these two wonderful ladies who are friends of mine, and let's give them all the support that they deserve.
Thank you, Mark. We love you, Mark, and thank you for your generous donation and your beautiful support.
You're amazing.
God bless you
and we're
guys,
going to send you a free doggle pack just for your dogs.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Mark Levin Canine Care Package. Okay?
Take care now. Love you guys.
Love you too, Mark.
Thank you. Let's go back to John Bachman in the Newsmax newsroom.
So great for Mark Levin to donate like that, to $5,000. It really helps. And I've been here with Kay Riverly all night. Kay sung the national anthem at the beginning of the show, and she has such a beautiful voice. We thought we'd get her to read more of our last-minute donations that are coming in, including the $5 grand from Mark Levin. Again, thank you, Mark, for that. And here's some of our other donors.
Well, thank you, John. Judith from Centerville, Virginia, $100. They're seeming to get big here as we're getting late. Stephen from Millbrook, Alabama, $200. Mark from Seminole, Florida, $100. And Joanne from Hayesville, Kansas, $100. We thank you so much for those big donations, but we'll take the small ones too, folks. $5, $10, $25. We'll take change even.
We'll take it all. And it just takes $25 to fill up one of these care packages that's going to go to our troops overseas. A $100 donation will get you one of these cool car magnets you can place in the back of your car and let the whole entire world know that you're a big supporter of Troopathon. So donate right now, troopathon.org. And let's go to the totals board right here. $354,289. We're going to see that go up and up here in just a few moments. We'll give you an update coming up. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. I know, how fantastic.
We are coming into the home stretch, folks.
We're close. This is the final few minutes here, everybody. Please, everybody. We are just right there on the hairline of $400,000 for our troops and our families.
Just got a big $5,000 donation from Mark Levin, the great one.
How beautiful.
Please, if you can donate that kind of money, if you have it, if you believe in the troops like we do, if you know that this money is going to exactly where we tell you, right here to these care packages, make the donation now. If you can afford $25 or $50, love it. Please do the phone business. It's 1-844-2-TROOPS or troopathon.org. We have so little time left, but we still have some special guests.
Yes, we do. And we have somebody right now on the phone, someone who I loved working with for so many years. I think one of the great broadcasters and truly one of the great patriots out there. He is such a huge supporter of our troops and a dear friend to all the military men and women out there. The wonderful Bill O'Reilly. Bill, so great to have you here on the show. Thank you.
Sure. I'm happy to help.
Oh, Bill, we love you. You know, your friendship and your love affair with the troops, Bill, has been for decades. I know that firsthand. And you and I have talked about just our love of the military. I know you know my father was a prisoner of war saved by American troops. And I think you are such a patriot. How did that begin, that bond with you, with the American military, Bill?
Well, my grandfather was in World War I. Then he came home and was a New York City police officer. My father was a naval officer in World War II, and we write about him in Killing the Rising Sun on the way to Japan to the invasion when the atom bombs dropped. So there's a history in my family of the military, and there was always a deep respect. And then from my perspective as a journalist historian, I believe that America's a noble nation. We've made mistakes, but we're on the side of good. Freed billions of people all over the world, billions with a B. So why wouldn't I support the military? In fact, I'm going to donate through my foundation, the Winifred and William O'Reilly Foundation, $10,000 tonight to the cause.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you,
Bill. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think that'll put you over 400,000.
Bill, thank you.
Yeah, no, it's
you
my
are
pleasure
amazing.
to do it.
I can remember being on your show many times. Well, it was a while ago, but always we were talking about, and you were talking about the troops and how much you support them, and you've donated consistently through your foundation. I mean, you're best-selling author, your book Killing Kennedy was such a success, and I know that the money goes to charity.
Yeah, the BillO'Reilly.com, for the 20 years I worked at Fox, all the money that we derived from that website went to charity. And we did a lot of work with the track chairs, you know, the high-tech wheelchairs for the amputees through the independencefund.org. Still do that. And, you know, I went to Iraq when it was hot, and I went to Afghanistan, and, you know, I like to do my part, and I think that serving the military and protecting people, not only Americans, but other people around the world, is about as noble an occupation as you can have. So it's easy for me to do these things, and I'm happy to do them.
You know, it's so wonderful, Bill, too, and you know this as someone who follows the news so much as we all do here, that I sometimes feel like Americans forget, and we were looking here even before the show, Bill, 200,000 troops are all over the globe. And often I think we take it for granted how lucky we are that we have an all-volunteer force. But they are out there, and so many of these folks that you've gone out, you talk about going out to Iraq. I know you do this all the time. You meet with the troops so many times when the cameras aren't there because you do it for the right reasons because you love them. But a lot of times Americans forget about them. It's so important to do these kind of programs to bring awareness to them, don't you think?
Sure, because even though it's a noble profession, it's a difficult profession, particularly when you're far away from home. I remember being in Afghanistan and, you know, talking to the troops there and seeing the conditions that they had to endure. I mean, in the summer, it's 110, same thing in Iraq. And then in the winter, it's freezing. And there's a lot of people trying to kill you. So, you know, any relief they can get from home lifts their spirits. And that's why I applaud Newsmax and you guys for doing this today, particularly on the 4th of July weekend. And everybody should help.
You know, I just have to say very quickly that I have a Facebook page with 106,000 people, and I swear every single day somebody writes in the comment section, when is Bill O'Reilly coming back on the air? And we're all hoping that that is sometime soon, Bill.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm having fun in the summer here on Eastern Long Island. It's just bouncing around. But we do a daily podcast on BillO'Reilly.com.
Very good.
And in Kate's Lodge, you know, got passed today. So we're still in the journalistic arena. What I'm going to do, I'm not sure yet. I'm taking my time on it.
Very good.
Well, by the way, I thought about you when Kate's Law passed, Bill, because you were such a huge supporter of that family. We love you. We miss you. And you got to get back on soon. You're just you're such a great patriot and great man, Bill.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for doing this for the troops.
Thank you for all you do. And thank you for your generous donation for all the care packages. Thank you, Bill.
Sure.
Bill O'Reilly, who, of course, is iconic broadcaster, formerly of Fox News. Now he has BillO'Reilly.com, and what a pleasure. What
a great patriot he is.
You called him literally just a short while ago.
We were connecting with his people. We're like, Bill, you got to come on. I'm telling you, Bill.
Sure, no problem.
You know, right away we got a message back saying, we're going to try to make this happen. How amazing is that? Bill O'Reilly step-ups every time for the troops. And he is such a stalwart supporter. And thank you for your $10,000 too. How amazing. We love you, Bill.
We got to find out what is happening with our tote board right now. We only have a short time left.
Let's
All right, John Bachman of Newsmax.
Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Almost 360. It's 369. We've got to get it to 3. We want, first of all, 370 the next 5 seconds, and then after that, we want to hit it past 400,000. That is now our mark of past 400,000, everybody.
All right, so we are now at 369,000. You have just a few minutes left for Troopathon, this fantastic broadcast coming to you from Newsmax TV here in Southern Florida. We appreciate what you've already donated, but we need to get across that finish line, $400,000. Go to 1-844-2-TROOPS or troopathon.org. There's a donate button. It's so easy. We love you. Thank you for donating, but we need to keep it up. Keep it up.
Absolutely. We just have a few minutes left, everybody. Please, you just heard from Bill O'Reilly, $10,000.
Mark Levin.
Please, and Mark Levin, $5,000. Keep those donations coming, everybody. 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Guilty. Crime? Defending his family with a firearm. Handcuffed. Arrested. Interrogated. Sued by the criminal and incarcerated. Are you ready for what happens after you're forced to pull the trigger? At USCCA, we protect the protectors. Increase your self-defense and firearms knowledge with Concealed Carry Magazine and prepare for the unthinkable with thousands of online articles and educational tools. Strengthen your skills with the USCCA's nationwide network of certified firearms instructors. Gain complete peace of mind knowing the USCCA will guide you through the devastating legal and financial aftermath of a self-defense incident, keeping you out of debt, out of jail, and home with your family where you belong. Education, training, and self-defense insurance for responsible gun owners from USCCA.
Birch Gold Group is proud to sponsor Troopathon and its efforts to bring comfort to our troops. We're also proud to help Americans attain their own comfort by protecting their IRA or 401k with gold, an asset that will always have value. So how can you safeguard your retirement too? Get a free info kit on gold now. Call 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops and get this free 16-page kit. That's 888-888-6994 or go to birchgold.com/troops.
By mid-1944, German military occupation engulfed the continent of Europe, while across the English Channel, an armada of men and equipment was preparing to take it back. On the 5th of June, Allied armies from the United States, Great Britain, and Canada joined those from Australia, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, France, Greece, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, and the Netherlands, and set sail for the Normandy coast. But they weren't all soldiers. At morning's first light, London Bureau Chief for the future NBC radio network, George Hicks, broadcasting live from the deck of an American ship, provided Americans back home with a front row seat.
Here we go again, another plane's come over. Right over our port side. Rangers are making an arc right over our bow now.
Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight D. Eisenhower also used that same venue, radio, to inspire both his troops and the nations they were being sent to set free.
The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory.
The date was D-Day, June 6th, 1944. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
You're watching Troopathon 2017, benefiting troops stationed around the world to keep America safe.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Melanie Morgan. I am the chairman of Move America Forward, which is the largest pro-troops grassroots organization in the country. And I'm a former talk show host, but more importantly, I'm a huge super trooper. I really love our military men and women. I have a deep and abiding passion to making sure that they are never forgotten. And we do that by sending care packages overseas to Iraq, Afghanistan, and wherever in the world they're serving in harm's way. Joining me on Troopathon this year is also Rita Crosby, and we would like to shout out right now to some fabulous people that we adore. It's a Ambrosia Treatment Center. It's an organization that's here in Florida and actually around many locations in the country. And these are folks who are treating our vets, whether they have problems coming back after adjusting to post-war, post-traumatic stress syndrome or alcohol, substance abuse. It doesn't matter. They will come, they will take you, and they will hold you, comfort you, and treat you. And we are deeply indebted to them.
And we also want to give a big shout out to the winner of Weber Grill. If you donated more than $200 or more in the last 3 hours, we were giving away a great Weber Grill. It's worth $500. We want to announce the winner really quick. Stephen Prattersh. Stephen Prattersh, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Millbrook, Alabama. You have won this awesome Weber Grill, which is like the ultimate barbecue Weber Grill. Congratulations and thank you for supporting Troopathon. We just have a few minutes left, so everybody, please make sure you give your donations because we have less than 15 minutes left of this incredible Troopathon 10. I want to make sure I give out the number again because we want to hit that mark to 400,000. We are right on the edge, everybody. 844-2-TROOPS, 844-2-TROOPS, Troopathon.org to help troops get these amazing care packages. Bill O'Reilly was just on the show, donated $10,000. What a wonderful thing. And Mark Levin, $5,000 before that.
We've got about
Susie Orman.
40,000 to go.
We're right on the edge. Come on, help us, everybody. Help us.
Let's find out where we are exactly with the help of John Bachman from Newsmax TV.
And also, here's our tote board, by the way, $390,000.
Oh my gosh,
we are right there
to go.
on the edge, everybody. Less than $10,000 left. Come on, help us finish this out.
Please help
Come on,
us.
everybody. And now we've got a real treat. We have the darling of Duck Dynasty and, of course, that very famous duck hunting family, a great patriot. Willie Robertson of Duck Dynasty is with us here on the phone. Willie, we love you. Thank you for calling in.
Ooh, you call me the darling. I like that.
Yeah, the dapper darling. You know, Willie, you are such a supporter of the troops. What do you want to say to the folks listening? We're right there on the edge. We're trying to raise $400,000. We're a little over 390, so we need your help to push them over the edge, Willie.
Well, let's go. Let's see if we can get some support going and push it over the mark. I'm excited to be on with you guys, and of course, I love the troops, and I've always been just a believer in what they do. And as you know, my Uncle Si was in the military for nearly 25 years, and so I know all of them are not quite as crazy as him, but
nobody's as crazy as Uncle Si.
Oh yeah, he is. He is. He makes life fun, that's for sure.
Well, you know how much these care packages mean, too, because you talk to a lot of the troops, Willie. You and your family, you guys all are so beloved by the military. What do you want to say to folks about how special it is for these folks who are in remote areas where you've been and you've inspired the troops and gone out there and spent your time, and your family has, too, because they love Duck Dynasty. They're big Duck Dynasty fans, as Melanie and I both are.
Huge.
But what do you want to say to the folks out there, how much it means for the troops to get these packages? Because some of them are in just really tough spots, as you know, right now.
Oh, it is, and it's huge. And we have packed many packages ourselves at Duck Commander. Actually shot a Christmas episode around doing that, and the idea is huge. And also, I was on a USO tour 2013. Went on the Christmas tour at General Dempsey, and we just had a blast, me and my little brother. And I got to be with the troops. And I remember we were flying over, and I was thinking, I don't know if I hope they watch Duck Dynasty, because I thought we may show up and no one would know who we were.
No, you don't have to worry about that, Willie. Trust me. I have to ask you this. I have to ask you a question, though.
For sure.
You know, I know that your sister-in-law sings, and a lot of your family members have beautiful voices. Do you sing as well? I think I know the answer, but I'm going to let you say it.
Can I sing?
Yeah.
Well, of course I can sing.
That's what I thought. So why would you worry about a USO tour? You can sing.
We had a platinum record, so I mean, you know, how many people can say that? So that's usually what my answer is to can we sing? We sold over 1 million albums. I don't know, you tell me. So
sing your heart out.
That means you can definitely sell.
I was able to sing. We had sang a song called "Harry Christmas," and Luke Bryan and I sang that together. And then on the, you know, when you go on the USO, General Dempsey just came out and he said, hey guys, y'all are in charge of the entertainment, so figure something out. Then he goes back in his Airstream trailer as we're flying over, and so we all came up with that. And someone told me that the general liked to sing, and so I went and knocked on his door, and he opened it up, and I said, hey, do you want to sing a song with me? And he goes, what is it? And I said, it's a song about me and Luke Bryan called Harry Christmas. And I gave him the CD, he listened to it, and he said, I'm in. And so it was such a treat. Because so when I would get out, and it was at the end of the show, and I would say, all right, guys, I said, Luke Bryan and I sing this song together, and Luke wasn't able to come over. I said, so I found another guy to sing, and then the general would come out. Oh, they went crazy. They just loved that. You know, seeing him come out there. And he did awesome. He is a great singer, and we wrapped it up in Germany, and we sat around there in a hotel, and he did all these old Irish songs, and it was just a blast.
You know what? We just have a little bit left. What do you want to say to folks who are watching here on Newsmax TV and all across the world this incredible telethon? We literally just have a few minutes left, Willie. What do you want to say to folks listening about how important these packages are and given to the troops?
Well, there's big time important, and I hope that you know, people can let go of a little money, and because it is for a great cause, and to get these packages over there. Let the troops know that we love them, we care for them, we think about them, and yeah, we were all across Afghanistan when I was over, and there's some tough spots over there where you just can't go grab stuff, and so it's vitally important just to show that we're thinking about them and care about them.
We're honored that you are on our program this evening. Thank you so much, Willie Robertson, and your entire family, and please say hey to Uncle Si.
I sure will.
Willie, we love you. Thank you for being here, my friend. We love you. Thank you.
Great talking to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. How great to have Willie Robertson on. Duck Dynasty. I love that voice. You don't even need to see his face. You're like, okay, it's Willie.
It's Willie.
It's Willie.
You can see the whole beard, everything.
Yeah.
No problem.
Oh.
Hey, John Bachman, we've got to say thank you once again. You know, you came out to Sacramento, California, where Move America Forward is located a year ago, and you did a fantastic job. But more importantly, you came back and you said, hey, why don't we all work together this year? It was amazing that Newsmax TV kind of adopted us, took us in like little chickens, you know, and it was raining outside, and said, yeah, we'll help you. And it has tremendously cut down on our expenses, which means, of course, that we actually get more money back into the program. So, John, thank you so much, and thank you to Chris Ruddy and everybody else.
Well, we're honored to do this, and it was such a great experience last year getting to go out to Sacramento, California, and spend time with you. You guys basically adopted me for a few days, and I left Sacramento last year thinking, you know, gosh, I hope we can do it again. And I got the call from Sal Russo, and he said, John, you think we can do it in Florida this year? And I said, by all means, come out to Florida, Sal. It's been such a great experience having you guys. The outpouring of support, I mean, Bill O'Reilly there with the $10,000. I got goosebumps when I heard that donation.
I know, how beautiful.
Mark Levin, it was so great of him to give the $5,000. Sean Hannity with
Susie
the
Orman.
big donation.
10,000 from Susie Orman, who happened to be driving through. I was like, turn around, you got to come through. You know, so she came through. How beautiful, all these patriots coming, and it's because of all of you watching at home here on Newsmax Television, because they're inspired to give because you're giving as well.
Yeah, and you know, this has just been so great, just to bring so many people together for such a worthy cause. It's just great to be such a small part of it. There's so many folks you can't see on the other side of the camera.
Yes.
They played
Working
such a huge
365 days a year, too,
you know, we want to just stay tuned. We're going to play the credits so everybody can get their due credit for their participation. Just this is a you know, a great effort.
This. Wait a minute, we just got it. Oh my gosh.
We did it. We did it. We went $107,000 over our original goal.
Yay! Oh, this is so fantastic, everybody. We were hoping to do 300,000. Then when we were close with all those great donations that you just talked about, John, then we were hoping to tip it over 400,000. We are 407,000. Thank you. Think about all the care packages for our troops. How wonderful this is, everyone.
I just want to say one thing very quickly from the bottom of my heart. For the last 4 or 5 years, donations have gone down, 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 and down because people have forgotten that our troops are serving overseas. They think because President Obama announced that the troops were being withdrawn, that they actually all came home. That's not the truth.
Not at all true.
Not at all. And in fact, they're increasing, as we've been talking about.
That's
and
right.
that's why this is such an important thing. It's not just the money, it's letting them know you care. And thank you for being with all of us for these hours, because we couldn't have done it without all of you and all your support. And also Newsmax, you guys have been so great.
Let me just
such
say
a privilege.
Quick thank you to some of the people behind the scenes of our organization. Scott Rabb, Sean Callahan, Danny Gonzalez, Taylor Buttiwich, Sal Russo, all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
And keep donating,
Keep
everybody.
going. We don't stop.
365 8442 troops, troopathon.org to find out and get highlights. We love you.
We love you.